Hello, friends. Good morning. Happy Friday. My screen. Oh, yo, what's going on? Back. A little bit of a late start. Forgot to take care of something, but we're good. Another great day to wake up, play World of Warcraft. So, yesterday, we finished gearing our shaman. I spent a little bit of time playing some druid and some paladin. Got him maybe half-ish to three-fourths of the way done gearing. I don't really care too much about maximally gearing those guys, but I do kind of just want to give them a little bit of love, you know? Get a couple delve keys, get some gear in case they need to go into like a normal pug or a heroic something, do a raid or whatever. You know, you never know what happens. Might see some last minute buffs or a change of heart from me. I would say of the two, I was somewhat impressed with Pally. I mean, I've kind of always known Pally was decent. And then Druid, I was actually a little bit disappointed. I feel like when it comes to these dungeons, you shouldn't really be struggling that much. You shouldn't really notice if your healer's a little weak, so maybe it's just the low haste, but wasn't really having a great time playing Druid. How you feeling about the expansion so far? It's been fun. I mean, personally, this sort of stuff, like I'm already hooked in. I'm reeled in. I'm a WoW gamer for the raids and for the M plus, so none of this stuff really matters too much to me. Like, if anything, a lot of the grindy, nerdy stuff that people hate, I might enjoy in this time, or the serious stuff. You know, if there's raid already out or whatever. But I understand we got to be a little bit casual for a bit. So, let's check out, see if there's any world quests avail. So I learned yesterday that you can't do the same pet battle world quest or potentially any world quest twice in a week because it just thinks that you've already gotten the rep because of the warbound stuff. So this, I don't even think I get anything. Ooh, this does say. So see how this one is grayed out, but this one is not grayed out? So I think that means this one's still available. Epic BG quest? Is that this? I saw this too. 100 rep. 100. I don't know. I don't know if I would like to engage in player versus player combat. For simply 100 of each rep. The Dratnos vid? Oh shit. New Dratty vid. I'll be honest, I probably should have tried to work out a vid today. Talking about some stuff, but just felt like going live. Alright, so what do we got? I feel like I've fought this guy before. Okay, so what's good against rock type? Are they elemental type or are they rock type or is it like water or something? Yeah. What guys do I have that it feels like there's too many types. This guy's magic. Like I don't have any water, guys. I mean, I guess I had like code. This is elemental. What's going on with my sleeping schedule recently? I've been like going to bed around 2, waking up around 7:30 or 8. What do I recommend for resto druid stats? Prioritize item level for sure, but otherwise I would just pile haste. Just like haste plus anything will be fine. All right. See how our toad does here. Prop alley is bad as people say. I'd say it's fine for most people. I would say the pros of being a tank outweigh a lot of the downsides of playing prop alley. Like the good things that prop alley has and the good things that tank have outweigh the fact that you're like a little bit weaker. This guy's beating my ass. An absolute sweat. You'll thank you. You try. Tis the time to play WoW. Started playing Resto Shaman this patch, and I feel like I don't have an emergency button when someone gets low. Yeah, I mean, that is true. Healing Surge is about your emergency button. Yeah, SLT does work, but you can only use it so often. Alright, so I should get rep for this, right? In theory. Okay. I did get rep for that. Yeah, so as you get more and more experienced in WoW, the concept of triage healing or like emergency healing kind of goes away because essentially you have two different types of damage, right? You have like really heavy, like bursty types of damage, and you sort of have to like pre-plan that and just press buttons accordingly. And then you have unexpected damage, but you know, if someone is like repeatedly taking unexpected, unavoidable damage, a lot of times when you get into higher level dungeons, they're just gonna die, you know? Like if some guy takes a shit ton of damage and then, you know, like a lot of times M plus is about the foresight of knowing the damage that people are gonna take. And if some guy is very, very low HP to the point where he needs like emergency help, and you know he's gonna take even more damage in the future, you're already fighting a very uphill battle. Some healers have like, you know, short ways to save it to be able to survive a little hit. For example, Mistweaver's Cocoon or Holy Priest Guardian Spirit, but it's not something you can ultimately like rely on a lot. My current eye level, I'm basically stuck at 585. I could have done slightly nerdier stuff to like craft or whatever, but I don't really care about wasting money or doing anything ridiculous. So we've stopped our evoker. I've been doing just like world quest sweep and making sure I don't miss anything, and then otherwise leveling up my alts. There's really not that many world quests. I guess we haven't gotten the daily reset, right? That's when we'll get a lot of them. I mean, there's literally only that one world quest. I guess I just have to come back on daily reset, right? 'Cause otherwise, I just don't see. Yeah, I mean, not that I miss world quests. I'm certainly fine with there not being world quests. How much gear did I craft? I have crafted bracers right now. But otherwise my gear is like basically what you can get normally. I have a staff that's just upgraded adventure. I upgraded my trinket and my ring 1 level. Rest of my stuff is 580. I have the renown helm, shoulders, and chest that are all upgraded. And I didn't really craft wrists as like a strategy. I mainly did it because I couldn't find a pair of wrists. And I was sick of spamming dungeons because I already had like 1,000 flight stones or something banked up. Is Chrono Warden the only viable hero talents? No, I'd say Engulf is maybe worth trying, but personally I like Chrono Warden better. Although Chrono Warden got, we'll call it bug fixed yesterday. Could you point me towards a good resource on setting up good UIs? I feel like UI management is my biggest issue right now. I don't know. The best thing I could say, I don't really have like a good recommendation, like a video or whatever. I'm sure people have made them, but it does come down to a lot of preference. I would say like the most important thing is like reviewing your play later and then like seeing how things looked. Like basically you just want to constantly ask yourself, like, could I, if I would put something on my screen, could I have saw that coming? Like, let's say you missed something or you died or whatever. Like, was there something you could have added to your UI to make it better? Or likewise, like, are there things on my UI that I'm not, that I don't use? You know, like things that pop up that I literally will never look at and make a decision about. Like, I think that's one of the biggest weaknesses I see from people's UI is they have so much shit on their screen that literally never impacts their decision. The amount of people that copied my Omni CD and have cooldowns on the side of their party frames and literally never change anything they ever do, or because I mean, realistically, it's very fucking hard as a healer to like be reactively seeing what your team has available and then changing your play accordingly, right? Like most of the time I assume healers only want Omni CD so they can flame their DPS for not pressing something when they fuck up. And so it's like, you know, but realistically, like, does that, like, for example, when I say Omni CD, right, I'm talking about, I can turn it on for a second. Like, oh, wait. Arena? Show player. I don't know why this is not showing for me. But basically, like, people will have, like, you know, 7 different things tracked by each person's name, but they're only looking at 1 or 0 of those. But like, if you just put what, like, literally people would be better off putting 1 single icon by each person's name, as in like their main defensive or like the main thing that they want to look at, and then look at nothing else. And same thing with, like, for instance, the middle of the screen or party frames. Like, I see people track so much stuff that's just, like, completely unnecessary to track. And, like, yeah, sometimes it feels good, like, oh, I'm blasting, but, like, unless you're changing your decision, I think you should get that stuff off your screen. That's from, like, a practical point of view, like, how do I make my UI better? A couple things from an aesthetic point of view, like, if you just want to make it look nicer. A couple things that people don't do is make sure you like make all of your textures and fonts the same. So like, for example, the texture on my like my resource bar is the same as the texture on my party frames, which is the same as the texture on my target frame and on my details, so it kind of all matches. And one thing that stands out like a sore thumb, right, is this right here, this little dragon riding thing, because it's someone else's weak order that I yoinked, and you can like tell it sort of like looks off because it's not the same texture on the bars, the same fonts. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of an ongoing process. I think nobody ever really gets their UI to the point where they're like, yep, everything's perfect, I like everything. It's just sort of an ongoing process of, like, you know, tinkering with things. And I don't know. The best thing that, you know, right away is just try and decide what side of the fence you're on. Like, are you the kind of guy that probably downloaded one too many add-ons and you have a bunch of shit you don't use and you need to clean up? Or, like, are you the guy who just can't fucking see anything because you're using base UI and you need to, like, you know, oh, what went wrong there? How do I see that better? It's just like a few, you know, like a few voice line weak auras and a few things that come up on your screen can go a long way. I don't know. There's like nothing here. I mean, I guess I'd come back, but why Prez? It just felt like the most strong while I was playing on beta. I also think that its competition, Shaman, like sort of everyone unanimously agreed that Shaman was really good. So I figure if Shaman ends up being the best healer, it's going to be obvious and everyone's going to play it. Like, I won't really have to worry about, you know, like, I'll be able to jump into Shaman at any time in the season whenever I want. My gear might be a little bit behind, but I plan on keeping it up, so I figure, well, I'm going to play Prez, and who knows, maybe there's some... Is there any indication what will be meta heals this season? Nope. Season 1, generally, of an expansion, you should just play what you want to play and try stuff. And, you know, if you decide you're not happy with it or if it isn't good, and, you know, you can decide to reroll for later patches. Yo, Sneaky Godsend, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, friend. What am I planning on maining? I'm starting as an evoker, and my main alt is a shaman. And then, like, maybe H-Pal after that. We'll see how much time I have. Right now, it feels easy because, you know, there's not much going on, so I can play a lot of guys. But once the Mythic Plus starts out, it's mostly going to be evoker and shaman. I think after recent hotfix, Flameshaper can be the play. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really like Flameshaper personally. Like, maybe it might work. It just feels like I don't know. It just feels like I just didn't really like Flameshaper, I guess. I don't know. Like, to me, the way that I liked Flameshaper is just do infinite damage. Like, if I was playing Flameshaper, it would just be, like, not to heal at all, and just literally use Engulf to just blow up and do infinite damage on enemies, and, like, not really care. But in terms of healing, I feel like getting extra Living Flames on all of your Dream Breaths and Spirit Blooms seems just way better. And some of these passive nodes are, like, really, really crazy. So, I don't know. I don't plan on messing with Flameshaper too much, unless I see someone else doing it and it working very well, but... Or y'all, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Evoker dead after nerfs. I mean, I wouldn't say it's dead, but it definitely, you don't want to be catching nerfs this early. Not a good sign. So, unfortunately, we're just going to have to kind of wait and see in dungeons or whatever. To be fair, Living Flame was doing a lot of overhealing, so, you know, I still feel like its AoE burst is pretty good. We'll just have to see. What's a good eye level target for this week? I mean, your goal should be, and not this week, but next week too, right? The next 2 weeks are going to be the same. Your goal should be have 580 in every slot, and then some random stuff upgraded higher with your weathered crests. So, for example, staff, renown items you can, but it's not mandatory. But I think like 585 is a goodish target after next week, maybe a little bit less. It's not going to matter a whole lot because right away when week 3 starts, you're going to go into delves. And even if you're a little bit under geared or you suck, you can just like bring a friend or whatever. And they shouldn't be too hard. And you're going to basically go into that with like a bunch of delve keys and be able to get a lot of loot from delves quickly. And so, you know, it's a lot of your, unfortunately, a lot of your item level going into M0 week and heroic week is gonna be RNG. Like if you get 3 or 4 really good delve drops, you're gonna be like significantly higher item level and power level. But if you go into the, like, if the very first day when you do 4 delves, if you get like 2 wrists and 2 cloaks or something, it's gonna feel pretty fucking bad. Each bountiful delve is a daily lockout, so I don't know for sure. If you want to try and use your delve keys repeatedly, you're welcome to test, but my understanding is that you can only do each bountiful delve chest once per day. And so, like, for example, each zone only has 1 and it cycles around, so I assume it's 4 per day, but I don't know that for sure. If you do a bountiful delve, it's gone, key or not. So one of my friends randomly said that he did a bountiful delve and used the key and it was still there, but I kind of was under the impression he made that up. But yeah, okay, what you're saying makes way more sense. Do you think anyone will be a delve only player and not do any content? Oh, for sure. I mean, there will be some people who, I mean, the thing about delves is like delve only player. People will do delves to get gear and then quit, right? Like, the reason they'll do delves, I think, is not because they really love them and they are doing them all the time. They're going to farm delves to get gear, and then they're just going to decide they don't feel like doing dungeons or raids and then quitting, right? Like, everybody likes gear. That's the, like, unanimous thing about RPGs. You can say casual, serious, try hard. Literally, the one thing that unites everybody that play this game is we just want to see the item level go up and get that dopamine hit. It doesn't matter how casual or serious or the way you play. Every single person that's playing the game wants an item level hit. So, like, the people who are, like, people who aren't doing dungeons and raids will definitely try to do delves to get item levels, but the hope is that they use the skills that they learn and the items that they get to do other stuff. But I question how many skills they're earning from delves. You know what I'm saying? That's sort of my biggest complaint about delves. It's not that they're appealing to the single player, but that they don't really teach people the skills they need to go out and do other content. How long until M Plus comes out? Oh, you got like a week and a half. If you're, you know, 585 or whatever, and you don't have much to do and you don't feel like grinding anything crazy, like, you should just like come back in a week. Don't burn yourself out or whatever. Like, just assume the expansion hasn't even started yet, and this is just pre-patch. Are you going to be able to upgrade the heroic track item from the vault by exclusively running delves? I believe so. I believe, if I had to guess, I would say you'll be able to upgrade. You won't get the highest level crests, like the aspect crest, but you'll get the other ones. So you might not be able to upgrade your delve gear all the way to the max with hero track, but you'll be able to do like 4 of 6 or whatever it is. We're not getting M0 next week. Next week is nothing. Next week is the exact same as this week. They give 2 weeks to go through the story and do all the story stuff and do all the side quests. Yeah, that's right. Like the Earthen and the storyline comes out next week, but other than that, not much. I have a weekly quest for Stone Vault. And I have this dirt quest. I guess I may as well just do this. Why not? Oh, a chest. There's a lot of stuff in there. Yo, Red Mixa, thank you for the 2-month resub. I appreciate it. I'm 585 on this guy. How are we thinking about the press changes? We're just gonna have to do some high keys and see how it feels. Unfortunately, it's very hard to know without just battling the bosses and seeing what happens. I mean, Prez certainly had no shortage of throughput, so you know, we had throughput to give. The question is just how much did we lose on there? Where are the Prez changes? It's just a one-liner in the patch. It's just a bug fix that Call of Ysera and LifeSpark worked with after Image and Leaping Flames. Is there a Ruby Life Pools, like a really heavy healing dungeon? I think Stone Vault's gonna be really rough. One thing about, I'm not really sure about the M+ scaling. Like, I'm very interested to see how it goes. It might not be as, like, hard and miserable as everybody thinks, just because everyone's gonna have so much gear, and also, like, things get so much harder when it goes up to 12. Like, maybe just going up to 10s is gonna be chill, and then all of a sudden you get to 12s and it's hard as shit. I don't know. Oh, was that unintended? It was like that all beta? Yep. Yeah, I mean, I guess it was unintended. You know, it's one of those things where we sat there and we played it and we did that through all of beta. And then they just decided it was unintended. I mean, to be fair, Prez does big healing. Not to be surprised that something happened. I'm just gonna have to wait and see. It's just a little unfortunate that it came now. Like, you know, let's say it came on Mythic Week, right? Like, I could literally just be into more difficult dungeons and just try stuff and see how it feels, and, you know. But now we just have to, like, sit on it and think about it until the, until we actually get to test it out. I crafted one piece. I made like a pair of bracers because I couldn't get one to drop. Yo, King DM, thank you for the gifted subs, friend. I appreciate it. I plan on continuing the 0 to hero. I'm glad you liked it. I definitely want to do something like it in the future, but generally, like the beginning of a patch, my main priority is like, you know, getting good, learning the encounters, playing healer. That sort of stuff like comes later if I'm still having fun and I want to make some content. But like, I know people are like yelling in my chat for me to play my mage and make videos about my mage on literal heroic week, but it's just really, really far behind what I want to do right now. Main Prez last expansion, is it different? I mean, a little bit different. You more or less have a lot of the same spells, but hero talents are cool. Sane TFT, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. At least you can prep them. Well, I don't know if chat particularly wants my characters to be overgeared and prepped. That does defeat the purpose a little bit of that type of content. They want you to suffer? Oh, yeah. That's what chat wants. I mean, look at one line above you. It's literally just play solo as priest. Like, people just like, Bro, you know what would be a really good series? If you just play a complete dogshit character and then you have to sit in town and group finder all day and no one wants to play with you. I would love to watch that. Like, bro. Alright, like, I guess. His priest dog tier. I mean, it's not that bad, but I would say it's on the bottom end of the healers. With 546 eye level, where would I go for some upgrades? I mean, the easiest one is the auction house. Like, if you have 546, then you can easily, like, replace some of your 520 pieces. If you don't want to spend gold, you want to do world quests and do, like, rares and just keep, like, do the weekly events. And then once you get 551, you can just queue heroics. And then you can spam queue heroics all the way to 580. Take a while. Any other outlook on tanks? I mean, me, I don't play any tanks. What do I do about how weak my heal GCDs feel outside of CD? Do I guess what healer you play? I mean, in general, like, depending on the healer that you play, that's sort of the game, right? Is deciding when to use your CDs at the right moments. And how to maintain, like, decent healing outside of CDs. What eye level do you think is good to enter raid week? I mean, you want to be 580 in every slot. Depending on who you have to play with and what you're doing, like, that might depend on how serious you want to go. Like, for example, if you don't really have a team of people or a guild to play with, like, you're going to be competing with literally everybody in Group Finder. So if you're slacking on item level, you're going to have a hard time getting into the better groups. But, like, if you have a guild to play with or friends to play with, you can be a little bit more casual about it and not worry about silly things that'll, like, make you a small difference. Because, like, ultimately, like, 1 or 2 item levels won't be the deal breaker, whether or not you can do stuff, but, you know, you're not going to get invited over some guy that has 2 item levels over you every time. Morning, Neb. What's going on? What trinkets would you say are the best right now? Sack Brood is good. This crystal's good. I don't think it really matters too much. Basically, you just want, like, stat sticks. I'm using, like, I think it's not bad to use a damage trinket. Either, like, bursting light shard or the bell. Just to, like, help a little bit, because it's really easy. Used to just link fake achievements. Yeah, that is the way. Upgrade heroic dungeon gear, yeah. So this week you can send all of your resources anytime you want, except for carved crests, which are your higher level crests, not your low ones. Delve keys, and your spark. And all of those things you want to craft for heroic week. Your carved crests and your delve keys you can send almost right away on heroic week to raise your item level for the content, and then your spark you may decide when you need the injection of power. If you, again, so like going into heroic week, if you have people to play with, you may decide to do a lot of content in heroic week to see what sort of items you get, because that may impact what you want to craft. But if you're pugging it, like, you may decide that you want to send that spark right away to just get a nice weapon to, like, help you get into groups or whatever. Devo Metris, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Whiskus, please. Thank you for the sub. Do I have an opinion on Enhance versus Ellie? Not really, but from what I understand, Ellie is like very easy and Enhance is like very hard. So M plus out? No, you got a couple weeks for M plus still. Am I planning on any guide vids? So I started making a Prez guide, and then I basically finished it, and then like, we'll stop blaming my video editor, even though it could have been out by now, but now it doesn't matter because they bug fixed a bunch of important evoker stuff that I included in my guide that is no longer how the game works. So I have to go back to the drawing board there. So my guys, I think like I don't know what I'm gonna do for guide. Maybe I just like take a day off and just try and nail out everything I need to do and just like I don't know, inject caffeine straight into my veins. But the stream has been going really well. I've been having a lot of fun playing, so I'm just gonna keep streaming and keep playing while I can. But I'm sure like by this time next week I'll probably be a little bit bored and not much to do. Just sub to get the UI pack, but Wagga wasn't showing eligible. There is a little bit of a delay, yeah. You may try and link and relink your account. Maybe that goes faster. Also, be sure to check out the FAQ in the Discord and the video that I made on the thing in the description of it. You have any problems? How's my renown looking? I have 9, 9, 10, 5. So I sent my contract and like anytime I have a choice, I just spend it on Hollowfall just because I like the zone and I think it's cool. I don't really think there's a specific you know, there's not like anything you get from there. And I'm not really going like super hard. My plan is just to do some like you know, make sure I'm doing the easy weekly renown stuff so that if there is like some sort of farm or some sort of thing that I need to do, I'm like, you know, I'm easier off. Like I'm not gonna total like I know there's some people that are mega min-maxing and like they are I'm trying to oh, this is that other quest. They're mega min-maxing and they're like saving turn-ins for Dark Moon Fair and like all this stuff. Like I'm not doing any of that. Like I'm just trying to do like the, you know, the events and stuff when I see them come up. Is there any way to skip the level 80 storyline on alts? I don't know. When you say skip it, what do you mean? Like, what do you get for the end of it? You're talking about the end storyline, right? Like, you're just saying get the rewards from it, or what does skip mean? No, he's saying the end campaign, I'm assuming, right? You're not saying the story, you're saying like the level 80 stuff. But like, okay, you skip it and then what happens? Like, what do you get for skip? Unless I'm misunderstanding. Is H-Pal a safe choice? I hate the word safe because any class can be nerfed, but I mean, it's decent right now in both, yeah. Alright, so we got missing a neck. Wait, so can I just go do... Can I just go to Hollowfall and do one of these quests to get that neck? Or do I have to, like, do something? You know what I'm talking about? Does it say it in my renown? A tinderbox of your own? Speak to... Let's just try it, fuck it. I mean, I guess I'm gonna need the Val... What's my Valor at? I have no Valor. Ah, fuck it. I'm just gonna queue some heroics, I think. Because I need to get Valor anyway, so I may as well just... Is there a way to make Cell cast empowered spells when moving? I'm not sure what you mean. Quick tier list of healing. Shaman and Evoker on top, Priest on the bottom, everything else in between. The Druid beating H-Priest? I don't know. Druid kind of fucking sucks. Like movement to stop the charge of this. Wait. As far as I know, it should do that. The only thing I can understand, I think what you're asking is that Spirit Bloom doesn't save your press and hold settings and it makes you double tap. And that's like a weird bug with mouse overs that I haven't been able to figure out how to fix. So there was a prop paladin buff. There was some bug fixes yesterday. I didn't really look, but wouldn't be surprising. Healing class do I enjoy the most? I've been liking Evoker. Evoker's fun. What does this say? Hot fix 2. Wait, is this Diablo? Why is my Wowhead showing Diablo shit? I mean, I'm looking at the changes right now, and I don't see anything for Paladin. It's literally just weird bug fixes that randomly negatively affected Chrono Warden by a lot. What level is your brand? Brand's level doesn't really matter. You can only get them to level 15. If you like want to do literally everything that you can do, you can level your brand. Also, is there any irony in your name being Robin? I'm assuming that's a coincidence, but apparently, like, eventually as a brand gets very high, he can do decent damage, but what is happening? It's my name, why? There's a pro player that found a way to level brand very quickly, and he power leveled his brand to level 60 before Blizzard hot fixed it. Then I don't know if they're gonna revert it or whatever. What is going on? Is the dungeon... What happened? Like, what even... Did I get put into a run where everything's dead? So... Okay. Bro, if I get deserter or something... Okay. Well, I got mail. Does that mean I got something? If I get something for that, that's actually sick. But... Hey? Rats? Shut up. Oh, Tettles is here. Hold on, wait, let me open up Tettles. Dude, dude, people literally cannot help themselves but typing in the chat. This guy types follower dungeons below because you have a lower drop rate. Bro, who even knows what the drop rate for the mole arm is? Is he trying to say that because the followers get items? Like, bro, yeah, some guy's gonna get a veteran weapon and just trade it to you. With 5 people. What do we do? Do we just get 5 people? I mean, I'm sure, like, our Twitch chat just sits here and types, like, Dorkin all day. Like, I'm sure we could get 3 chatters and just, like, run the same dungeon over and over again for 12 hours. That would increase our chance of getting the item. The question is, does it drop in heroic? Also, dude, what are these healer queues? I waited for 5 minutes. I got a dungeon that didn't pop, and then now I'm sitting here for 5 minutes again. Shouldn't be waiting as a... How much more do I need? I still need a lot of valor. I could do follower dungeons on Jangbi. That would be pretty great. The OG molearm wielder isn't on the armory anymore. Hold on. WoW progress item. Yes, he is. He's number 1, I think. He changed his paladin's name. I wonder if this guy sent if he sent delves. How did he raise his item level? Let's look real quick. So this is the mole arm. He has a 606 pole arm. He sent all of his crests. including his carved crest. I don't know the names of all the items. Realm swapped? Yeah. I mean, it maybe was just like he found a guild or something. But this is the guy. Oh shit, he's a Tauren. Yeah, maybe he found a guild or like rerolled with friends or something. Switched to Horde and decided he wanted to be a Tauren. Get him as the bench on the... I mean, this guy seemed to really want to come on the stream. And usually that's like a red flag. Polearm gives you friends? Is that the... Is that the actual reward? Let me think. Yo, Miracle Whips, thank you for the prime. I saw a guy doing plus 11 delves. And I get why people like it now.
Thank the Titans you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
I'm struggling to decide on each priest or holy pally main. Play holy pally. Even if I'm not confident in melee DPS? Alright, never mind. Play Holy Priest. If your internet is prone to cutting out for 20 seconds every 5 minutes, is DPS the best role for M+? The best role for M+ is get the hell out of my group. If you DC every 5 minutes... Yeah, the best role is follower dungeons and delves. I love how stupid this part of the boss is. Not only is it total RNG which way it goes, if it like becomes very hard or very easy, but you also just still can't even hit the boss. What is the best way to get a bunch of coffer keys? They're all limited resource. Can't just farm them. They're available through like 4 weekly quests a week. There's like different things you can get them for, and then sometimes you can get like the shards from world quests. Any wild guess on the highest key level time? I think keys are going to be quite a bit lower. I wouldn't be surprised even if like 16 is the highest. It's hard to know how much the item level is going to make a difference. But beta keys, like even like 12s and 13s at heroic level were fucking hard. A cleaver and necrotic wake, yeah, that's true. Can't wait to play Holy Priest for that dungeon. This has been so boring so far. All we're doing is smashing heroics. Yeah, I mean, this is meant for the people who want to enjoy the story and do the questing and stuff. If you're someone who only really cares about endgame, just come back in a week. Is it ever worth it to use Shield of the Righteous? I mean, it's the only thing you can do to spend holy power for damage, so you want to press it. The main issue that I have is I actually don't have a shield. You actually can't press that button if you don't. My party frames are an add-on called Cell. My nameplates are plater. Pretty much everybody uses plater for nameplates. Just like has the most customization.
I command this rockery by right.
Yeah, Mistweaver Healing owns. I mean, it's especially good in these heroics. Just because it's so flexible. Like, you just run around, you spin, you don't really care. The boss is much different mechanically. Well, the issue with the difference mechanically is none of these bosses you even have to do anything. Like that last boss we just fought, what does that boss do? Like, I don't fucking know. Didn't do anything. It sat there and we killed it. So, I mean, the difference more so is like from heroic to mythic, the changes aren't really that much, but like my understanding is the HP difference from mythic 0 and heroic, it's just gonna be like 4 times more health or something, right? Avenging Crusader is alright. I mean, the thing about Avenging Crusader is it just doesn't really have that high of uptime. Like, the idea of, oh, I'm healing with only doing damage, like, only in very short windows. Like, Avenging Crusader is just like any other healing CD, right? Like, okay, my party's gonna take a lot of damage, I press Avenging Crusader, and then, like, I do my combo, and then everyone gets healed, and then it's done. And now I have to heal without it for a long time. Like, if you want more consistent, like, turning damage into healing, I think that's just, like, more of a Mistweaver thing, but, I mean, AC is good. My main reason, the reason that I liked Avenging Crusader is it had a 1-minute cooldown, and combined with the hero talents that give you, like, the Dawn Lights or whatever, like, being able to use it more frequently felt good. But ultimately, like, you still need to do a lot of healing outside of Avenging Crusader. Yo, GM Lemon. They equate it to M+10 of the past, but without Tyrannical. I mean, Mythic, what was the scaling on M10s? I mean, it was in the hundreds of percent, wasn't it? You can use Light of Dawn to heal if you're hitting a bunch of people, but it's almost always better to press just Word of Glory as a spender. Oh shit, it's Tuttles, what up? How goes the hunt for the mole arm? Yep. Oh, we already deleted our Presovoker. Rip Bozo. Do I share my config somewhere? So I have a UI installer that's through the Wago add-on. I guess the Wago app for Patreon subs and Twitch subs, but I don't have like all of my profiles linked or anything. I would say when it comes to configuration for Cell versus Voodoo, Voodoo can do literally anything that you want it to do. It's just a pain in the ass to set up. Like, it has every single option you can ever think of, but like, you basically need to like know a lot about the add-on to use it. It's not just something that you'll be able to like open up and use easily. Whereas Cell, like, out of the box is more straightforward. But like, you may run into like little tiny things that you can't do on one that you can do on Voodoo. Holy Pally AoE healing annoying? Not really. I mean, you just don't AoE heal with Holy Paladin. Like, your beacons take care of AoE healing. Like, either you're running Virtue and it just cleaves onto everybody, or you use double beacon and then you just like spot heal and then your beacons kind of like splash it around other people. Is sword and board not the move? Are you talking about Pally? I just don't have a shield. How do you make the health bars appear under people's names? It's just an in-game thing, right? Just Shift V or Control V or whatever. I just have a script that makes them smaller. I think it's like a setting in Plater. How hard is Holy Poly to learn? I don't know. Like a 6 out of 10, maybe? How long am I streaming? I mean, all day. Unless, like, something happens or I pass out or something. Can you convince Dorky to start streaming on YouTube as well so I can watch it work? I think he looked into it. I think he wanted to, but... What's the hardest healer? I mean, I think that healer strength plays into it, so, like... I mean, you just have to say Disc Priest, right? Like, not only is Disc Priest hard, but it's also just not that good. Even if you're playing it well. It's not Terry, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. I still maining Prez. That's the plan so far. Divine Favor's a waste. Let me see. So, yeah. I just copied Ellismir's talents. When I was playing on beta, I wasn't running Divine Favor. The thing is, none of these talents are, like, really gonna be that big of an impact. So, like, for example... Tower of Radiance, you're, like, never hard casting. Like, Liberation gives you very, very little mana. Breaking Dawn doesn't do anything. Like, you know, you could do something like this, or maybe a little, I don't know. Like, I think I was playing this, but even then, like, I won't run out of mana, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like Overflowing Light doesn't seem that bad. I'm surprised he doesn't have I don't know. I think... Maybe I feel like I'm missing something here, because I don't really like Divine Favor. I'm surprised to see him have it. I noticed that I'll be honest, I didn't really look at the tree. I just imported his build. I thought you had to get it to path somewhere. That's why he had it. But I don't remember. Let's see. Maybe I might just not have the updated wingsup.com build. Let's see. Talents and builds. Shout out to wingsup.com. Let's see what he says here. Mythic Plus version. Keep Consecration down. Holy Prism, spend Holy Power. Holy Shock. Judgment, Crusader Strike, Hammer of Wrath. Use Holy Light only with Divine Favor plus Infusion. Yeah, I mean, having Divine Favor is... I guess I just don't know how much you need to press Holy Light. Maybe in higher keys, when the damage is actually high, you need to press Holy Light more. Yeah, I don't know. To me, I'm not using it at all in these dungeons, but I understand why. Are any of the dungeon trinkets good for healers? The crystal from Dawnbreaker is okay. The sack brood from Arakar is okay. You'll get Changeling from Mists when Season 1 opens. Basically, you just want, like, stat sticks. Why are people PvPing now? Because you can basically... It takes a lot of PvP grinding, but you can get sockets on items during Heroic Week if you grind enough. And when you say people, what you mean is Race to World First people, and then random people that are copying them. Basically, the TLDR with the PvP thing, if people are wondering, because I know literally everybody just FOMOs their ass off and wants to do everything. Basically, if you farm a bunch of PvP resources, let's say you have enough so that you can buy like pieces, right? You don't buy any pieces. Then you go into the Heroic Raid and you get a high level item. Let's say you get like a high level wrist or a ring, for example. Then if you happen to get those pieces from Heroic Raid, you can then go to the PvP vendor and buy an equivalent PvP item of that. And because you have the same thing of because you already have a piece at that item level, you can raise your PvP piece up to that one, right? So like you buy a 593 item and then you raise it up to 613 or whatever from with your Valor stones, and then you can use the PvP only sockets in the item. So that's basically the only reason they're doing it, is so in case they get an item that is socketable that doesn't have a socket, they can spend all of their PvP resources to switch it to a PvP item and then put a socket in it. And unless you want to do that, it's basically pointless. Alright. What level do I recommend getting alts? It depends on how much you want to sink into them time-wise. Like, ideally, you have enough time to get them all the same as your main, right? But realistically, like, there's probably no way I'm spamming 15 delves on every character. So, like, I only got, like, you know, a few coffer keys, get some heroic gear, like, get 580 in every slot, and then probably just call it good. But it depends on the time, right? Like, keep in mind, we still have a week and a half, so if you feel like playing and you have alts to do, like, you may as well just level them up. You don't get the keys from spamming delves. They're all keys are limited resources. Once you do all of the things you can do to get the keys, there's no longer this. There might be like random weird degenerate things you can do to get shards, but not really. Like some sort of arcane mage player. Hold on, let me read spells. Consuming clear casting increases the damage of your next 2 arcane blasts or arcane garage or arcane. So what do I want to be doing on AoE? Single target, multi-target, priority list. Okay, so never overcap on clear casting. Never sit below 2 charges. If you have, so I don't even have this yet, but this is a hero talent thing from Sun Fury. So Arcane Blast queued into Arcane Barrage if you have Burden of Power. Or if you have 1 stack of Nether Precision. If you have Clear Casting, Arcane Orb Charge, or Intuition. Casting Arcane Blast or Arcane Barrage has a 5% chance to make your next Arcane... Wait. Oh, I see. So, Intuition buffs your Barrage. Intuition's the new tier set. To me, I'm trying to understand. So if you have 4 charges, let me see the situation. So if you're like this, you don't Arcane Barrage. You just sit on 4 charges. I guess the reason that you don't Arcane Barrage here with 4 charges is because if you don't have a way to get your charges back with an orb, you want to be able to get your stacks back. So if you have no procs and no way to get your stacks back, you don't want to send your thing, because if you get a proc or something, then you can't barrage, and then you're wasting a proc or whatever. To me, that's the hardest part about the rotation that I'm understanding so far. So, like, basically, yeah, I mean, that's like the whole thing, right? That, to me, that seems like what, like, if you're messing up your combo or your, like, very basic rotation, then you're just, like, kind of a noob, right? And then once you get decent at your class, then the big thing is just always sending Arcane Barrage when you can send Arcane Barrage, but then not sending it and then getting into a bad spot. Rigrawl, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Yeah, when to blast versus barrage versus only blast is basically my understanding of, like, where it gets hard. Because there's a lot of factors, right? There's, like, do you have clear casting? Do you have orb? Do you have a proc? Well, like, hold on. So let's say this. Well, the only proc you worry about is the 4-piece. And the 4-piece generates 4 arcane charges. I see, okay. So, like, alright, well, I'm just gonna go through my rotation slow. So, I have my combo ready, so I would evocate. Right? Then I would send missiles. Then I would orb. Orb doesn't make sense because I don't So I don't have charges. Hold on. I gotta read the opener again. Okay, so I orb right after I Evo. So I press Evo, then I orb. Well, then I should have a clear casting, but I let it expire. Let me just get a clear casting. So I Evo, then I orb to get charges, then I missile, and then it would be surge, touch, blast. And then I blast barrage there. Then I press missiles again. Then I blast barrage. Missiles again. I don't blast on, or I don't barrage on single target. Then I can missiles again. I didn't press touch, but... So now here I have this situation, but I have an arcane orb, so I can just send my thing. Then I orb. Then I do this. Then I do this. Then I can spend these. Can we show your talents? I just copied the guide off of Max Roll. Yo, Sleepy, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Surge, then barrage, then touch, while barrage is in the... Oh, I see. Max Roll, the new icy veins. I don't know, but my friend made this guide. Oh, that's why I'm reading it. I'm also trying to think about keybinds, just to like, make things easier, like trying to sequence things. Yo, Jarkin, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Since when did I have non-healer auras? I just went to Wago and I just typed in Arcane Mage and I just downloaded one. I think. Okay. I would evocate. I would... Wait, why do I orb if touch gives me 2 charges? If touch gives me 4 charges. I mean, why would I orb? Why would I send my orb here? Just because I have a big int buff? Because I don't think I need the charges. You want 4 charges before touch. I thought someone was saying that touch, generates 4 charges. Oh, I see. Barrage. Yeah. Okay, I'm not... yeah, you're right. Alright, waiting on 10 on evocate. Okay. Would evocate. How do I keep like? Oh yeah, okay. Orb, then arcane missile. This. I missed a barrage in there somewhere. That wasn't right. Flip the missile with surge. Okay, let me figure out what that means so I can understand what you're saying. Intentionally cancel your arcane missiles in order to cast another spell. Best to clip every arcane missiles besides one empowered by Aether Attunement. Best to clip every arcane missiles unless you have Aether Attunement. I assume that's one of these things. No, it's this. I feel like I'm not seeing this. Why am I not seeing the Aether Attunement? So hold on. So is this the buff on my... It's one of these numbers. So it's this right here. This is saying my next one is gonna get a proc. It feels weird that the UI isn't tracking this. Or maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not fully understanding, but... I mean, I can just add it. Get another clear casting proc, it lights up the button. My unit frames I have as part of like a UI package through the Wago app for Patreon subs and Twitch subs. Where am I? I don't understand. I need mana. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could just cast something. It was a purple glow. Okay. So it's gonna happen right now. This means keep the whole channel it. L move. What ain't my fault you got $0. Get it? Because that's your name. How often do you have 3 clear casting procs? Like, is that gonna change when I get like other stuff? Like, it says arcane missiles if you have 3 clear castings. How in the world are you ever in big CDs on pull? Am I gonna gear my main above 585? I mean, there's not really much more that I can go on that. Like, I'm basically done. Yeah, I guess I have to like get there and be figuring it out before I want to tinker with my UI. I guess sort of what I'm thinking is like the whole clear casting week aura to me doesn't like I almost feel like this is a waste, like having it here. Like I just look at the procs on my character. And then if I have a proc, I just use it. But I'm trying to think of like how often this situation happens where I have nether precision, but I also have 3 clear casting, and I just am using arcane missiles back to back. Yeah, once you get to 3, you arcane. Yeah. So I guess I'll leave it for now, but it's probably just because I don't have all my talents and my stats are bad, but must happen often enough that it's in the guide. No, it's the opposite. The guide has every single possible scenario, but like if it happens even once, it's going to be in the guide, but it may not be worth learning until later. Like, when people don't understand, either if you've been playing Arcane for a while or you just don't know about getting good at classes, is like, there's like a progression, right? Like, not all the things are worth worrying about. Like, you have to have a foundation of like what you need to be doing before you can like understand how other stuff works. Like, one example, like a very obvious example that chat wouldn't shut the hell up about when they were definitely wrong was Master Blaster with Fire Mage. Like, basically, you would try and maintain your mastery buff by timing your Fire Blast so that you wouldn't let your Master Blaster run out. But the problem is, if you don't know how to use your Fire Blast correctly in the right times, then, like, you have absolutely no way of trying to keep your Master Blaster up if you're not even using your Fire Blast. And so, people were, like, constantly talking about Master Blast stuff when it was just, like, not within my realm of, like, what I was capable of. I can link the XP bar one sec. The Luxos. And I'm not saying some of the things you guys are suggesting are wrong or irrelevant. I'm just like in the process of trying to parse and decipher out what is important, what isn't. Is the Call of Ysera buff affecting the Chrono Warden capstone? Not anymore. It was yesterday, and Blizzard said no longer. Yeah, I think I just want to spend like a little bit of time here or there, like reading stuff and looking at stuff. So basically, like Arcane Orb gets me charges. My big combo was like Arcane Surge, Arcane Barrage, Touch, and then doing a bunch of damage in CDs. Um, and then basically I'm just Arcane Missling with Clear Casting, and then spending my Nether Precision procs, and then following them with Barrage. If I have like other stuff with it, I guess. Like if I have charges and it's on AoE. Could be crafting 590 weps. You can, but you don't need to. You shouldn't be spending your spark. If you want to like slightly optimize your crests, you can craft 590 stuff, but it's a waste of money. It's not really important. Like there's nothing to be powerful for right now, so unless you just want to be powerful for fun, there's not really a reason to craft stuff. It would take long for guide creators to create. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, I don't know, like in my opinion, a lot of the like these sorts of guides or whatever just aren't really that good. Like the one, like I don't know, they have this thing where every single guide is formatted like this. Like I guess like maybe some people like it. I guess I shouldn't say it's good or bad, right or wrong, because the big thing is everybody learns differently. So it's impossible to say that something is like good or bad or whatever. But for me personally, like this is really really tough for me to learn. I like very much struggle with. I very much struggle with this stuff. But my plan is basically just to like take it a little bit at a time. Like so basically the way learning works from my understanding is if you spend like 15 minutes to 30 minutes on something, you like understand it, and then as you go longer and longer, you get massive diminishing returns. So my plan with Arcane is just like to spend a little bit of time here or there, and then um like eventually I'll sort of figure it out, but I'm not just gonna sit here and like spam the rotation on a target dummy or whatever. Thoughts on the Prez hotfix? Definitely sucks, but we'll just have to get into some hard content and wait and see how it feels. I don't think Arcane doesn't seem particularly hard for me. The thing that I struggle the most with about Arcane, at least right now, is just like how many spell synergies there are. Like the fact that like this does like every single thing does every single other thing, and it's just like a little bit much. Whereas like, but I think well also too I'm level 71. Like because also I'm level 71 and I don't have all of the things. Um, what is this quest? Did you see the potentially shadow buff Lifespark? I mean Lifespark was so shit. Um, a lot of people were saying that it was like not. I don't know. I'm not really worried about it for now, but I did not see that. I think you probably end up not playing Lifespark unless they buffed it significantly. When spells or effects have all the same word, I like to ignore it. Yeah. That's sort of why I like, that's sort of a little bit of the trouble that I'm having with the guide, right? Is like, it just is not formatted in the way that I would learn. Why would you still not play Life Spark? It doesn't work with Leaping Flames. That's what they fixed yesterday. That's why we're talking about it.
Well, what do we have here? New customers?
I have my Spark, yeah, but there's nothing to do with it.
Show 'em what we got on tap, Altrian.
My Brewmaster, he just ran out of the dungeon. My... Alright, well...
You're driving away my pain.
Never seen someone have so much trouble with that room. Really? I feel like this room always just like everything pulls. That mini boss just seems like it does so much damage. I feel like every group that isn't like well organized fucking gets owned in this. Like honestly, this whole dungeon. Maybe not get owned because there's like zero consequence. You just like res and go back, but.
It's to be a bar fight then. Goes down smooth. Break it off. Time for happy hour. Another one. Where's my drink?
This boss is so funny because they have that little knockback to like sort of show you that like you're supposed to be doing something, you know. It pushes everybody back and then it's like intermission and then it puts all the beers there and it kind of like tries to hint that you do something, but without fail every single time. Like DPS just stand and just wail on the boss doing 0 damage.
Are you here to help? My zeal to get back in business led to faulty reasoning.
Your pal here signed some papers he didn't read. And now Goldie Baron bottom is CEO of this joint.
Yo, Burlap Sack, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it.
My bees! You put them in cages? They should be free gathering pollen in the forest.
You get to lock up your bees. Letting them be free range was too much labor. And their anger and frustration just makes their honey spicy. Right, Frank? Frank!
Oh shit, I can turn this quest in. When you press wings, it like shoots out Dawnlight too.
Time to bust out my bees. The best for my bees. Coming at ya. Clap those wings, darling. They're so sweet.
Saw Rare's team spamming keys in beta yesterday. Yeah, those guys go hard as hell. Those guys, I mean, they've always been known for putting in the work. Like, one thing I remember in BFA and early Shadowlands, like before there were affixes, like or whatever, like before when there were used to be like really heavy push weeks and no one would play on the other weeks, they would be known for just like always playing on bad weeks and just like trying to do high keys even though the affixes sucked. Like they were just always trying to game and get better. Gobliophobia, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Enjoy the Yap content on YouTube. Well, thanks, friend. I appreciate it. Guys are under my tanks right here. I carry the podcast. Well, again, thanks. Glad you like it. I think I'm joined in good company. Sometimes I tend to over yap, but this. How many delve keys should I save? Yeah, ideally you don't spend any delve keys, carved crests, or your spark until heroic week, because there's not much of a point in doing anything right now. You may be able to save resources later. But I use Blizzard bars. I use an add-on called Bartender, but you don't have to. Like, if you have certain things that you like bar add-ons or whatever, like, you don't have to copy everything. You can just simply take what you want to take. What class would you say is the most straightforward? I think Shaman is a good beginner healer right now. It's a little more convoluted than Holy Priest, but I think it's like quite a bit stronger. So I should spend my Valor Stones to upgrade the gear as much as possible. So the things that you want to save are Carved Crests, your Spark, and Delve Keys. And you can spend everything else to upgrade gear.
Filters. It's way too hot. The meat will be substandard.
Yeah, there'll be more of it. More meat.
So I think Mistweaver can heal 14s. I think probably any healer can heal about up to there. I mean, I don't know what 14s means. Like, nobody timed 14s on beta, really, so... Maybe, like, every once in a while some of the easier dungeons. But they basically made everything harder to the point where, like, people are barely even doing 14s on beta. Like, people, I think, could barely do 14 Wake or 15 Wake, and then they made everything do more damage and increase the count required. So for the crests, you can spend the lowest level and then save all the others. That's what you need to know. And then next week you can spend, or not next week, but on Heroic Week, then you can spend that level. Generally speaking, you don't need to, like, crests you just want to just use. You don't really, like, want to think about saving them, because the only time is in the very beginning of an expansion when, like, gear is being time-gated. What'll be the most painful dungeon? I don't know. Grim Batol is, like, really scary. That dungeon was very hard on beta, and, like, people could barely even do it, and then they made everything do more damage.
Oh, my cinder brew.
I talked about the Prez fix. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little concerning, but there's no way to know, like, how severe it's gonna be until we get to actually try it in some dungeons. What was the Prez fix? They made it so Life Spark and Call of Ysera didn't trigger, or rather buff the extra living flames from the Chrono Warden Capstone and from Leaping Flames.
That meat elemental took months of R&D! You goody-goodies, you take out my bomb man, my prototype, and my beekeeper. And now you're riding my bees like some nature-loving weirdo? I guess I'm gonna have to show ya and your rock-headed friend who's boss!
Yeah, someone else was saying that. Someone else in the chat mentioned earlier that Life Spark was, like, rocking more or whatever. Well, the big thing is that Life Spark was a tier set, right? It was one of the tier sets in Dragonflight, and then when they brought it back as a talent, it was procking way less than the tier set was. Do I not think the fix is a good thing? I mean, it's just making your... I mean, I think it was an interesting combo, and I think that it reduces the power level of Evoker when it's changed. But you might say it's, like, not intuitive or whatever. Do mortal strike effects work? Usually they do. Everyone, I don't know. I don't remember personally testing them, but usually that stuff does work. Although I guess maybe not, because doesn't like, maybe not actually. Are you talking about those guys? Yeah. Maybe not, because doesn't Rising Sun Kick from Windwalker have a mortal strike? Oh, they do. Okay, I was gonna say usually they do, but we just had a Windwalker in that. We just had 2 monks in that group. I didn't see it. You feel that Holy Pally doesn't really use mana? I mean, it depends on how much haste you have. Like, it feels like Holy Pally is infinite mana right now because your haste is very low. But the more haste you get, the more mana you'll spend. But sort of the goal with your HPAL, with your stats, is to not have to worry about your mana, right? Like, you want your haste right at the levels so that you can just constantly mash all your buttons and not really spend too much mana. A big one will come down to if you have to play Beacon of Virtue, how much you have to press Virtue. Like, if you end up having to press Virtue on CD, you will kind of tend to drain mana. But, I mean, if that's the case, then, like, you're doing a shit ton of healing, hopefully. Elgari Healing Pot and Cave Dweller's Delight. Cave Dweller's Delight is, like, the mana plus HP one, right? I want to say, has it always been like that? The issue is Cave Dweller's Delight shares your other potion CD, if that makes sense. Like, it's like your mana pot or whatever. So if you want to give up your mana pot for another healing pot, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember the numbers, but I think it's usually like that. Is Unleash Life mandatory as resto? When you're playing Farseer, I feel like it's probably the move. It's a note, like, if you're having to spend Healing Surge, it doesn't really matter, but the problem is if you're playing Farseer and you're not spamming Healing Surge, then you're not really getting any ancestors, like, doing shit, right? It's most noticeable with DPS. Like, if you're just DPSing on a boss and you don't have Unleash, you lose a lot of damage because you're not summoning anything. Yo, thanks, Bodius. I appreciate it. The healer weapon chance still miss? I don't know. To be honest, I didn't even know if it was... It seemed very overtuned before, but that's one of those, like, just wait for the day before raid comes out and then look at all the class discords thing for, like, enchants and gems and stuff. Because keep in mind, too, like, there very likely will be possibly more bug fixes and tuning and stuff. So, when it comes to, like, consumables and that sort of stuff, I'm just throwing it all by the wayside. I know some people like to, like, you know, make their guy all strong. Like, basically every guy I see in the item level leaderboard has, like, all their enchants and shit already on, but I'm just not really worried about it. Like, is it really worth it to put enchants on all your gear if you're just gonna go into Delves and replace it, like, first thing on Tuesday morning? Presevoker or Arsham for raid and M+. Arsham. What healer should I pick? HPAL. I'm like a one of those randomizer wheels. If you ask me what to play, I just pick one. And I'm not going to elaborate, and I'm not going to give any reasoning. If you ask a question, I may answer it, but if you just say X or Y, you're getting a randomizer answer. Is buying restored coffer keys for resonance crystals at 10 assembly renown a thing? I don't think it will be until Mythic comes out. That's what I heard. And once Mythic comes out, you don't give a shit about keys anymore. Keys literally only exist for week 3, heroic week, or alts. If you're on pace with gearing. As soon as Mythic Plus is out, you don't care about delves ever again. On your main. Delves is basically like a 1-week thing. I mean, it's still good for gearing alts or like people who aren't, you know, doing M+ or whatever, but Do I prefer gear with mastery on my healers to start? Well, I'm gonna be raiding on Prez, and mastery is very good for Prez raids, so I'm just gonna be using raid gear. But in M plus, I don't know, we'll see. I'm considering just like being a monkey this season. I feel like in Dragonflight, I had the mindset of I like playing safer is better, like just try and keep my team alive. And I kind of feel like nobody gives a shit. And I feel like the healers who just do damage and then just yell at their teammates when they die are just like better than me. So I might try and do that this expansion. Just full gear DPS and just be a monkey. And then if other people die, just it's their fault. The problem is, like, you say that, and then you get to, like, Stone Vault first boss, and then somebody just bleeds out, right? And then it's like, well, you know, there's not really much they could have done. Like, that sounds good on paper for, like, most situations, but then you just, like, I don't know. But I guess the issue is then I don't know. I noticed that after swapping the Mistweaver, nobody actually gives a shit about you as a healer. Yeah, I actually don't really even give a shit about your comment now that I know you're a Mistweaver. I probably shouldn't have even read it. No, Mistweaver's actually fun as shit. Especially in heroics right now, like Druid Beans, no haste. I can't top team quickly, feels bad. Mistweaver, spin, spin, spin. Run around, do whatever you want. Great class. Obviously that changes as you get into higher keys, but... Why does Resto Druid feel shit? I don't know, ask Blizzard. Ask Blizzard. Oh, man. I don't know what it is. If I had too big of a breakfast, or I didn't sleep that much, but... And I need the caffeine. Whatever, we'll just keep chugging it, you know what I'm saying? Joe's breakfast? No. Although I did get a very delicious Belgian waffle. And some bacon. I don't know what it is for me, but a waffle with some fresh fruit or a fruit spread and some bacon. I feel like I could never get sick of that breakfast. Like, I could just have it every day for my whole life. How crispy do I like my bacon? I don't know, like mid. Like, I don't like it when it's burnt AF, but I don't like it when it's chewy either. It sort of depends on what it is, though. Or, like, what it's for. Like, if it's standalone, I kind of like it mid, but I don't mind it, like, a little crunchier if it's, like, on something. Give it some texture. Opinion on the timeline if IHOP went through with becoming IHOB. I mean, let's be honest. Both of those restaurants are or would be dog shit, and you would never go to them. I'm sorry, but that's like, those sorts of restaurants are like, the only reason you would ever eat at a place like IHOP or like Denny's or whatever is because it's 2 in the morning and nothing else is open. And you always regret getting it anyway. Like, if it's like 8 a.m. on a weekend and you're like, I want some breakfast, I'm gonna get IHOP. Like, either you have very questionable tastes, or I feel bad for you that you have no place nearby that you can go to that's better. Speaking of late night diner place, it's been a while since we told the the, what is it? The trench coat guy story. So maybe we can tell it, because anytime I think of late night diners, I always think of that guy. So, like, in college, my freshman year, there was this kid who was like, I don't want to call him weird. Look, we don't want to judge people, but, like, you know the typical Redditor look? Like, skinny, tall, like, trench coat, fedora. Like, you probably assume that he has a samurai sword. Like, one of those guys, right? And there was a guy that looked like that was around my dorm. Neckbeard. Not really a neckbeard, but, like, kind of, like, I don't know. Not like that. I don't know. But anyway, you know what I'm saying, right? Everybody knows those types of people or has seen them, right? I didn't really talk to him. I didn't really know him that much, but he was like around my dorm. One of the things that I always used to do is I would always have my dorm door open just because I tried to be more social. Like, unless I was sleeping, my door was open to try and stop myself from like sitting around and playing video games all day and actually like meet people. And so as a habit, like even sometimes really, really late at night, it would be open. And so one time it was like, I don't know, 2 in the morning or something, whenever they used to stream Brood War games. If anyone remembers, like, the old GSL, like, yumytv, like, those sorts of, before it was ASL, I would watch Brood War in my dorms, and randomly, I just, like, forgot that my door was open. I mean, I don't care. I mean, I guess I just left it open. I went to a nerdy school. It was, like, computer science. And the dude with the trench coat, samurai sword, fedora guy walks by my dorm and hears it, and he's like, he stops by my door, and he's like, wait, is that Brood War? And I'm like, yo, you fucking play Brood War? And we just immediately became, like, best buds. And then it became a ritual where, like, when Brood War was on at, like, 2 or 3 in the morning, we would go to the, like, the common area, like, with the big-ass TV in the main room of the dorms, and we would fucking stream Brood War at, like, 3 in the morning when no one was awake, and it would just be me and my fucking Brood War buddy, and then we'd go out to the, like, 24-hour diner after Brood War, and we just, like, fucking talk about StarCraft and shit, and it was the nerdiest shit ever, but it was glorious. And I never really, like, did anything else other, like, I didn't, like, go to parties or, like, hang out anywhere, like, even hang out with that guy outside of that, but it was actually funny as shit that, like, the random guy the one other guy at campus that watches Brood War is that guy. I thought it was going the other way. Yeah, he just walks by my dorm and then pulls a samurai sword out, and then we fight in the hallway. No. Yeah, but that was like I went to school near Flint, Michigan. It's like let's call it a not very safe city. And so like basically everywhere was fucking closed at night except there'd be like one 24-hour diner like right in the middle of the city and we'd always go to. It'd be like the only place we could go. And the food was like kind of dog shit, but you know, you just go there anyway because that's all that's open. Naruto, bro, you know that guy watches Naruto. Not that I'm like, not that I'm an anime main, but is that the water place? Yeah. That's the water place. Hell yeah, we'll pile up these augment runes for Prague.
What do you seek?
This piece is an adventure, so we'll save that. This ring doesn't have haste, but I'll save upgrading this ring. Maybe I get like something with a socket or leech or haste or literally everything. How's everyone decked out in 590s? 590s are crafted items that you save crests doing it, but you spend gold. And so people who want to look cool, they buy a bunch of 590s. But very likely all of those pieces are going to get replaced by delve gear the like first 2 days of the patch. So unless you're Omega trying to min-max or just raising your item level for fun and you don't care about gold, you don't worry about them. Just you basically just want to get 580 in every slot and then spend your weathered crests on like weapon, trinkets, maybe a ring if you get a good one. You can get the items from Renown in the story or whatever, but not super important, especially on alts. Is it worth upgrading the vet gear from the renowned vendors? You want to spend your weathered crests, but don't spend your carved crests, so not all the way to 606. It's not super important, but you don't think the 15 crests saved? The problem is that all this shit is useless immediately, right? Like, it depends on your situation for heroic week. Like, for instance, me, like, I'm going to be able to just do M0s and replace all of that stuff instantly. And M0 gear doesn't even use weathered crests. Like, once you get M0 gear, weathered crests is completely useless. Weathered crests are only to get to M0. So, if you worry about your ability to get into and do M0, then you can optimize your weathered crests, but I am not, so. You remember how many Valor Stones you get from keys? You will be a little starved, yeah. But keep in mind, this is like early in the week. Like, if you're continuously playing a little bit here or there, you'll have hopefully a bank saved up. And then once you get a bank of 2,000 saved up, it's not so bad. Yeah, exactly. That's why it doesn't matter for the weathered crests. And then the carved crests also aren't really that important. The carved crests get replaced very, very quickly as well. But you do the delve gear will replace carved crests. So basically, like, you do your delves, you get the delve gear, and then you send your carved crests on the stuff that's not delve gear. How many carved crests do you have? It doesn't matter. They're weekly capped. You'll get them from doing M0s. There's no reason to worry about how many you have. You just don't want to spend them. Any good Resto Shaman trinkets? Well, you're going to replace everything again next week, so I wouldn't really worry about it too much. The Dawnbreaker has a couple nice trinkets. Eventually, you'll be able to do Mist to get the Changeling. Arakara first boss trinket is okay. What eye level drops from Delves? I believe it's either 606 or 603. I don't remember which one. I think it's 603, right? Where do you think Avenging Crusader is viable? I mean, you play it with, you play Avenging Crusader with Herald of the Sun. Because basically, Herald of the Sun makes it so when you press wings, you shoot out a bunch of healing. And Avenging Crusader is a 1-minute CD instead of 2. So you actually, like, you know, shoot out healing more often. I don't know if it's, like, good or bad, right or wrong. I personally didn't really like Avenging Crusader that much. But I also have never really played with it, so I might not have been doing everything super well. Does anyone know if personal crafting orders can be cross-realm, cross-faction? So here's the thing about crafting orders, and this is really fucking stupid. They can't. However, guild crafting orders can be, because guilds are now cross-faction or cross-realm. So if you meet somebody that's crafting stuff and you want to be able to get it, you can actually be in the same guild as them and then send a guild crafting order and they can make it. So if you're trying to craft like expensive stuff and you have a good crafter, chances are they might be like, yeah, I know what you're trying to do, and let you join their guild or whatever. And so that's how, like on day one or whenever, when I was an idiot and I crafted something just for fun, that's what I had to do, is I had to like join their guild. Crafting the ring? Are you talking about spark? I would save your spark for now. I wouldn't send your spark until heroic week or until you need it. There's no hard content that you need it for. Bro, can I please get a shield? Can I get... I don't even think I have a one-hander. Is our druid weak, or do I have a bad rotation? Probably both. I wouldn't feel bad if you feel like druid is weak. I felt the same way, but you probably also suck because we all suck, and that's okay too. Pally mastery useless? I don't know that much about Pally stat weights, I'll be honest. In M+, you don't usually want mastery on your healers, unless you have to, though. But it feels like the best tank? I don't know. I liked Prot Warrior on beta, but I didn't really have a strong preference. How do you avoid damage on that light mechanic? I have no idea what any of these dungeons are. I only know the Season 1 dungeons. Because these heroics, like, I don't even know what they do. You just stand in everything and you live. I'll level up a healer for the first time, debating between Evoker or Shaman. I pick Shaman. You get targeted by an AoE that shits fire on you, and you use it to light a fire. Alright, well, there we go. I feel like M0 will be a big jump in difficulty with our gear. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to expect. I was gonna say that it was gonna be giga hard, but maybe not. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Is there a way to adjust my player config without installing the whole interface? Check the pins in the sub-only channel. In Discord. You feel like once you're geared, the heroic dungeons are a stomp? I mean, they're a stomp even with no gear. Heroic dungeons were so much easier than I expected them to be.
No more Candle King. We can be free. But first, the dark.
I think we'll get some new race class combos. I want to say the one that they talked about the most recently is Evoker, right? Or Drakthir or whatever. People are saying they want to be like Drakthir warriors and shit. My personal preference, I like playing Farseer for pugs and easy keys, and Totemic for hard keys. The game is just so top and bottom heavy. You mean it's only built for mole people and for the top 1%? I don't know. I'm very interested to see how M0 goes. I think they might have nailed the difficulty. The more that I think about it, I think they might nail it. Because, I mean, I basically said I thought M0 was going to be too hard, right? Like, I was looking at M0 and I'm like, people are going to get slaughtered by this. But now things feel a lot easier than I thought they would be. So maybe M0 might be actually dead on the money with, like, a good challenge with no timer and no affixes. Beta was probably overtuned, yeah. Except for high keys. In high keys, they needed to make them harder with 2 days left to go. Curious why I don't use TA or disintegrate. You do use TA in like serious keys, but all this shit is super easy, so I just bring DPS talents instead. Disintegrate, you don't play the talents and you don't press it unless you need mana. It just doesn't really do good damage, unfortunately. That's for Totemic Resto Shaman for M+. I mean, you're gonna want to get haste until your globals feel good and then go crit verse. It's hard to know exactly where that's gonna be. It's just gonna depend a little bit on like preference and how your mana feels and all that. What's my take on dungeons? Honestly, I kind of feel like everything feels very samey. If anything, I would say the dungeons feel... It feels like they wanted to make them like more of a unique experience and cared even less about M+. Like, I think Dragonflight, they didn't really particularly make good M+ dungeons. They were just sort of like whatever. And I think this expansion, they even strayed further from trying to design for M+. Like this dungeon is very clearly made so that the first time you do it or the second time you're like, oh, this is cool, and very little care was given to be like, what's going to happen when people want to play a really hard version of this dungeon on a timer. Like, they basically didn't care about that at all when they made this, which, I mean, I wish they did a little of both. Like, I think it's super cool that they make dungeon content that's like, you know, more casual or, you know, is cool and fun and not really meant to be competitive. But, I mean, ultimately, there's a lot of people that love Mythic Plus Endgame, and I feel like they should also do that, too, you know? Dawnbreaker? Yeah, Dawnbreaker is another example of a dungeon where it's like... I don't know, Dawnbreaker, I don't know what they were going for Dawnbreaker, but I think they kind of missed. Because... I don't know, like, it's almost like they vision, like, you are, like, flying around the city and exploring and, like, trying stuff. As opposed to, like, you know, you just land on each mini-boss and kill it. Dawnbreaker has, like, the same problem that Nokid has, where you see Nokid offensive and you're like, oh, this could be super cool, like... you know, there's tons of variety and you go wherever you want, and then, like, you know, you sort of like make your own dungeon experience. But then it ends up being that every single pack in the entire dungeon is mandatory, and so you just have to do all the packs that they tell you to do, and then you're done. Wish they did at least one classic dungeon as M+. I mean, Priory is the closest thing you can get to, like, how would you say, like, either Scarlet Monastery or, like, Strat Live, like, those sorts of looks. I feel like that's actually pretty dang close. Like, you can't say the cathedral and priory didn't remind you of a monastery. Blizzard probably has 2 separate teams for M+. Until I hear otherwise, I don't even think there's an M+ team. Like, I think M+ is, like, sometimes some of the people put a little bit of effort into it. Like, I would doubt there's even one singular employee in Blizzard who considers his full-time job Mythic+. I would say there's probably not a single one, which is extremely disappointing, but I think is the case. Like, I think there are definitely people that work on M+ that spend time on it, but for one person to go, like, show up at work or to clock in and be involved in M+ until the end of the day and not do anything else, I don't think there's a single person that does that. Because I think if there was, then things wouldn't be the same as, you know what I mean? Like, I understand that they need to factor in a lot of different things, but, like, you know, very clearly there isn't the M+ guy, you know? There's just people that, you know, oh, hey, can you work on this? And then, like, they do shit. Earth'll have a shield. Holy shit, 593. Ugh. My weak auras. Some stuff is on my page, but all my, like, UI related stuff I have for Patreon and Twitch subs through the Wago app. There's, like, stuff in the description of the YouTube stream. Yo, Druggy, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. What J goes in my PB&J? I have a problem with having stuff to make sandwiches at home. Because I fucking love sandwiches. And if I was to have bread and jelly and peanut butter available to me, I would just make like 10 PB&Js over the course of a day and it would not be good. So I'm not really like... Did I buy the head, shoulders, and chest on every healer? No, just my main. Maybe I might buy it on Shaman, depending on my resonance crystals, but I don't really care that much. Four, 3, 1, 5, 2, 2. That Serathol will be fine. Oh no, but I'm in combat. Okay. Damn it. How is this one guy aggro to me? Wondering how you can afford it? You can spam dragon races on all your alts and you get a bunch of them. If you actually do want to get a bunch of crystals. They're not too hard to get. Make sure you loot, guys. We need to be on the lookout for the mole arm. Yo, Beastie Jamie, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. How much, like, how important do you think these dawn lights are? Do you think I should track the Holy Prism buff? Maybe that's worth tracking and thinking about. I feel like people might like that. There's not really that much to track on HPAL anyway, buff-wise. Anything player power with Kedge? Apparently there's some mana food that regenerates your entire mana bar in 1 second that you can buy with Kedge. I don't know if it's gonna work in M+ or not. Do I know if the Befouler's syringe? Nope. No one knows. It's a mystery. I feel like Attack is a food snob. To say that all the barbecue places near you are trash, like, I don't know. Like, okay, it's one thing to say trash, but like, you know, like, I don't think I've ever had trash barbecue. I live in Kansas City. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I just think trash is a little bit like severe, you know? It's like pizza. Like, you never really have trash pizza. Like, there's super mid-average pizza, right? But Resto Shaman or Mistweaver more fun? In Heroics, I was enjoying Mistweaver, but High Keys, I think I'd rather play Arsham. Alright, I guess maybe I sparked controversy by saying that barbecue or pizza couldn't be trash. I'd say pizza can be trash in the USA, not anywhere else in the world. Holy. I guess I don't know how other places in the world do pizza. I can see that, like, places that try and do the... Actually, wait a second. Have you guys seen Swedish pizza? Have you guys seen the shit that Now posts on Twitter? Wait a second. Swedish pizza is goated. Alright. You guys are just trying to get the world to burn down at this point now. If it's anything like Swedish fish, what is it called? Like surströmming or whatever? Access control, thank you for the prime, I appreciate it. My healing frame add-on is called Cell.
The harvest will prevail!
Damn it. I don't understand why it's impossible to get a shield. Loot spec sets a ret? That would be really funny. Shaman took so long for me to get a shield also. Yo, thank you for the primes, friend. I appreciate it. I was taking care of something. How do you do good AoE group healing as totemic Farseer? Well, with Farseer, most of your AoE healing comes from Primordial Wave. And just a lot of single target healing. You can run Cloudburst if you feel like your AoE healing is low.
What is that orb?
You also have cooldowns, right? Ascendance, AG, Healing Tide, Spirit Link, all those things help your AoE healing. And then obviously all the same is true for Totemic, but also you can use you have free chain heals from all your totems and stuff. You want to be chain healing off of your High Tide and your Tidebringer procs. Damn it. Oh, I've been pinged. Oh shit. Message from Soda. Not message from Soda, but only things. I'm leaning towards October 1st. War Within is fun, but I don't know how much time sync it will have, even with all the content released. Time will tell, but I'm leaning towards October. Wait, no, sorry, read that again. Another thing I'm looking into is an add-on. I've also been informed this guild has gotten too sweaty. There are measures going to be taken to trim that down probably. I can always just not invite too many sweats. However, it still might even make the leveling worse. Okay, soda popping is cracking down. That's good. Good old pop of soda. Another thing I'm highly considering is leveling his horde. I mean, October 1st for me, unfortunately. Who told Soda what I said? I wonder if someone in the chat or like something was going on last night. That's funny. I mean, it was a like I'm telling you, it was a problem. Like, I'm not like a downer. I love hardcore. It's an awesome opportunity to play with those guys. So for me to be like, oh, this stuff is like this looks like beans, I'm probably not gonna play. Like, dude, it was bad. I'm telling you, it was bad. Like, I mean, there's literally like, imagine the old OnlyFans, except for there's 20 people who are all like have 5 different level 60s in hardcore and are just like Omega sweat lords and people that don't stream and just like full-time classic players. That's like basically what happened. And like I understand that those people like want to play. Like, that's why I'm not even trying to be negative about it. Like, I'm just like, they can just have my spot. Like, it's just not really gonna work with how many people that are in there. Plastic isn't meant to be sweaty. Sort of, exactly, dude. Spare. Alright. Surely we have some sort of tools that we can use to resurrect me so I don't have to walk back. Oh, I don't know if this is gonna be good, actually. I don't know if we wanted to be alive here. Dude, it does so much damage! Like, it's... I don't know, embrace the void. Holy. Alright, let's just start at the back. Alright, nice. This is a good spot to be, is the beginning of the dungeon. Horde is way different and harder. It adds excitement, especially to dumb Mizkif viewers. So good. What causes the damage? I don't know, but those big guys all had a buff, and they like the buff was the same as the damage we were taking, and it was lasting for so, like, it wasn't like a short thing. It was just like all of them were permanently pulsing. Maybe it's like, I think it might be like a shield. Like, they put a shield and then you have to break it or they do damage. So like, once you fall behind, if you can't break the shields, just all of them do damage. Our hunter just waited all this time for me to run all the way back from the spawn, and then when I got here, they released. Sort of sad. I like some of the new dungeons. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really understand. I feel like Does it ever feel like to you sometimes Blizzard just like gets this thing in their head where they like want to do things a specific way for some reason, and it just doesn't really make sense, and it just like I feel like with the dungeons they like have this vision in their head about like how it's gonna rotate and something like that, and it's like to me it's not worth not having the new dungeons available on the launch. Like everybody is hype and wants to play the new dungeons. Like maybe there's another reason that I just don't know why, but like, you know, it doesn't make sense to me why they just like can't. Like, it's almost like they don't know what to do if all 8 are the first, right? Like, if all 8 are the first, they, like, have this thing in their head where they don't want to rotate only 4 of the dungeons. Or something like that. Or, like, I don't know. But I feel like there's so many better answers to just... Because, to me, this is just a classic case of... The game is slightly better for M+ players, but is totally worse for people who don't care about M+. Like, if you're an M+ player and you're playing the whole expansion, it doesn't really matter what dungeons are in what season, right? But if you're somebody who's, like, you know, checking out the expansion and want to play, like, you know, it's just so weird to be like, why am I doing... Like, imagine you're somebody that played Shadowlands, right? You were super excited about it. You had some fun, but you ultimately didn't like the like, forced grind and all the stuff that was going on. And so then you quit Shadowlands... And you're like, yeah, I didn't really have fun. I'm not going to play Dragonflight. So you didn't play Dragonflight. It's been like a couple years. You're like, man, I'm really fiending for WoW. I can't wait to come back and try WoW again. You're excited for War Within. You buy the expansion. And then 2 of the 8 dungeons in the dungeon pool are Miss and Necrotic Wake again. And you're just like, wait a second. It just doesn't really, I don't know, I don't really understand it. Let's see, maybe I can get the hunter from here. I don't know, but I guess, like, you could... I guess my argument, like, my... what I'm saying could be true, like, with any system, like... I don't know, I guess the new people's impression of the expansion is important, and they should only have new dungeon. Well, so when it comes to, like, this is what I think, Trench, and I'm not really sure. This is part of what I'm talking about, too, about them getting things stuck in their head. I think they're addressing these... I think they're addressing problems that aren't problems. So 2 of the problems that I think that they're worried about by not wanting to have the same dungeon in Season 1 and Season 2. Number 1... They are like, oh, we don't want you to have to farm Mythic Plus for the same trinket over and over again. I think that's something that they care about, that I bet they would bring up if we talked about this, because I remember them talking about that, being like, and I get it if you're a raider or whatever, but like, I just think that it's not, that it's just like such a small deal, having to use the same item. That's one of them. Another one is, I think, some sort of idea that, like, you have an advantage because you know the dungeons. Like, I think they're worried, like, okay, let's say they bring back 4 from Season 1 and then they do 4 new ones or whatever. I think they're worried about, like, oh, what if someone comes into the season and they don't know the older dungeons and everyone in Pugs expects them to know all the strats and they feel behind. Like, that sort of a thing, which is sort of the case, but, like, that's always the fucking case with WoW. You know, oh, you didn't play PTR, oh, you didn't watch the Quasi Dawnbreaker Masterclass for the beta, like, now you don't know the dungeon, you know? Like, that's always the case.
With its complement of cannons, It can... Wait. Who are those intruders? The Order of Night is trying to steal the flagship.
You're legit behind if you don't play the first weekend M+. Here's the thing is you are and you aren't. Like, okay. You are behind in a way, and like it does kind of feel bad, but like if you feel bad about being behind or whatever, think about this, right? Okay. Let's say there's a chatter who is like whatever, right? Somebody who's like decent in M+, who considers themselves an M+ player, right? Versus me. And I take the first week of M+ off, and that chatter plays the whole first week. Who do you think is going to be doing higher keys a month into the expansion? It's like, well, and that's only a month, right? Like, think about what it'll be. Like, it'll basically be a non-issue in, like, you know, less than a month. Why do you have to call me out? Well, I'm not trying to call people out or trying to be like, oh, I'm the best. What I'm trying to say is, like, it feels like you're behind, but you're not actually that behind. Like, it's just a matter of putting in a little bit of extra time and, like, learning. No, I'm not being mean. No. I'm what? I'm trying to inspire you. I'm trying to say, picture that, but now imagine you're me. You're the cat with the waffle on its head. You can do all these things too. Like, I'm not doing anything special. Like, you guys can do this too. You can take the whole week off. Dorkin? No, not Dorkin. This is part of the problem. Random question, but what inspired me to start streaming? I mean, I've always been really interested in content creation and stuff. I've tried to start streaming a couple times, and I sort of got to like a decent start, but it was, I don't know. I tried to start streaming one time for Diablo 3 when Diablo 3 came out. And I would say I averaged like maybe 100 viewers, and I actually got to the point where I would have like, I don't know, 500 to 1,000 concurrents sometimes. But that was like very, very early on when the game was popping off, and then it died off like very quickly. Oh no, I remember what happened with Diablo 3 actually. I was playing hardcore, and my internet and my computer were shit, and I was kind of broke. And I just didn't know what to do, and then I was like, well, I'm way too big of a nerd. I don't really care that much about streaming. Diablo was my first stream. Well, okay, there was, I streamed StarCraft 2 as well, but I wouldn't really consider myself like a streamer. I mean, I streamed StarCraft 2, then I streamed Diablo 3, and then I tried to stream poker as well. I was streaming poker on Twitch. Basically, like, every time I would start streaming and things would actually go, like, reasonably well, but then, like, something would happen. For Diablo, it was, like, my internet / computer and hardcore, and I would, like, be DCing all the time, and I was scared of dying. Poker, eventually, I started playing stakes that were high enough that I just, like, streaming was a detriment. It wasn't good for me to be streaming. I should just be focusing on what I was playing. Not to say I was, like, playing super high stakes, but, like, you know, when I'm streaming to, like, 30 viewers or whatever, it's just, like, not really that much money, you know? Oh. And then ultimately, like, WoW, I never really even tried to be a streamer. I just had my Twitch and I would just stream to like watch back VODs. And then, yeah, I don't know. It just sort of happened. But I've always sort of wanted to be a content creator. So when people showed up and were in my stream and I would get viewers, I'm like, huh, okay. Okay. How many concurrent viewers would one need to be able to live a very simple life? Yeah, I mean, it depends a lot, right? Like, are we talking about just by yourself? Because if you ever have to support somebody, like, that's the biggest thing why I don't really mind streamers selling out or whatever, is because, like for instance, Artosis, like, okay, I'll be honest, Artosis' stream is sometimes is, like, some of the biggest fucking sellout shit I've ever fucking seen. And I'm just like, dude, like, come on. Bro, we grew up in the same time, like, we're gamers. Like, how do you do this? But at the same time, like, you know, he's got a wife and kids, you know? Like, if I had a wife and kids, I would think very differently about selling out as well, you know? Like, it's different for, like, oh, I just want a bunch of money, so I'm gonna make my stream shittier to, like... Yeah, I don't know. So... It's like very different, right? But if you're just living by yourself and you're like, you know, living very cheaply, I mean, you don't need that big of a stream. I'd say like, I don't know, a couple hundred viewers, like 250 maybe. Again, it depends on a lot of stuff, like, you know, what ratio of subs to viewers that you have and if you do any sponsorship stuff or whatever, but... But I mean, at the same time, like, I think it's all intertwined, right? So, like, for example, like you say, there are people who live off 200 and 300 viewer streamers, but, like, or there are 200 viewer streamers who do a bunch of sponsorships. I mean, in my opinion, like, you should just not do sponsorships and just try and grow your stream. Like, maybe if you weren't such a sellout, you would have more viewers and have a better stream. Obviously, it depends on person to person and what you do. Like, maybe some people can integrate that better than me, but... Like, I think, in my opinion, if you're in that range of viewers, you should just focus on trying to have a better stream, rather than, like, how do I monetize the viewers that I have right now? I see the ad revenue from the 900 viewer COD streamer. I did not. I don't really, like, pay that much attention to Twitch stuff. I find YouTube or, like, overall content creation interesting, but... I don't know, I guess there's not very many good, like, creators that talk about Twitch, you know? I think the main reason is because Twitch is very competitive, you know? Like, for instance, me and Dorky, or Dorky and I, rather, you know, when it comes to YouTube, like, me and Dorky could both make, like, banger YouTube vids and, like, help each other with YouTube shit and, like, you know... And viewers can watch both my YouTube and Dorky's YouTube, right? And the better each one of us gets, the better both of us get, right? But with Twitch, it's like, you know, at some level, there's cannibalization where, like, if me and Dorky are streaming at the same time, well, you guys are dorking in both of the chats a lot of the time, but we have a special viewer base. But generally speaking, you know, like, there's some level of competition on Twitch where, you know, you don't necessarily want to, like, teach everybody in your category how to do what you do, because then you know, people will choose other people instead of you. It's a mix because you want to still have close friends. Like, for example, like Dorky and I, like, we still want to work together, you know, us versus the world or whatever, but it's not like I'm just gonna talk about everything I do all the time publicly to everybody. I honestly think you and Dorky would be better off sharing a channel to have more consistent uploads, bro. No way. Ain't no way. I mean, maybe because our brands are so tied together and we do the same thing and we play together and all this stuff, but even that, like, I bet by now there's tons of people who, like, watch majority of my stuff and don't really know that much about Dorky or follow him, and people that found like, dude, Dorky's fucking huge now, dude. There was a time when, like, it would literally only be my stream, and it would be like, does the bear stream, and no one knew who, you know what I mean? Dorky was mysterious. Like, Dorky's stream is bigger than my stream now. Dorky's fucking huge. He's doing podcasts with Max and shit. He's on Mythic Talent. Like, dude, Dorky's kind of a big deal now. There's probably a lot of people, actually, that watch Dorky who would be like, who the fuck is this healer, if we were on the same channel? Dorky is also swole AF and gets all the hot dudes. I mean... you guys are being very weird. I don't know what's going on here, but... You think we would split up like the Beatles if Dorky got real famous? I mean, I think we're always buds. I mean, one thing that Dorky has always been a real one for is, like, wanting to play with his buds. Like, that's something that happens a lot, like, every expansion. Dorky has lots of buds that, like... I mean, I do too, but, you know, Dorky is the one who's Omega and famous and shit. Like, you know, Dorky's always playing with his random buds and people that aren't really, like, high-key pushers or people from other games. I don't think Dorky's a person who ditches his friends. Dragon riding races not give Valor Stones. I don't think they ever did. I think they give Resonant Crystals. I've heard people say that they give Valor Stones. Maybe it's like, I don't know, but I don't think they do. I think when you played Classic Hardcore, some of your viewers started watching Dorky as well. Well, I do think there's a lot of cross-pollination completely, but... Or, like, in general, not just then, but... Yeah, I mean, people that play WoW are definitely very tribal. Like, there's 100% people that would watch me, and then when I started playing Classic Hardcore, decided that they don't like me anymore and moved on. Like, there are definitely a good chunk of those people. I see them in other people's chats. There are people that have, like, hundreds or maybe even thousands of messages in my chat, and I recognize their names, and then they just, like, you know, just stop showing up, and then, like, sometimes even go out of their way to, like, say shit about me, and it's like, dang. And again, like, does this whatever, do whatever you want. Like, I don't want you, you know, I do the same thing. I watch whoever I want to watch. There's plenty of creators who, if they don't stream the game I want to watch, I don't watch. I actually think it's the opposite. Like, the viewers are what decides what my content, what content I make is good or bad. Like, if I make some video and I'm like, this is the best video I ever made, it's a banger, and it has 10,000 views on it, you guys would be like, what are you talking about? That video sucked. You know what I'm saying? Like, I make a tier list and it just has 500,000 views. Like, that's a good video, you know? Tier list crank. Like, it's not really up to me what's good content or bad content. I do it for you guys. I guess for me, it's more about, like, the people that talk shit. Like, I don't care. It's not about watching. I'm not saying people have to watch me or anything. It's just more like, I'm always surprised when people are talking shit. It's a WoW thing? Yeah, I mean, I think it's strictly to do with, like, the classic versus retail thing. I know each, like, individually, you guys might not see it, but like from a creator as a whole, like seeing the pulse of the community, like it's just very obvious that people can be like very, very tribal when it comes to it. Like, for instance, I would say I have a very large portion of my chatters who are like very respectful, like they don't really say shit, they're very positive, like all that stuff. But as soon as you bring up Bellular or Asmongold, I'll see like some of the nicest people in my chat just rip the like, this guy's such a fucking loser idiot, I hope he gets hit by a bus. And it's just like, holy smokes, where did that come from? Like, I've seen thousands of your messages and you've never even come close to that. Like, what are you even doing? To the point where like I don't know what to do as a streamer, because like I don't want people to say that stuff in my chat, but I know this person's reasonable, and it's just like, I guess you would say that those people were always toxic, right? Kind of based. Look, obviously I'm exaggerating a little bit, but my point is that, like, you know, there's a little bit of tribalism that happens, and I think classic retail is a big one. That it was a line that I stepped on and upset people, and that's okay, like, you know, it is what it is. Like, I think another one is like Raid versus M+, right? Like, that was a little bit of an issue with Max, I think, is like, I think there's a lot of M+ers that, I also think that Raiders do the same thing. Like, you know, the class Discord people would be example of people who are like Raiders who fucking hate me and just like, you know, oh, that's an M+er. Like, I think that's the other side of the tribalism. My nameplates? I use Plater for nameplates. It's okay to shit on Max because EU #1? Maybe. I mean, that's another crazy tribalism, right? That one I feel like doesn't really come out until Race to World Burst, but maybe it does. PvP and PvE? Oh, exactly. No, 100%. I think so. Plunderstorm sort of did that, right? Plunderstorm, you saw that come out of, like, people being angry or upset or whatever. There's lots of tribalism everywhere. Max started getting a lot of hate in his guild because of his ego. Well, I disagree with that, because I think, especially when it comes to content creators, you can look and you can find things to dislike about everybody. Like, look, if you say like my point about hate or whatever is like the need to to be outspoken about it and say negative things about people, you know? Like, look, there's infinite streamers on Twitch that I don't watch that I would never watch, right? And like, but why, like, but the need to actually type things that, like, for instance, he's annoying that when he talks, right? This guy just typed that on my YouTube, like, fuck you, like, that guy's my friend, right? Like, why do you feel the need to type that in the chat box? Like, there's tons of streamers that are annoying when they talk, but like, why did you feel the need to say that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just unnecessarily negative is my point, right? Like, that's I guess what I mean by the tribalism. It's like, dude, you know how many Fortnite streamers or whatever that I would boot up on Twitch, and then 3 seconds in I would be like, dude, how does anyone watch this dog shit, right? But like, at this, you know, but I'm not sitting here like, God, I hate Cypher PK, this guy's so annoying, you know? It's like, who, you know, that's what I guess I don't understand, like, why, you know, that's when I say the tribalism comes into effect. It's the need to be outspokenly negative about people, you know? Holy shit, leech shoulders? Damn, I got leech shoulders and I got a socketed wrist there. Darthol just grinding stones, or does he need any of it? Got shoulders. Okay, he's got stuff. Like, alright, I don't want to name the creator, but I was talking to one of my friends recently, and they said to me, X person has a huge fucking ego. And I've never thought about them having an ego or anything. And then they started like showing me examples of like things that they're writing in their description and on their like, you know, their content, and I'm like, damn, you're kind of right. Like, I would never fucking write that in any of my stuff, right? But at the same time, it's just like, well, I don't know, I've never thought of this person as having a big ego. Like, I just kind of, you know, I never really thought about it, but I mean, I guess they sort of do, but no, I'm not naming either of the people because I like both of the people involved, but my point is that you can always find things, especially with content creators, that you would be like, dude, I would never do that. That's kind of cringe or whatever. I think some of the big creators, people get frustrated because it feels like you can't escape them. Yeah, I definitely vibe with that. I think Asmongold has that huge. Like, Asmongold's YouTube feels like you can't fucking escape it. Like, no matter what you're looking for about WoW, it's always Asmongold's YouTube, and it's always, like, super negative clickbaity titles and videos or whatever, right? And obviously, like, who cares? He's playing the game and he's winning it. But, you know, because that's what the average person wants to see, unfortunately. So I definitely agree with that. I sometimes get that way with music. Do you guys ever get that way with music where there's like a song that's like really fucking popular and it's not even really like a bad song, but you just like are so sick of it and you're like, why does everyone love this song? Like, everywhere I go, everywhere on the radio, every store I walk into, every fucking video, it's just the same. Like, I definitely get that way with music a lot, where I start hating songs even if it's like not even that bad of a song or whatever. Dude, when you have a awakening proc and then you press wings and then throw the judgment and you just get like 30 seconds of wings, feels so good. Except for you're in a heroic dungeon and now you have 15 seconds left and the pack is dead. What eye level should I be for mythics? Ideally, you want to have like 580 in every slot. A lot of your gear is going to get replaced early on by delve stuff in the first couple days of that week. So don't overly stress about what level you should be or whatever, but at the same time, like, especially if you're pugging, you do want to try and push out every little bit of item level that you can right now, because you're going to be competing with other people trying to get into groups. But there will be a lot of RNG on your item level, right? Like, for instance, if you do 4... I don't know what the RNG or bad luck protection or anything is like, but, for example, if you do 4 delves and you get, like, a weapon and, like, 3... like, a good trinket and then, like, 2 good armor pieces, you're gonna have pretty high item level. Or you could do 4 delves and get, like, 2 wrists and 2 capes. And then it's just like, okay... I don't know if it's going to be like that, but I assume it's going to be where it'll even out over a while, but the first couple days, like, it'll feel like your M0 prep or, like, all this heroic dungeon stuff doesn't matter. I have a feeling. Harrisinius, thank you for the 13-month resub. I appreciate it. What are my talents for Presevoker? I need to, like, rethink my build. Because they bug fixed Call of Ysera. If you do ! talents in the chat, it'll give you at least something that's close. That you can... But I think I might end up dropping Call of Ysera and playing, Low State. The Evoker fix a big nerf? It's hard to say. It definitely is a nerf. Like, it's definitely not nothing. It hurts their AoE healing. Like, depending on how good you were at utilizing those bugs, actually, like, a pretty decent chunk of healing. But the thing is, Evoker healing was already so big that it's like, well, you know, can you still heal just fine without it? Yo, Cassie, thank you for the 4-month resub. I appreciate it. With hardcore being so popular, do you think there's room in retail for adding leveling challenge modes for cosmetics? I don't know. Retail leveling is just so weird now. Like, I think the idea of that is cool, but I just don't know if the audience is there in retail. Like, the audience definitely exists somewhere, but I don't know how many of those people are, like, playing retail actively. Make leveling optional but super hard. That would be kind of sick. Have Dorky or I ever discussed switching roles in an M+ video series? Well, the issue is, it would be very easy unless we're doing, like, very difficult content, right? Like, all the way up until, like, we're doing, like, insanely high keys. And then at that point, like, I don't know, like, do I really want to learn tank or whatever? I mean, I was playing mage. I mean, that's basically the closest that we can get, right? Dorky was healing and I was playing mage. I would say it's a little one-sided, though, because Dorky knows about Resto Druid. Like, it's not like Resto Druid is that unfamiliar with Dorky. I think the equivalent would be like Dorky playing Preservation Evoker. That would be fucking sick. Yeah, I mean, Dorky helped me a lot with Resto Druid when I was first starting, because I was just like a Mistweaver guy when I started playing with Dorky. All I remember is there was like a week where Mistweaver was miserable because of the affixes and Resto Druid was better. And I'm just like, I was playing my Resto Druid ult and I had no fucking idea how to play it. And I'm just like, I am healing just as well as my Mistweaver right now. This fucking sucks. Have any of you guys had that feeling this expansion where you play a character that's like your main or whatever and you're like, you know, this is kind of hard or whatever, this doesn't feel that strong, but I'm like doing it, and then you play some ult that's just like some random fucking character that you don't care about and it just feels 100 times easier and you're like, oh no, why I don't want it to feel this way. I healed a 28 rise in 2 tries, and JB's highest was a 27, and he tried to talk shit. Goddamn JB. Bro, I hate to say it, but I think Resto Druid sucks. The problem with Resto Druid sucking is everything about Druid right now is so good except for its healing. Like, Resto Druid does giga damage, giga utility, Mark of the Wild OP. Like, I don't know. It's one of those things where Resto Druid sucks, but like, I don't know, maybe you just live anyway, or maybe Resto Druid gets buffed and then it's just insanely OP. I don't know. This healer is great except for the healing. I mean, I think it's important to mention though, right? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people who like, you know, they're decent players, but like they don't really give a shit about M+, or like doing high keys. Like they just want to like fuck around and they play healer because like they want to get into groups. And they're like, yeah, I don't care, the rest of Druid sucks, like I'll be able to heal with it fine. I just want to do big damn. What healer would I say is noob friendly? Probably Shaman right now. H-free sorta, but I think Shaman is just stronger. So you probably have a better time. Horde heroics? Oh shit. I don't know. Terrathal messaged me and he said, "Have like I'll queue one." I don't know if he's like working or something, but then he just keeps spamming queuing. No problem, Aerodog. I actually have a video on my YouTube where I talk about like healer beginner stuff. Like, not it's like maybe a week and a half ago, but it's pretty relevant still. If you're interested on like what I think about certain healers. All right, we back. Pipe Zoo, thank you for the sub. Bright Lord, thank you for the sub. Dorky is offline. Yoda is offline. Kalamazi is offline. Gingy is offline. JB is offline. yumytv is on. You are here. Bandy is offline. I mean, I don't even know. Look, I'm happy that I'm up that high on your list, okay? There's many streamers on Twitch. What would I say is the hardest tank? I don't play any tanks. Probably Blood Decay, but I don't think Blood Decay is that hard. I think every tank is... The thing about tank is, and it's like sort of the same for healers, when you're doing beginner content, everything is easy. Like, it's not like you're just gonna like fall over in heroics. I have an evoker build that works around Nozdormu's teachings. I didn't really like Nozdormu's, though. I want to say Mode was doing some weird shit about it. Although, now that they nerfed the Call of Ysera stuff, I'm going to experiment more with maybe Nozdormu or Flow State or whatever. Oh. Press the accept button. I'm yapping.
can't a dishonest barkeep make a living?
Are you looking for Show us what you got on tap, vampire.
It's to be a bar fight. Good.
The mage finally gonna be viable? I don't know, man. Mage has just been bad for so long. I just can't see a world where mage is good.
Time for happy hour. Keep 'em coming. Where's my drink? Where's my drink?
How's Ellie Shaman been? I have no idea. I think it's still pretty good. I'm not sure which beta nerf you're talking about. It's been like up and down like all the way through beta, but currently I think it's still pretty good. I'd say it's not like the best range DPS, but I've heard it's like turbo easy.
Goes down smooth.
What are the odds that Fire Mage gets buffed to the moon? I mean, Mage is always good. There's no world where they're just gonna go into a raid tier and Mage is doing dog shit damage on every spec. The only times when Mage, like, okay, so what makes a class bad is, generally speaking, at least in M+, when a class either, like, is just under-tuned in terms of AoE damage, or more importantly, when its single target, like, its best single target build just does very little AoE or cleave, right? Like, whenever you have a class that has to, like, decide on how it does, like, whether you're doing AoE or single target or whatever, is when a class is going to be, like, not good in M+, right? And so, the thing is with Mage is, like, Blizzard just sees them as, like, the AoE class, you know? Like, that's just what Mage is to Blizzard. So, like, very rarely is Mage a class that just, like, has to talent out of AoE or doesn't do AoE. Sometimes, but across all three specs, almost always there's a class that can do pretty good single target and then, you know, cleave insane AoE or very good prio or whatever. And then sometimes it just does insane amounts. So it's very, very hard for Mage to be a class that's just not good at all. What do you think would need to change for H-Priest to become a good M+ healer again? I mean, H-Priest needs, like, some sort of burst AoE heal for me right now. Like, they just need the Mistweaver treatment that Mistweaver got in Dragonflight.
The meat will be substandard.
Like, the problem with Holy Priest in my eyes is, like, your whole party's taking, like, big unavoidable damage in a high key, and you just don't, like, what do you press, you know?
My passion. Ruining everything.
Like, you just have to sort of heal people up one by one and, like, have everyone press their defenses properly. But, I mean, at the end of the day, like, when like, that question gets asked a lot about different classes, what does X class need? The answer is literally always more damage or healing. Like, you never bring a class, like, okay, I shouldn't say never, but you very rarely, like, bring a class for some sort of, like, bullshit weird combination of things. Like, you bring a healer that does a shit ton of healing. You bring damage that does a shit ton of damage.
Elemental.
And so, like, you know, that's why I think Prez is good, because Prez literally just does a shit ton of fucking healing. Like, it just does the most healing. It does so much healing. And its damage is good, too. Like, it's not like it doesn't do damage. So, like, people, like, okay, people say things like, oh, give Holy Priest a kick and you'll bring it. You know what I'm saying? But, like, you really think if you took kick away from Resto Druid in Season 4 of Dragonblight, people would be like, oh, can't run Druid anymore. Like, Druids were barely even running kick when they had it. Especially in Pugs. Dude, Pug Druids would never have kick. To be fair, kick was on a horrible spot. I mean, that just goes to show that kick isn't that important. Like, if it was that important, then people would be, like, you would get it, you know? It would be like, oh, this is a horrible spot. Too bad I always have to take it.
You goody goodies don't know who you're dealing with.
Like, horrible is relative.
Do any more damage?
Oh.
And I'll cash you out, you hear me?
If I get excused not having kick on Prez, I would not take it. I mean, dude, Prez kick, Prez kick is the most miserable shit ever to have. And Priest would have the same kick. Because here's the thing, when you have a 40-second CD kick, you can't consistently stop anything. Like, there's no mob that you can single-handedly lock down with a 40-second kick. Like, you're basically just the random guy who has to constantly be paying attention to literally every single thing and, like, back up and save everybody's kick, which is really hard as a healer, because you're not sitting there always staring at the nameplates and, like, you know, you're looking at frames and your mouse is over the frames. It's so much harder for you to reactively find the mob and kick it and, like, have it ready if you don't have it already on focus. Also, are we just fucking dead, you guys? Like, that's actually one thing I dislike about that whole situation. Is, like, I feel like as a healer, people are, like, scared to give me an important kick or assign me to a kick. But then usually what it ends up as is, like, then I'm the random filler kick that, like, has to reactively find the mob and kick it at random times. And to me, that's the hardest shit you could do for a healer. And then when that's the case, like, then sometimes I miss the kick or I don't get it, and then it perpetuates, like, oh, well, Growl's a fucking idiot, or healers are fucking idiots and they don't get the kicks. So now I need to make his kick even more random and more infrequent, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. Like, if there was a mob where it's just, like, every 12 seconds I just kick it and don't worry about it, like, okay, it might be a little bit of a learning curve if I'm not always having that, but...
My bees! You put them in cages? They should be free gathering pollen in the forest.
We have to lock up your bees.
Should I spend my Drake crest now? You should spend your weathered crest and save your carved crest.
Right, Frank?
Time to bust out my bees. The best for my bees. Hot honey, coming at you.
I'm not sure what I want to do for a UI video.
Whap those wings, darling.
I might do a video where I talk about my add-ons, but now I'm not keeping all my profiles and stuff, like, up to date and posting shit. Like, I'm just keeping everything updated through my package because it's so much easier and because I get subs for it.
Hot honey,
use the vid to sell the UI. Yeah, but like, I don't know. Like, I guess like that's what Shred basically said too. Like, just post an advertisement for your UI on your. You know? Like, I don't know. It feels so cringe, but maybe I will.
You take out my bomb man, my prototype, and my beekeeper. And now you're riding my bees like some nature-loving weirdo? I guess I'm gonna have to show ya and your rock-headed friend who's boss!
I don't know. I think while I appreciate the feedback that you guys are giving me, I think that it's easy to type it in Twitch chat, but like, I mean, what if I made a video, like, what if I just started getting sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, and I just have Raid Shadow Legends in every video, or you guys are like, yeah, get the money, now got a BMW, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a slippery slope, like, I don't know. I would prefer to just have my YouTube videos be good and focus on good content and not really worry about, like, oh, you know. Like, I made UI videos in the past because that was, like, a hub for people to get my profiles, and I would teach people stuff, but get the bag, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, whatever. I don't really want to talk about it. Let's just say that you guys have all ended up here somehow by means of me doing my channel my way, and I think that I don't know if you guys would all be here if I was doing things a different way. Let's just say that trying to make free money and doing Raid Shadow Legends is not something that, you know, I don't know anything about or I've never heard of. And there may be a day where I decide, you know what, fuck it, let's milk every dollar and sell out to Raid Shadow Legends and ride away into the sunset with all my money when I quit WoW. But that day is not today. Bro, where's my items that I need? Wait, I just tried a Hearthstone. Yummy coin? Dude, holy shit. If I was a free watcher, I'd rather you get a raid sponsorship than sub to you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I get it. Let's worry about making good content, not worry about making money. The results will follow. What is the money that you make from sponsored streams? Is it relatively a lot? It varies a lot depending on like what it is or whatever. I would say a big problem with sponsored streams, which is like why I would sort of like to be a part of like a talent agency or whatever, is those people, like other agencies that don't represent you, are fucking cringe. Like, they're so annoying to deal with. Like, there would be maybe some sponsored or like some things that I would consider working with, but like, dude, these people are so annoying. Like, these people will like message me on Discord like, hey, are you interested in a great new mobile game? Like, blah, 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 blah. They'll give me no details. They won't tell me anything about the amounts. Like, it's just like the most cringe, like, bait, like response metric baiting messages ever. And then like, hey, did you get my last message? Hey, and they'll like, and I'm like, dude, fuck you. And I just like block them and like ban them out of my Discord and stuff. Like, dude, just send me a message. What do you have to offer? What are you offering me? But they just try and negotiate and just get like every fucking penny out of you. And it's so cringe. I'm just like, I just can't deal with these people. Wait, tuning post? Oh shit. All right, no more negative. No more money talk. No more negative. Let's move on, chat. Let's start talking about totemic versus farseer again. War within class tuning. Oh no. Oh no. Balanced druid and devastation evoker buffed. Holy, the Boomkins, they did it. The Boomkins did it. Oh no, look at this. Right away, Death Knight damage reduced. Uh-oh. Alright, here we go, chat. We regularly make combat design adjustments based on gameplay data and feedback from players. This is toxic, by the way, because they had all of this data before. If they're telling you that this data was gathered from heroic dungeons, I don't believe this at all. This is tuning that they knew that they should have done 2 weeks ago that they just are late on. This is disappointing to see tuning right now. You think it's just from heroic dungeons? Okay, let's look. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We don't want to spoil them. Frost strike damage reduced, obliterate damage reduced, icy death torrent reduced. So they're nerfing frost DK. I don't know. Dorky, how much damage is this? Just type a number in the chat and then everyone will believe you. Glacial advance, icy death torrent, obliterate. Like 5%. It's pretty big. Oh shit, okay. I mean, obliterate is like a bunch of your fucking damage. I know that's like an ability, so. Alright. Pretty significant DK nerf. Alright. Let's see. Oh my, holy smokes. Umbral intensity increases the damage of Wrath by 20 to 40 and Starfire by 15 to 30. Looking at patch notes. This is like a slight nerf, but Star Surge damage increased by 12%. Starfall damage increased by 20%. I don't know what this is, but this looks like a slight buff. This seems like a lot. This is like a huge buff to Boomkin spenders. Dude, 20% damage to Starfall? Holy. Alright. Barrel, Blood Talons, and Lion's Strength now also increase the damage of Rampant Ferocity. I have no idea what that means. Dorky says it's insane. Devastation. Holy smokes. Damage of all spells and abilities increased by 6%. And Firestorm damage increased by 20%. Duration reduced to 10 seconds. Was 12 seconds. Holy. Flame Shaper. This is... Wait. Is this for all Evoker specs? Even for Prez? Engulf damage increased by 30%. Engulf kind of does a lot of damage. Alright, Hunter. Oh no, chat, look at this. No. Alright, no spoilers, no spoilers. We got a preview right here, though. Pack leader. So only pack leader buffs for Hunter. Which... From what I heard, Hunter was total dog shit. It's a buff to cleave for Feral. Damn, these are heroic dungeon tuning, isn't it? These are all AoE changes. This literally is heroic dungeon tuning. God. Whatever. This is all like class AoE changes, which is really fucking funny. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Here's the arcane nerfs, chat. You ready for the arcane nerfs? Fire Mage. Living bomb damage increased by 30%. Pyroblast damage increased by 5%. Flame Strike damage increased by 10%. Actually, this is an arcane nerf. This is actually arcane nerfs. This is kind of a lot, isn't it? This is arcane got the Evoker treatment. Burden of Power can no longer be double dipped by spell queuing. I know enough about Arcane that this is kind of a big deal. This is literally, they literally got the Evoker treatment. when they nerf this. Jangbi only made it to level 71, but Arcane Phoenix damage dealt reduced by 10% for Arcane. I mean, I don't know how good the other talent trees were, but this seems like a pretty significant nerf to Sun Fury. Retribution. Mastery reduced by 10%. Oh, wait. Okay. All holy spell damage increased by 5%. I have no idea how that's going to change. Discipline Priest. Here we go, boys. Discipline. Wait. Atonement healing increased by 100% outside of raid was 70%. Holy. That's almost a 20% buff, right? Wait, Disc Priest buff? I mean, to be fair, when I okay, am I justified now by saying how dog shit Disc Priest was? Because this is literally almost a 20% atonement buff. That's way more than 20%. It's a 50% buff. Yeah, Mel, I think I'm right. I think I'm right and it's less than 20. It's 170 to 200. Yeah. I think I'm right. Okay. Fixed an issue where what is this? Wait, what? Fixed an issue where atonement critical healing was not increased by the correct amount outside of raid? What does this even mean? Purge the Wicked and Shadow Word pain damage increased by 20%. Oracle's Discipline Priest preventative measures now increases Power Word Shield's absorption by 40%, was 25%. Alright. Log in. Disc Priest, log in. Heroic Week, time to buff Disc Priest by 20%. Holy smokes. What a class we live in, dude. What a game. Alright, what do we got here? Wait, let's keep going. Void Weaver Shadow Priest Void Blast damage increased by 20%. Void Blast is the smite, right? What is it for Shadow? I don't even know. Who cares? No Holy Priest changes. Elemental Mastery bonus to all elemental and physical damage increased by 30%. All damage reduced. I don't know the math here, but I'm assuming they're trying to make Mastery better. And I don't know what the overall thing is. Stormbringer Tempest now deals 65% of its damage to enemies near its primary target, was 50%. So now Tempest does more damage on 5 targets. Oh yeah, this is just a heroic dungeon change. Literally they're soft capping Tempest, but then they're making it do more damage to 5 targets. I mean, whatever. Enhancement. All damage reduced by 40%. They buff Totemic and change Tempest. Destro Lock. All ability damage increased by 5%. Holy. Did I say 40? I meant 4. Or I said 4, sorry. Or I meant 4. Wait, what? Hold on. Never mind. I don't know what I said, but you know what I said. You know what I meant. Look, guys, the words that come out of my mouth don't matter, okay? You guys have been in my chat long enough that you need to telepathically understand what I mean and just interpret it. You know what I'm saying? Like, the words that I say don't matter. Okay? So let's look at the healer changes since we're going to get asked. Wait, should we do a command? Let's do a command. Exclamation point healer changes. Exclamation point. What should it be? Healer changes is too long, isn't it? Not exclamation point Dorkin. Stop, no. Alright, I'm gonna do exclamation point class tuning. Exclamation point healer tuning. Okay. TLDR, evoker nerfed. Probably fine. Disc way better. But who knows? What other they didn't really touch the other healers, right? Oh wait, I didn't even do anything. I just typed a bunch of things. Exclamation point add this. Okay, good. All right, nice. All right, so this priest buffed. Flame Shaper might actually, like, this is, I think this might be a lot of damage. Ugh. But I don't know. Like, I think right now in keys, well, okay, I'm a paladin. Right now in keys, people are playing a monkey build with chrono whatever, but I think maybe you play your monkey build with Flame Shaper. I think for healing you still play Chrono Warden. Are these changes based on a vision or is it just straight? I honestly think they're looking at heroic dungeons. Dorky knows way better than me. I like didn't want to believe it, but then after I read the notes, he's right. I mean, he probably read the notes before me, so he knew. But I mean, all of them are AoE changes. Yeah, every single change is an AoE change. I'm all right. You ready for a crack take here? Actually, I'm surprised they didn't buff Druid. Druid felt so much weaker than the other healers in heroics. I'm not saying that it's that much weaker normally because, like, as things get more scripted, Druid becomes better and better because you can ramp pots. But I'm surprised they weren't noticing that people in Druid groups were dying. Is Druid good in Raid at least? I mean, anything's good in Raid. Need to be good at your class. Damn, this is actually crazy. Boomkin buff at Tettles. You did it. Care to comment? I bet he's gonna say that the single target's still bad. But they how much of your single target damage is Star Surge? It's got to be a pretty good chunk, right? Oh no, it's AJ. This priest good now? Question mark. All right, AJ. What's the official healer tier list? We need an AJ official healer tier list for Mythic Plus high keys meta guaranteed, no ties. Let's see it right now. What is it? And then we're all gonna believe it in the chat. Let's hear it. Disc moving to C tier, bro. Don't do that to the priest, man. Don't say disc moving to the C tier. Come on. Holy moly. Wait, did Tettles not... Wait. Alright, Tettles is in gaslighting mode. I said, Boom can buff at Tettles, care to comment? He said, it's probably a nerf, maybe slight buff. Bro, what? Alright, I'm letting him cook here. I'm letting him cook. I'm letting him explain why Starfall and Star Surge damage buffs is actually a nerf. Okay, let's see what he comes up with here. I don't know if he's going to come up with anything. I think it's net neutral. That's what we got. Oh, all right. No, he's cooking now. He's cooking now. Hold on. Wait, do I still have the patch notes up? All right, here we go. Here's what the Moonkins are saying. Here's what the Moonkins are saying. Okay. Here's what the Moonkins are saying. Umbral intensity increases the damage of Wrath by 20 to 40. Was 50 to... So basically, they nerfed Umbral intensity, so they're nerfing the builders. And already the problem with Boomy is that their builders are too much damage and their spenders aren't enough damage. So because the builders are so much damage, they're basically not getting any damage. Because they're nerfing all of their builders. Alright. Boomkins have spoken. Not enough. The Boomkins have spoken. Not enough. The mage Discord is going wild. So, the official statement from Jangbi about the mage nerfs... Burden of Power can no longer be double dipped by spell queuing. I didn't actually even know how to do this yet. Arcane Phoenix damage dealt. This is actually a hero talent, and I'm only level 71, so I don't have this hero talent yet. So it doesn't really affect... Neither of these things affect Arcane Mage. An Arcane Soul base duration reduced to 2 seconds. I'm overcapping on my clear casting procs during Arcane Soul anyway, so it doesn't matter. So Arcane Mage is still fine. Alright, hold on. We got some Boomkin math. We got Boomkin math here. Here we go. So the Boomkin math is... That's going to reduce damage of Wrath by 10%, but buff Starshly a nerf. This is the Boomkin math. So Boomkin actually was nerfed. You know what's actually crazy is I asked AJ for his tier list so I could steal it and then say it to people, and then that's AJ's, and then I don't feel bad because AJ made it up. But AJ gave me a troll answer, but I'm still gonna steal AJ's troll answer and use that instead. So he thinks that he got a workaround for not giving me an answer to give to people, but he actually just did. And I'm gonna be saying, I'm just gonna be using his meme anyway. Okay, ready. Sorry about that. $22.7 to okay. 0.024% buff. Holy moly. Oren, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh shit, new poddy C. Exploits in the War Within launch. We're definitely reacting to the poddy C later. We're watching that whole piece. Or wait. Leaked? Oh wait, was that not posted? That was posted, right? Okay, that was posted. Okay, my bad. Okay. No, that was it was live, you guys. It's live. It was posted 30 minutes ago. They're getting lazy, only 1 hour episodes. See, you know, I'm here for you guys, okay? I stream for 10 hours and I still talk forever and filibuster my other podcast mates and talk for 2 hours until they admit they have to go. I'm here making content for you guys. Is it okay to use crest to upgrade items, or should I save it? You can send your weathered crests right now, but you probably want to save everything else until Heroic Week. If I don't like using Blessing of Summer, should I use something else on Paladin? Yeah, I don't use Blessing of Summer. Fuck that spell. If you're trying to do competitive level keys, maybe you might need to give in. What level mats do you have to buy for the crafted gear? You have to ask the crafter. It depends. It depends on their abilities. And if you try and send it into the crafting thing, like with a public order, then it's just always gonna suck no matter what. Also, if you... So, pro tip, if you want to save money and you just want to be an idiot that has high item level, you can do what I did and just use cheaper mats and don't put a missive on it. And just get whatever stats you want because you just pretend like you wanted those stats. I crafted a public order at rank 1 and got hate messages. Yoink. Guy just leaves after first boss? Man. Too bad your class is getting nerfed on reset, idiot. Yo, Saul Goodman, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. There's a fake Saul. There's actually quite a few Sauls in the chat. I'm happy for all the fans. I'm a big fan of the show as well. I think honestly my favorite Saul was in hardcore. I played with a guy named Small Goodman, and he only played gnomes. How did they know it was this way? Alright, my team will be fine, right? This is my favorite dungeon so far. I don't know. I think Meadery's kind of cool. It gets a little bit crazy when you like pull too big, but what is this, man? I've heard the Prez bug fix from yesterday is a nerf, true or not? It is a nerf, but if you didn't know that it wasn't a nerf, if you didn't know that it was a nerf, then it probably won't be nerfing you. No, not Keck W. I didn't mean. It wasn't. I was just. Never mind. I was just saying that if you weren't utilizing the way that the talents were bugged, then you won't notice a change. I didn't mean like you're dumb or anything. I don't know anything about Prez. Chat, be nice. That chatter got the Blizzard employee treatment, man. Undead Slayer. Who is doing this? Which tank is the easiest heal? And how to... Oh. Every time I do this dungeon, do I just read chat and run into one of those guys? I think it happens literally every time. I mean, Blood Decay played well is always going to be the easiest tank to heal because you don't heal it, right? Like Brewmaster, I mean, I would say takes a lot of healing, but I mean, that doesn't really make it less fun to heal or worse or anything. It just is what it is. But I mean, Brewmaster definitely takes a lot more healing than like a very well played Blood Decay. Alright, so we have Tettle says the official numbers of the Boomkin change. It's a 2% gain on single target, and it's a nerf on AoE. That's the official Boomkin statement now. How do you get the speech bubbles with no background? I think I have a command for that from like forever ago. Is there a better way to do that now, or do you still have to edit game files? Yo, thanks, Lux. I appreciate it. Yeah, you basically have to like change out. I have a chat command in my Twitch chat that's like ! Chat bubbles, I think. Actually, maybe I deleted that. Every expansion I purge all of my commands. I'm sure I'd purge that, but maybe I didn't. Oh, did these guys chain cast a void, or I mean, not spread cast their void waves now? I remember they used to like do that cast delay thing on them, but those guys were just ripping it. I deleted chat bubble because the tweet I linked to was okay. That makes sense. How long does it take for the app to recognize the sub? It can take a little bit of time. Maybe relinking it will fix it. Make sure you check out the FAQ in the Discord, by the way, in the video or whatever in the description. If you have problems, if you're waiting for it. Thought about coming back to WoW, but every time I come back, I feel unpleased and no friends to play with. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, like, it's kind of a combination of both, right? Like, if you're really, like, you have to have enough fun in the game that you're, like, you know, out there trying to meet people. I hope that this expansion is in the right direction for people, but I don't know. It's hard for me to say because I'm gaming anyway. It's certainly better. I feel like Shadowlands to Dragonflight to this should definitely be better in terms of, like, as a solo guy, like, what they think about the world and doing stuff. I think wax farming is faster for stones. I don't know anything about wax farming. If it is faster, it's not that much faster. Sumi, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Probably wants that ring. Is this good yet? Yeah, the buffs are actually pretty crazy. I think it's going at least in C tier now. Formula Enchanted Weathered Harbinger Crest. These worth anything? Also, how did I end up here? Oh, it's BOP. Did I say I don't worry about mastery on Prevoker? Mastery is for raid. In M+, you favor eye level and then crit verse, probably. I use Cell for my party frames. Late to the game. No, man, you early. I'm not allowing you to give that ring to my Radialt from your Radialt. How are we feeling about Disc after the buffs? It's definitely a lot better. It's at least C tier now.
While you go to the roosts, I will distract them here. We can link up later.
Did Prez get nerfed? The Nightbot message is confusing. What is confusing about it? It was from yesterday. It was a bug fix. It's not in that post, but people have been asking about it. We're within so far. I mean, it's been good, but ultimately, like, you play WoW for the dungeons and the raids, and none of that good stuff is open right now, so everyone's just kind of like chilling and messing around. It's almost like a pre-season, pre-patch kind of thing. I don't hold too many judgments. I mean, it's important for like more casual people or newer people to hook them in, but for people like me, I'm just like sitting here waiting, messing around. I don't have many complaints though. But all I'm saying is like if it's the first week of the expansion and people already like have big complaints and there are issues, that's a big red flag for the expansion, I think. the Holy Free, should I go Oracle or Archon? I don't know. Oracle might be better if you're like actually using all the things to it. Archon is just like kind of easy, like chill, just press Nova or press Halo and not worry about it. I don't really know though. How are we supposed to get a one-hander as H-Pal from a dungeon? I mean, I haven't gotten one yet, but there are some woo drops and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. I'm still using some stupid two-hand mace. Can I explain City of Threads? I have an entire dungeon guide on YouTube for
Do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors
Where is our...
to rescue. The what is that?
What?
What did Gorin bring here? We have to take it down.
A lot of the YouTube comments are pro time gating. Yeah, I don't know. I've like mostly changed my stance on time gating, and that like, I don't know, just like come back later, like, you know. The expansion just basically isn't out. Like, is it annoying that they do like a little preview and then they make you come back later? But you know, I don't know. They gotta cater to the story and these. Like, I think the game would be better if everything just came out on day one. But I mean, you know. A lot of people would hate that. So like, to me that's super fun. Like, dude, imagine like if we're like rushing to get the first time 10 and we're level 70 and we're like all leveling and shit, and we're like, dude, that would be so fucking crazy. I would have a shit ton of fun doing that, but everyone else would be fucking pissed that I'm just like, you know, we're farming mythic gear while they're level 78. Surely it can be 1 week instead of 2. Yeah, but like basically what you're saying is like, this time gaining is better for me, you know? Like, it's not so much that one is better than the other. You're saying this is better for me, and it's like, well, obviously different time gating amounts will be better for different people, but like what I'm saying is 0 time gating is better for me. So like, that's I would have the most fun if there was literally 0 time gating and Mythic Raid was out on day 1. But other people would not like that. So unfortunately, like, when it comes to this, they err on the side of too much time gating because, like, worst case scenario, sweaty nerds like me have to wait around, you know? And so if you were to be like, yeah, I'm done after the first week, or I'm done after 4 days or whatever, that would be better for me. It's like, well, okay, but there are other people that would prefer more time. The other people are wrong, true. Did you play Mistweaver at 10 to 15 keys with a non-fist weaving playstyle? I mean, you could. Like, the issue is, like, it just depends on how good your team is and if you find people that will play with you. Like, you can do 10 to 15 keys with a person who's buying keys. Right? Like, you can play with a buyer as a healer and still do 10 to 15 keys, but that doesn't mean that what you're doing is good. Also, like 10 to 15 keys is an absolutely insane range, in case you didn't know. The difference between a 10 and a 15 key is like absolutely nuts. Is it worth crafting a staff on Shaman to save crests? It doesn't matter. All this stuff goes away on Heroic Week. I mean, I don't know what value gold is to you, so you have to make that decision. But all of it goes away on Heroic Week. But I mean, it's fine to use a staff on a Shaman. You don't need a shield. Well, you can craft a staff and then upgrade a shield and a weapon as well. And it doesn't cost anything, just Valor Stones. Sorry for posting the full bird. I mean, it's not about disappointing me. It's like, that's against the rules. I can't have you doing that in my chat. You can't just rip robins in my chat, you know? Is dungeon still the fastest leveling? It is, but, well, I mean, it depends on the quality of people you have, but... it is, but you don't really accomplish anything other than leveling, so... You may choose to just do other stuff so that you can earn renown or other rewards while you level. Like, a lot of people rush to level all their alts through dungeons and then got to level 80 and then they're bored and now they're doing renown stuff. But it's like, you could have just done renown stuff on your alts to level. How am I liking Holy Pally? It's mega good right now. I mean, I don't want to say mega good, but it's like in a very good spot. It plays fine, reasonably strong, like lots of good utility. I don't have much to complain about Pally. The only thing I can see being annoying about Pally is like once you start getting into harder content, if you need to play Beacon of Virtue, like a big way Pally can tank heal is through Beacon of Light and Beacon of Faith. And so needing to play Beacon of Virtue ends up being a little hard on your tanks sometimes. Flickering Glowtorch. Nice. Okay. Finally. Does Lightsmith need a buff? I mean, I don't like that tree. I don't want to play it. So I think Herald is probably stronger, but I don't know. Don't give me another keybind for a boring ability that I just have to press on CD. Yeah, Lightsmith needs a redesign. Can I just import cell player profile from my UI? Yeah. Check the pins in the sub channel in Discord. Is it worth saving crests? You can spend your weathered crests, but don't spend your carved crests. Save your carved crests, your spark, and your delve keys for heroic week. You can spend anything else. You may choose to save things if you want, but you don't need to. Because everything else you can farm. Yeah, I'm playing Light of the Martyr. I'm pretty sure, like, this is mandatory. It's such a massive buff to your Holy Shock.
But first, the darkness. Darkness can time to flee. Flee to freedom. We can use big candle cart to escape.
Fuck this dungeon. Yep. You're crafting a 590 item. Oh yeah, you can you can just use level 1 mats in a public order for enchanted crests. People are just using them to level up. But when you're actually crafting the item, you need to make sure you find somebody. Are people that are making enchanted crests, I feel like if you're making enchanted crests, you should probably pay people to make them for them. Because it's probably very hard to get enchanted, like to actually get crafts to level up, right? I guess I don't know how hard, but maybe you can just get them anyway. But like, I see no reason to go into trade chat and find somebody to make an enchanted crest when you can just send it on public. People are probably doing it for free. They can do it for free. Yeah, but like, everybody is doing it for free. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're trying to level, I mean, maybe you can get enough business doing it for free, like, but I figure that if there's yeah, what Slowbo said. Like, I think it might even get to the point where enchanters are paying people. If I'm mainly giving advice to you if you're an enchanter. I'm not saying ask them to pay you. Where did our mage go? Dude, this team did not do this minecart very well. I have to run all the way back here to get one of these. Oh, never mind. There's one up here.
Quick, grab some dynamite and let's go. What's for me?
Oh shit, a 19er? Holy, I was crushing.
Oh, my head.
I love how this mage is just gone. He's just gone for the rest of the dungeon. Surely you won't blow up that camp. Hunter has been shot in the head. Hunter has been defeated. Poor Hunter. You and MCF, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Oh shit, Jared, I'll let her go, I think. LG for an hour or two, alright? Well, let's see. We got our neck. Let's hurry back to town. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom too. Ooh, that's kind of a good take. Alright, first reasonable chatter message. One of the main problems getting solved with a content lock is there are guilds of people that need 2 weeks to gear up and prepare themselves for the raid. The shorter the time gate is, the less consistent you can get. You know that everyone's going to be ready, right? So for example, let's say the goal is, I mean, I still wouldn't care. To me, that would still be way more fun, but I can sort of understand it, right? Like, let's say the raid is out on week 1. Well, you know, you might have someone that's going to be busy for 4 days or a week, and that happens to be on launch, and like literally you'd lose your raid spot for that in like a shit ton of guilds if that was the case. I'm not reading chat, sorry. What is this? Alliance. Or if I can switch. I'm probably only gonna do like a couple. I wonder what splits would look like. I mean, again, personally, I would find that really fun to just be like, just unleash everything. It makes you want to play. Doesn't that make you want to play some dog shit MMO? Sword Battler 7 online and just fucking. The problem is even those sorts of games time gate things. Playing WoW for fun. I guess, I don't know. Here's the thing for me. Tryharding for WoW like is kind of fun. Like, for instance, I don't know if you remember, but when I played Lost Ark, I was kind of a fucking tryhard in Lost Ark too. But like, to me, that was fun. I was so addicted. I had so much fun on Lost Ark. I don't understand delves, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. I mean, it's just like a single player quest thing that they're giving better rewards for. So you can get like gear for them or whatever. Cosmetics. What about New World? I considered playing New World. To me, New World was like too much about... I didn't really like the way the combat looked. And like, to me, the gameplay of New World didn't look fun. If that made sense. If that makes sense. But I'm sure it was still fun. Most New World rotations were left click, right click, left click, right click. Holy. That sounds sick. Let's scroll Twitter. See if there's any good tweets. Stuff about SOD. Pedal's talking about the Moonkin changes. Hippo says, how did Ellie get a bigger nerf than Arcane? Blizzard Entertainment. Yoda says, good night, Melee. Meg says, Mistweaver damage buffs are coming next, surely. Lex says, horrible day for the godlike overpowered classes. And then in parentheses, Death Knights. Jack Dispriest buff. Even Blizzard knows that it's my birthday. Oh shit, happy birthday to Jack. Oh, it is, damn, the big 30. Yo, big shout out to Jack. Don't it? I love how everybody is just like fighting for their class. I mean, everyone really just does lobby for their class and wants their class to be OP and doesn't care about anything else. Ooh. Blizzard has announced that all early dungeon leavers will be penalized with a deserter debuff. Which he says doesn't solve the problem. People will just leave anyway and play a different character and wait 30 minutes. Incentive for staying is better than penalty for leaving. I think they should just make it so you don't get any loot until the last boss. That would be way more funny. Like, if you leave halfway through the dungeon, why are you getting loot? And that's only for random dungeon finder. If you're in a group of 5 and you want to go farm the first boss together and walk in or whatever, like you're doing it, that's fine. But if you're queuing in random dungeon finder, then you should have to clear the whole dungeon to get loot. People can troll kick before the end. Okay, okay. Got a point there. That's a good point. I'll still wait the debuff, still faster than a Dawnbreaker Pug dungeon. Holy. What is this saying? Some delves and Nerubar Palace tuning hotfixes applied, and then a screenshot of a level 5 delve. Bro, this is clickbait. This is clickbait. I can't believe he's done this. Bro. Look at how hard he's clickbaiting here with this. This is unbelievable. This is some of the most severe wowhead clickbaiting I've ever seen. Look at this. Delve hotfixes, and then it shows a screenshot of a level 5 delve in the screenshot for the article. And then you click on it, and it's just nothing. It's just like some random patch note. That's actually crazy. It looks like we can't get dungeons going. I'm gonna get some food. Dude, let's react to Poddy C. We need to fill up all day's worth of content, so maybe we'll get some food and we'll watch Poddy C. That sounds like a good idea. We can hear about the exploiting. I've just come here from watching the latest Poddy C. You should unmod Dorky before it's too late. Alright, well now that Derek's here, we're definitely gonna watch the most recent Poddy C, since he just watched it. He probably wants to watch it again. Oh shit, Frank's here, big Poddy C fan. We might just chill for a little bit. Let's see. Started having issues with click casting and cell. After a little more testing, I hope I have it figured out. It would only happen with the Shaman weak auras. The Earth Shield reminder aura is anchored to the mouse cursor. And I make my mouse cursor larger in the in-game settings. And what happens is the weak aura gets in the way of the mouse overs when the cursor is larger size. I always forget you can delete. Just stow it. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. I guess I could just start potty C now. I don't know why I'm waiting to get my. Does shadowed unit frames have nameplates? Enabled units. No. Because I've seen there's 2 different people that have posted this. What add-on is this? I've seen 2 different people post this where they have nameplates that are just like randomly still enabled that are messed up. Do these nameplates look familiar? Resto Shaman or Holy Paladin? Resto Shaman. AUI? I don't think so. Better Blizz plates? Mask issues? There's no way it's mask. It has to be another nameplates. No, like there shouldn't even be nameplates. There's literally nobody I swear I've seen another screenshot with these nameplates that were exactly the same. No one knows what this add-on is. Nameplate add. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. It's friendly nameplates. Why is it doing this? No, these are friendlies, right? So why is it showing friendly? What is this? No. Are these even nameplates? Yeah, it's a okay, the guy's in a follower dungeon. No, the guy's in a follower dungeon and it's putting these things in the middle of his screen. I mean, if no one recognizes what it is, then it's just some random add-on. I mean, it's just more for me. Like, obviously, I can ask him. Like, I don't know, never mind. Whatever. The shaman nerfs big? I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's a buff on 5 target, right? It's just a nerf on, like, big AoE. All right, we can watch some potty C. Hold on. Oh shit.
Right. Actually, if Frank.
All right, by the way, before I pause, everyone please take one short minute to visit the video, give the video a view and a like and everything, because it is kind of a fresh vid. And so we don't want to steal any views and hurt the algorithm in any way. Even though maybe that will grief the algorithm by clicking on the video and then clicking off of it, but doing my best here while I watch something and eat and content. We're big fans of the potty C. Crazy pause? That is kind of a crazy pause. Just mute it? I assume that... I'll leave it open muted. I assume that, what's going on and why aren't we doing anything? Oh man, this is gonna... I'm excited for this. I need to hear what Dratnos and Max have to say about this expansion. Because... Dratnos, from listening to his last video, seemed like he got sick or something happened, or he's like, you know, like not feeling better as good lately. And Max has been having internet problems and he's been tilted out of his mind. So here we go. Potty C.
Could go through and surgically remove all the context before all of our sentences, that would be really ideal here for this
lay it out
podcast.
there. Have
Goddamn
you guys paid
frog.
attention to any of the exploits that have been happening? We did that.
Yeah.
Method at the second day of the expansion, their whole guild was 25, so they like abused it. Are you guys gonna do something? People need to go back to being
Holy
scared about
drama?
losing access to their account.
Drama?
If they exploit things.
I mean, if I were you guys, I would just use every single exploit possible.
You'd probably get banned. It's episode 40, probably, of the Potty C. This week, The War Within has come out.
The funny thing is, Dorky says that because Dorky knows... First of all, Liquid and Echo are both going to exploit the shit out of everything and not say anything about it. Secondly, Dorky knows that, like, unless it's literally insanely game-breaking and ruining people's experiences, Blizzard is never just going to ban half of Liquid or half of Echo. That's why he says that. But, I mean, to be fair, everyone knows that behind the curtains, look, the exploits happen, okay?
And, dude, earlier today, my guildies were playing League of Legends. You
What?
guys believe that? It's the 1 week of the new expansion's
What?
been out, and they were playing League of Legends. I could not
Yeah.
believe it.
That is definitely surprising. If my guildies heard that, they would be so mad and jealous. For sure.
And we also added a third split today, but
That's
even that's
Raiders,
like
by the way.
not gonna be hard to do.
That's Raiders, by the way. Dude, if that doesn't sum up everyone that plays this game for raiding, by the way, we're adding a third split and the expansion just came out and we're not playing. If that isn't fucking the most Raider 2 sentences I've ever heard, I don't know what is.
Do or anything. Just level another guy.
Yeah. I think that's been that way really since Shadowlands. I think Shadowlands was the first expansion I logged in, so it's been the third expansion now where it's like, oh, I have all my stuff done, and I can go do some other stuff. I did.
You know,
I spent today
He doesn't
doing
raid
stuff.
anymore.
I've been hearing
What he doesn't it has nothing to do with the expansion. It's because he's not raiding anymore.
a lot about that, the content cadence. Have you guys been hearing a lot about that?
Yeah.
Especially in my chat, a lot of people are complaining.
People
They're
are
like,
asking me about it a lot in chat.
What do you guys think? Yeah, what do you guys think about the time gatekeeping or whatever you want to call it?
So I don't think the time gap is for us, for sure. If you were to talk to Blizzard about that, they would immediately be like, we want to make sure we give the majority of our player base time to level up, and I'm sure they have numbers that suggest that it takes them quite a bit to be ready for the season or something. It feels weird for us because it's like, you know, for us, the game is the season, I think.
Mhm.
And I think for the majority of WoW players, that's not true. So that's probably why it is that way. But it does feel a little like we're waiting an extra couple weeks for the thing to come out. But that's not surprising. It's been like that for expansions now. What was the difference in Dragonflight, right? It's the exact same thing. No, there's nothing different at the beginning of Dragonflight than it is right now. It's just...
Well, so I mean, I did say that too, because like I was wondering like why exactly are we hearing more complaints now than before, and I think the early access had a lot to do with it, because well, our early access and the quicker leveling,
4 more
and
days.
there being no grinds required, because like, you know, at least before in the past, like say Shadowlands, you had to do the Maw, you had to do Torghast, and in BFA or Legion, you had to do your class hall shit or weekly stuff. So you were like always occupied, even if the season didn't start.
I think
And
Dragonflight,
now
even
there are
like the Cobalt Assembly, the Obsidian Citadel, the super rare farms, those felt more real than any like, you know, renown farm. Or I mean, unless you happen to be in a guild that's, you know, demented enough to be making 17 characters or whatever, it's there's not too much that you feel pressed to do.
Yeah, I'm hearing so many people who are like, now what? Or like, what do I do next week? Or like, what do I do this week? And there's just a lot of people who are like super lost, and I think a large part of it is because of like those combined stuff.
It's so funny.
I mean,
This same feeling happened in Shadowlands, where people for the first time were like, "Oh man, it's the beginning of the expansion, and I can actually like do some other stuff. I don't have to try to be online." Now the reason why is because you just got done with 4 years of
That's a raider
I have
take.
to be online every day farming artifact power, right? And that was the first.
Sorry, this is a hot take. Maybe you guys might get mad. The most fun part about an MMO is content coming up and farming and getting ready for it. Everybody wants to-do lists. Everybody wants to level up, not just raiders. Raiders actually don't want to play.
First expansion where that wasn't true. So like the difference between that was like, oh, I can actually like not have to be logged in every second of every day. And that was a refreshing feeling. But it's interesting 3 expansions later where it's kind of flipped. And now it is, man, I wish I had something to do, right?
yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these guys just want the end game content to come out earlier. I mean, like,
Okay.
yeah, I was gonna say, because like at the end of the day, there's like 2 main player bases right now, right? Like the people who literally only care about the end game content and nothing else, and then there's the players who kind of do it all, right? Like the kind of players who care about like the rep grind, exploring the world, and getting their collectibles. And those guys, you know, they could use the extra 2 weeks, but for the rest of these guys, they have absolutely nothing to do, and they just want to like play the game already. It's a new expansion, and it's like they're not playing the game. It's like, what's going on?
Yeah, and our communities are all vastly majority representing the community you were just talking about as well. So
I
we'll
think
hear more from that side.
there's some amount of like grass is always greener of this as well, where I think there are some people that definitely would want that, and then there are some people that would be complaining about the Legion launch as well if it happened to get like the same people would be complaining in the other direction if that was happening.
What happened?
Like of just like, oh, you got to level up all your characters instantly as fast as you can to start your artifact knowledge, you know, going as fast as you can on all your characters, and like all the and then you have to be in mob souls for 18 hours a day.
Yeah, Legion was like the polar opposite of this.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
I think there are people that would be happy with one and not the other, but there are also people that would just be complaining about either one. I also think that people that are coming into our Twitch chats versus the people are the people that aren't finding things that they want to do in WoW right now, which there is still stuff to do, right? Like there's some low value things you can do to make your character better. There's some profession stuff you could be doing as well if you like that. Also, there are people who engage with the end game of WoW, right? The M+.
There's actually, I'm kind of interrupting here, but that's actually a base take. It seems like everyone in chat is disgruntled or whatever, but that's because it's everyone in chat, right? Everyone that's doing stuff and exploring the world or whatever, they're in the game having fun. They're not on Dorky's channel dorking it, right? And I think you do see like a huge you see a huge bias of people when you look at a stream chat, and it's not necessarily representative of the community.
The raid and stuff, and also like the idea of watching the cutscenes in the story. And previous WoW expansions have kind of made it so that, like, if you want to watch the cutscenes, you kind of feel stupid for doing it, and you feel like you're missing out and you're slow, and you should be skipping them so you can get to endgame, so you can, you know, start that stuff. And I think one big strength of War Within is that if you're a player who only has a couple hours a day, or if you're a player who missed some amount of time in these first few weeks, or if you're a player who just wants to watch the cutscenes, you can do that while also still being 100% optimal for M+, right? Like, you're not going to be missing time or griefing that. And I think that there are definitely a lot of people for whom the 3.5 week wait to do any M+ is bad. But I do think that's probably a pretty small minority compared to everybody else. And those people are still going to have an exciting time in WoW. It's just going to be on September 17th, not on the expansion launch, which is weird. It is weird for the game to be like new, big on Twitch, second biggest game on Twitch or whatever, at a time when it's kind of the least important to play it if you're a super min-maxy player.
Yeah, I also think that this has been one of the expansions that, at least I think it's the first in a while, where from what I can tell, and I think my audience is definitely skews more, the bigger your audience, the more it skews casual, where you will hear people that are really happy with the story for the first time in a while. I remember asking my chat, keep in mind.
All right, before we talk about the story, I want to go back again, and I want people to try and put this into perspective, okay? So, excuse me. When it comes to there isn't enough to do, quote unquote, right? What you have to realize is that everybody sort of wants the game to be tailored for exactly what they have, right? So, for example, let's say you're like semi-competitive, you have a job, but for the most part, like, you spend a lot, you have a job or you go to school, but like you still play a lot, maybe 40 hours a week or something on launch. Well, you want more content, right? You run out of stuff to do. You want some M+, like you want some higher level content, right? But if they released everything and it was like, Omega, you need to play 16 hours a day grind, you would fucking hate that, right? You would not want 16 hours a day because you would start falling behind every single day, right? Because you have a job, you have whatever, right? So you want it, your sweet spot of you need more than what's currently available, but you want not everything available, right? Like if you were in a Mythic Raiding guild but you had a job and everyone else in your guild who is like a no-lifer and is playing 16 hours a day starts doing more damage than you and getting ahead of you, you're like, oh, what the fuck? Like, you know, I don't like this content release is too fast. Like, I'm trying, you know, I can't sit here and play 16 hours. I'm losing my guild, right? Everyone wants the exact content cadence they want, right? Like, see, look at THT. THT is perfect, right? Nothing wrong with falling behind. If you play 40 hours or 4 hours, you should get destroyed. THT is the lord of the grind, right? This guy has a giant computer mainframe, 17 monitors, 14 WoW accounts, and he is sitting here. If they could invent more hours in the day for THT to farm and get ahead of you guys, he would be like, this is better, right? He'd be like, dude, this is way better. Now that I can play 17 WoWs instead of 12 WoWs, this is better, right? So you have to realize that no matter where your idea of like, this is the right release, you're playing Goldilocks, right? You're saying, okay, this is good for me. This is what I want, but I don't like too much and it's too grindy. Too little, and oh no, the content isn't fast enough, right? And unfortunately, they have to err on the side of either A, releasing everything at once, which I think a lot of WoW people would be pissed. Can you imagine how pissed WoW people would be if the Mythic Raid was out on week 1? I'm sorry, but you would hear nothing about complaining if the WoW release was on, if the Mythic Raid release was on day 1. I'm sorry, but you know it's true. And the only other alternative would be, well, then let's do very, very slow, right? What they're doing now. Very, very slow, 2 full weeks to let everybody catch up in gear, right? So to have any other take, right? If you're saying, oh, it should be 1 week, or it should be 4 days, or it should be this, all you're saying is, this is perfect for me, and I want this, right? And I understand that you're like, well, actually, Growl, majority of, you know, blah, 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 whatever. Like, the only reason is have it long for everybody, or have it instant for nobody, right? And so if you want anything other than those two, you're just saying, I want what I want, right? And I mean, I'm not saying, like, I'm not saying the game couldn't be better, but I think this whole like, oh, you know, let's make it 1 week, or let's make it this, or let's make it that. Like, you're just literally tailoring the content for exactly what you want in your life and what's best for you. And it's like, I don't know, like whatever. I get that's your feedback, but
people that are really happy with the story for the first time in a while. I remember asking my chat, keep in mind, I don't give a fuck about the story. Like, I skip every cutscene, I don't care. But I would ask them, like, how you guys feel about it. I remember asking them this in the last 2 expansions. They're like, you know, it's just WoW. This time they're like, oh, you know, I kind of mess with it. You know, I like what's going on. I like how the side quests feel really invested in, while they're not like, you know, progressing the story. They feel, you know, enough to where you'd want to invest in it. And really, this is again pretty far from our purview, but I think that maybe is the most important thing for WoW to get back, to be honest with you. And it seems like people are starting to buy into the 3 expansion saga thing that is starting now. So I think that's a very good sign.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the music too.
Oh yeah, the music bangs. The music fucking owns. I've had the music on since the expansions come out.
Dude, Hallowfall as well. I mean,
One
God,
of the
what
coolest
is
zones ever.
All of us said it as soon as as soon as the beta week where they first, or the alpha week where you could first go there came out. All 3 of us were just like,
yeah, it's insane. It's the background of my computer.
Yeah,
I look at it all the time. It's an incredible. I think it's the coolest looking zone they've ever made.
I think so as well.
Yeah, the dungeons are really cool too. A lot of people have been enjoying the dungeons. Although I will say, you know, I knew this was to happen, but I've been hearing a lot of people talk about how much they fucking hate Dawnbreaker and Dark Flame Cleft, and I knew it was gonna happen. I mean, like, there's no shot that whole like card in the dark.
Type one of you hate Dawnbreaker or Dark Flame Cleft.
Darkness mechanic was gonna be well received, or
just
is
is that a Mythic Plus dungeon this season?
Dawnbreaker is
not,
Dark
but
Flame's not.
Yeah. I think Dark Flame. There's a couple of dungeons. Dark Flame Cleft, even the Priory, a dungeon that I actually think will end up being pretty good. You can tell that those dungeons have not gotten the this is going to be a Mythic Plus dungeon soon treatment. And if you ever need any evidence as to that being true, Brackenhide Hollow from Dragonflight is the best possible example of what that could be like. At least there's no Mythic Zeros this time. Where you could really feel the pain of that, but oh my god, doing Brackenhide at the beginning expansion was such a nightmare, and it ended up being quite good. And it was clear that and this makes sense for them to do, that they put a lot more effort into the like 4 dungeons that will be Mythic Plus in season 1. I think you could feel that. I also think I feels like the best dungeons besides Dark Flame Cleft, the best War Within dungeons are in season 2 Mythic Plus, I think.
Yeah, the season 2 dungeons definitely look much more appealing.
Yeah, because the season 1 ones are Arakara, City of Echoes, City of Threads, Dawnbreaker, and God, what's the last one? Stonevault. I definitely like the season 2 set, like Cinder Brew. That's I'm looking forward to that dungeon.
I love that dungeon. Yep.
Yeah, I think the only one that will stink and need a lot of work is Dark Flame Cleft. That one doesn't translate very well to M+, or even not even M+, just people who are playing this a lot. Like, people are already getting sick and tired of it and just doing it on Heroic.
We're kind of bearing the lead a little bit. How have you guys enjoyed the expansion launch?
I've enjoyed it.
You guys having fun?
Yeah.
It's been good.
I'm having a blast. I've actually had a ton of fun. The 3 classes I chose to play, I feel like are at all-time peak good gameplay for them. Like Frosty K, Windwalker, and Enhance, fucking mint. It is so good. I even spent like an hour the other day on dummies. Just having fun. Like, I'm not like trying to do big damage. I'm just like, holy shit, Enhance, man. Oh my god, it's so fun. I don't know if you guys have like played a class and just been like, this class is the shit. It's happened like two of my 3 characters are so fun.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's like that for a lot of the tanks right now.
Deathbringer DK.
A lot of people are coming in.
Oh.
Yeah, Deathbringer DK, Mountain Thing,
Bro,
Warrior.
DKs have flown under the radar for being a class that has 3 really sick hero talents. I don't know why it hasn't been mentioned as much as like Mage and other ones. Like Rider owns. Deathbringer really
is not that.
Bro, Deathbringer really owns. Like,
dude, Deathbringer hits when you've got a target and you Reaper's Mark it, and then you scythe it twice, and another Reaper's Mark lands on it, and then it goes below 35%. The Reaper's Mark instantly explodes. You get 2 more scythes, you get another Reaper's Mark on it. And you're just like, oh.
Yeah, your pillar window as Frost is so satisfying, man. It's great.
Yeah, Sandlane sucks though. But yeah, the Rider and Deathbringer, absolute chef's kiss.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've been hearing everyone talking about like how much they love it too, which is like feels good because I've been like hyping up these hero talents and I talk
Yeah,
a
it's
lot
been
about
very
them and
positive.
people love
Like
them.
you mentioned like, oh, it feels weird because we have so much time. Maybe it doesn't feel that way to me because for the last like couple days I've been streaming like 3 or 4 hours a day like usual, like I did before the expansion, and then I just go do other stuff, and that's fine for me. I'm used to that, right? But if you're like expecting new WoW expansion, all right, 12 hours a day for the next 3 weeks, and you're an end game person, like you misled yourself, right? And that can kind of feel bad. But I haven't. That's
Or
not
you're me.
been the feedback I've been getting. Like people seem very positive and happy and having fun in the expansion.
Yeah, I mean, I want to clarify. I think it's great. I think that the decision is good. The only part about this that I don't like is just the early access. I don't like the feeling of haves and have-nots that it creates. I don't like how it turns what should be independently a good change to the game, such as nerfing the leveling, right, making it so that you're not one-shotting mobs at level
yeah, that's a
70.
spicy
Like
one.
that is a good change in a vacuum. Doing it after early access players have leveled
Very weird.
a zillion characters, and the
weird.
the launchies start making it to the beaches, and then you nerf them. That's
I mean, this is just headlines. I'm gonna buck against this. They literally left the leveling in on purpose so that people who didn't get early access could do it for the first 2 days before they nerfed it. If you think they randomly decided to, oh no, now they need it, they literally knew it was a problem. It was a problem on day fucking 2. And they said, well, everyone's going to be upset that they can't do dungeons and do leveling. They waited on purpose until it was it's a problem. It was like, in my opinion, they didn't change. Also, for anyone trying to disagree with me, by the way, leveling is still piss fucking easy and nothing changed. If you're complaining about leveling right now, you're an idiot. Like leveling, okay, do I have to show you guys the clip? I'm going to show you guys the clip. I don't care. I'll be mean. I'll be mean on this one. Like, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. Hold on, where is this clip? You guys got a clip better. 24 hours, maybe? At Tanks. Cat Petter. I swear I clipped it. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point. Yeah, I guess I could look. Either way, the TLDR is it's me being a fucking idiot running around karate chopping my entire keyboard, doing infinite damage to everybody. Like, that's what it was. And, I'm sorry, but leveling is totally fine. Nothing changed. If you're mad, you got baited by headlines. You're literally the type of person who looks at headlines and just decides on something because of like 5 minutes of what you heard on the news or like one article on a newspaper, and you didn't even think for yourself or try anything or know anything. Sorry, you are sheeple.
That's tough. I think that the optics on that are really messed up, and like Blizzard should not do it that way.
There was a bunch of really funny memes about the launch, like the haircut. Like there was like the RP community. Did you guys see that screenshot where like this guy had like a goblin outfit on, and he was just like, "Here come the poor people, the poor within," or whatever.
The pores.
And calling them
The
launchies,
poor
bro.
within.
Oh my God.
Brokies. Yeah, there's been some. I will say, like, anybody that's doing any of that with any percentage of sincerity is unbelievably cringe, but
Oh no, it's all
doing
me.
it in pure jest is so fun. It's so funny.
It's so funny, yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully, no one's taking it.
That was a
bad, but
2024 disclaimer.
I feel like let's actually talk about the early access. I think all of us were pretty against it. Like I know when they first announced it, I was like, this is just fucking lame. Like this shouldn't exist in an MMO. And I actually think I would love to hear their perspective on this. I don't think it was a success. And what I mean by that is,
Ooh, okay.
So there was some rough estimation as to how many people purchased early access. I think the only concrete point of information we have is that exactly 23% of people who use the Wowhead add-on, which has to be below 0.5% of the player base. So it's an extremely small player base, but it is a sample of the player base, which we don't have otherwise. I think that Wowhead add-on users are, you guys might agree or disagree. I think they are more likely to actually buy the
Sure.
early access. I think
Yeah,
Hugely,
it's
I
like
think.
the
Yeah.
Wowhead.
Who uses the WoW? Actually, all right, never mind. My podcast is sponsored by Wowhead. I'm gonna.
Add-on only exists for you to send Wowhead data from your character. There's no, you don't get anything. It's like
I
that
didn't even know
trade
there was an
meme.
add-on.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't like.
It's like being an organ donor. Like
I don't know anyone who has this add-on, but people do. A lot of people. I looked at some stats. But okay, so those people, out of those people, 23% of people ordered early access. From how much the servers are getting owned now, I think it was actually less than that. I think, and this actually lines up with Diablo 4's numbers, which Diablo 4, I think it was like 10 to 15% of the player base was actually buying the early access. And I think WoW and Diablo 4's community is very similar. Certainly very similar in age, same demographic. I think it's a lot of the same players too.
Yeah.
So that ended up happening, I think, this time. Because as soon as the early access ended, the servers were just like, whoa, we cannot handle this, right? But I think however much money they made from selling, let's just say X% of those people who bought the Epic Edition wouldn't have bought it, and they only bought it for the early access. So how much money they made with it? I think they lost in hype for the expansion, at least on Twitch. And I think Twitch doesn't matter in a lot of ways, but I think it does matter when your game can be the game for a day or two, and everyone's favorite streamer is watching it, and all their viewers are like, oh shit, a new WoW expansion's out, right? I don't think we really had that day. And we did in Dragonflight. The viewership was down, I think, like by a couple 100,000 viewers or something. And I absolutely think that is because there was split hype between 2 days, right? And I think that they probably lost more exposure or marketing of the free marketing of the expansion than they gained in purchases of the Epic Edition. I think it probably didn't even work out. What do you guys think?
I would be surprised because it feels like there are a lot of people who were FOMOing extremely hard. Like I think more people fell than a lot of people expected.
Wait, what do you mean?
There's been like a lot of, because you know how like everyone's been talking about like memeing with the pictures, like Patrick and SpongeBob outside having fun, and Squidward.
Yeah,
is just,
Squidward's
like,
really
watching
sad.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's been a lot of those types of meme pictures going around, and I've been like reading a lot of places where people are actually caving into the FOMO and actually bought into the expansion. I don't know. I'd be very surprised if the best indicator will be if they do this again. Like if they do this again, then clearly it worked before, and they're gonna continue doing it. But
That's another conversation too. I wonder when we're going to be hearing about the next expansion, because I think it's very interesting when the next expansion is coming out. I've heard like, I don't know, I've heard some speculation that like they're going to try to do like 1 year expansions, which is fucking insane.
1 year?
I have heard speculation.
Was that a leak? Who the fuck is saying that? What? I've heard speculation that they're doing 1 week expansions? Who was said that? All right, well, very interesting. I mean, I don't know if they're gonna change the content cadence or do something crazy. Like, I don't know. Maybe that might be cool.
Speculation. I think like the wide community speculation is they're going to be like 18 to 20 months or something like that. Dragonflight was 21 months, right? So like something around the 18 to 20 area. So we may not be too long before we get the release date of that. Like if that was the case, we would be getting it in like less than 6 months. So definitely interested to see if they plan on doing that. But I don't know. I don't think it's good.
Oh no, it was not good for sure. But I think it made the money.
It definitely
That's
created a
my
lot of
speculation.
negative sentiment, right? Like that.
Yeah.
It's a question of, is the money worth it? And how many people? So first of all, we already know people already buy Epic Editions, right? They'll buy Epic Editions when it's just cosmetics and stuff. You'll see people flying around with their Epic Edition cosmetics.
Right.
So the
That's a
question
good
is, how many
point.
people bought Epic Edition that otherwise wouldn't have? You also have to subtract any people that would have unsubbed or whatever over protest of the early access. But I think even though there was negative sentiment, I don't think there was any of that. So the only money,
maybe 5 people. That
yeah,
did
it's,
that.
I think a pretty
people?
small amount of people that are actually like upset enough.
Vote with your
about
wallet.
it. Yeah, that's right. All right, all of it. We're out of here. This is the last straw for me.
Yep.
I suspect there's probably a couple $1 million, maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't know if that's worth all that negative sentiment though, and also the lack of marketing that they got from, as you said, it not being the biggest thing on Twitch with quite the same sharpness of a peak as it would have had. Yeah.
Sorry, do you all see my?
Yeah.
Why is
What's going on over there?
There's no room on that couch, and instead of going to any other spot she's gonna make room. All right,
That's right.
she's in there.
Well,
That's where our friends
that's
are.
crazy.
Aw.
Dominance.
There is no space on that couch for.
That's
anyone,
cute.
but that's okay. Sorry, that was really distracting.
That's because it's warm.
Good. That's those three are us. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I feel like the early access was surprisingly a bigger deal than I initially expected.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Do you guys feel that way? Yeah, because
Like a bigger deal
it feels like
negatively, like people didn't like it more than you thought.
Or in
they
terms
were...
of like power level gained.
that and also just like the amount gained. Like like you could have leveled so many characters super quick. You had like super smooth servers. You could have gotten an extra key. Just like a lot of little things. Oh, and people were making millions of gold on like the first 4 days.
It was definitely big if you were a gold maker.
Yeah, there were like I had people who were saying like, "Oh, I'm gonna do early access every single time because I can literally just make all that gold and back and more." So I basically got it for free plus getting like a couple million gold.
I think Dorky's farming people here. I think anyone who spent more than 1 minute thinking about it knows that you're gonna make infinite gold. Or anyone who knows anything about the economy knows that you're going to make infinite gold on the early days. Maybe he's saying that he's surprised at how much they're making, but obviously, like, people are going to dork it in the chat and be like, ooh, like, I made 10 million gold today. Like, yeah, one guy did that. That's not how much everyone else is making, but for the most part, like, everybody's going to be, like, that's when you make gold. In terms of power level, like, to say, oh, the servers are good, like, I don't know. To say that I don't know. I don't really like. Oh, you get one delve key. So on heroic raid release, you get one extra shot at a chest that has a chance to drop an item that's good for that. Like, I don't know. I feel like the amount of power that you gain from a delve key is so crazy. Like, in my opinion, because they had such a hard stance on, oh, you don't get any power, I think they shouldn't have had that. But realistically, like, that's 100. Captain Rogers. That's 100% mental in your own head. Like, that delve key will make absolutely no difference on anyone's gameplay. The fact that you got that delve key early.
You could do it as an investment. You pay the money, and then you'll make more than that in WoW tokens.
Well, I mean, or you just buy the expansion with WoW tokens and then just make back more.
Indeed.
It's not about that. It's a status symbol to flex on people that didn't buy it. You almost one-guide me with your last statement, but you're gonna one-guide me with this one. So you did it. I read your last message that you wrote. When I made the comment about the brokies thing, you said you made fun of you said make fun of people not chilling out. Good take. Okay, so let me explain the joke for you, okay? So, there are people in the world who are shitty people who make fun of broke people and poor people and less fortunate people, right? Those people are fucking losers, right? And the meme is, we're calling people who don't get early access brokies. We're making fun of the people that make fun of poor people. Now, the irony was lost on you at some point, but we're not all Andrew Tate fans by starting to say the word brokies. And I know, like, this is complicated stuff here, but we're using their terminology ironically to make fun of them. That's the joke, right? To call people brokies, that's the joke. Okay? And so to say that, oh, I'm supporting people making fun of broke people, like, oh, never. I mean, apparently the chat just hates poor people. I don't know. I might be wrong. Maybe the chat just hates poor. I mean, look. You're taking this way too seriously, is my fucking point, okay? My point is that it's a joke. if anything, the people that are being made fun of are the people that are making fun of other people, and you're taking it way too seriously.
Yeah, people have been like profiting big time from early access, more than I expected.
What do you guys think about the main city, Dornogal?
I like it. I know there's been some complaints about it being kind of hard to find stuff and things, but
That's me.
I don't know. There's a
Yeah,
there's a
lost
label
as
week
hell.
or
I think I'm
something.
locked in now. I think I know where everything is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me
someone
too.
linked me a weak ore that's supposed to like have a text thing over the map of where
That one
everything is.
sucks.
I
Sucks.
think I know where everything is now. I'm a big
Yep.
fan. I have a it's a very niche thing, but I love cities that are fun to dragon ride around aimlessly for hours. This one's top tier, man. Right up there with Valdrakken. A lot of little hoops and things you can go through. It's kind of weird, but like that.
Yeah.
I
Right.
like how you can immediately go down the hole, and you're right next to Ringing Deeps or Howlfall. And I think there's a portal to the other place, right?
Yep.
So you can kind of
Yeah.
very quickly get everywhere in the world, and I think that was really well made. And I just think it looks cool. I'm down with it. I can't wait. Is it next Tuesday where we can turn into an earthen?
Yeah,
Should be.
September
Looking forward
3rd.
to
They
that
said.
too. Dude, I think earthen eat rocks and it gives them buffs.
Yeah, it's like me.
Yep.
Yep.
I want to eat rocks. I can't wait.
By the way, Earthen look like they're one of the like weakest races they've made for actually using for stuff, right? That's
Oh,
that's
for
kinda
power? I
shame.
haven't even looked at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
care.
either.
Yeah,
don't care.
I obviously like it doesn't usually matter unless you're trying to do MDI or TGP or race to world first or whatever. You know, play whatever. It looks cool. Eating rocks is
Like,
fun.
Yeah. I think Mechanome. Someone told me Mechanome
Mechanome
is
are
like
looking-
strangely way higher than like every other spec for rating at least. I think in Mythic Plus you like reset the buff a lot, but that would be. I hope that happens because Mechanomes look absolutely ridiculous, and I hope to see more of them. That's all.
I do not. What the hell?
Bro, they look dumb as hell. They're like
Yeah,
diaper
they look
babies.
awful.
It's
What?
crazy. Or diaper babies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like a normal baby. I think I called them something else for
that's a normal
diaper something.
baby?
They've got a little diaper on. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Dornigo a lot too, but I am getting lost big time, especially because I'm not using like any weak ores or whatever. I'm just like having to constantly ask my chat, like, all right, where the fuck am I supposed to go for the crest vendor or whatever it is?
It's because you're a lazy streamer. For everybody else, there's these things in town called guards, and you click on them, and then you click where you need to go.
Yeah, I like kind of forcing myself to. I've forced myself to learn where everything is, and now I feel pretty confident. Like I could get anywhere in Dornegal, and I know where all the professions are and stuff. And
Holy!
it did take a couple of days, but
Holy, Dratnos easy brag. Dorky's like, yeah, I still don't know where shit is. I gotta ask my chat. And Dratnos like, yep, I know where everything is. Every profession trainer.
I think that's much nicer than like a city where it's just, I don't know. Like I feel like this one has so much flavor to it. It's not like perfectly geometrically laid out like Ouroboros, and
Yeah.
it's got some good different looking areas and stuff. Yeah, I'm high on Dornegal for sure.
Have you guys paid attention to any of the exploits that have been happening?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. There's been a few.
Drowns is on top of them.
Yeah, I've been exploiting early and often.
You've been doing them?
No, I haven't done any of the exploits myself.
yeah, surely. Yeah, we haven't. Dratnos. The thing is, he doesn't really care about his raid performance or his guild rank, and he doesn't. He would never do such a thing. He would never exploit anything. He doesn't. He's not really like a raider like those guys. Watching the race to world first, and none of that. Dratnos would never do that.
I know there was the big 25 renown with severed threads exploit. That one's a pretty big one, famously done by
get fixed?
Gingy on stream. Yeah.
Well, Gingy didn't go to 25. I think Echo has been, I could double check this, has been relatively, like, I think they've done it, but it's been like pretty low key. Method on, like, the
25
second,
did, yeah.
Method at the second day of the expansion, their whole guild was 25, so they like abused it.
Was
we-
was that quest even out on the second day of the expansion? Maybe they had a different way to get severed threads rep.
I
Yeah.
think if you just did things, the more accounts you had, it just multiplicatively scaled. And if you just added more accounts, you could get to 25 instantly. But that does bring in an interesting conversation that I have heard a lot about and I think about all the time. Because we have been in this thing with our raiders who are like, every passing day seeing no action or rollbacks being taken, and they're like, should we have exploited this? Like, can you do this and that's fine? Right? And we're in such weird spot. Relo and Squishy had a tweet about this. It was like 2 or 3 days ago.
Oh, yeah,
where I
remember
think
this.
the point of their tweet was people need to go back to being scared about losing access to their account if they exploit things. And honestly, I kind of feel that, because what we're in a position as a guild is you always have to look at something, try to imagine where the imaginary line is of like if it is too out like extreme or not extreme to get banned, because they do let some exploits go through, and even when they roll back your character, you still are at an advantage compared to if you had not have done it. So seeing every potential exploit and having to think, is this an exploit we should do or not, is really annoying. I would really love if it was just like, don't fucking do that. But that's not what it is. They don't punish it that way. So they are letting you, I don't know what they have to do with that, but it has been extremely frustrating. Our raiders are so frustrated because they're like, should we have exploited this? And it's like, no, they're going to roll it back. Okay, well, if they do, now had all of his gear deleted off his character. Did you guys see that clip? Because he did the crafting exploit?
I didn't see that, no.
Yeah, explain it.
Well, I don't know exactly how the exploit works, but he like logged on and they removed all the gear that he had. But guess what? He already had the eye level. So any piece of gear he got,
Don't worry, by the way, Resident Exploiter Growl, I know all of these exploits, so if they don't know, I'll fill them in. I'm just giving Dratnos a chance, because Dratnos looks like he knows.
he could just instantly upgrade it back to that point. The rollback did nothing, right? Rollbacks are not always going to get the right thing, and I just think, and it's not even just a Race World First guild, even as a player, you feel like, oh, I don't know, I could probably get away with that. And I wish it was just more like there was a line in the sand of what to do and not to do, and not having to, maybe this is a Race World First specific problem, but having to like decide what exploits are okay and which ones aren't. It's been a huge issue.
I mean, if I were you guys, I would just use every single exploit possible, because
Yeah,
right
there's
now
an
it
argument
feels
for that.
like, yeah, because I mean, what I see is Blizzard doesn't want to take action, because them taking action directly interferes with the race, and
Exactly. So then it
that's,
makes
like,
you
really
want
bad
to
for them.
exploit everything, but then
Right,
that's
yeah,
just
that's-
such a meme. Like just
Right.
exploit everything. We don't think they'll ever ban anyone because the race.
I mean, in my opinion, that's what they should do. Like, Dorky's 100% right here. This is not voting with your wallet. This is voting with your time decision. Like, here's the thing, right? Like, we all know this is exactly what would happen, right? They're just going to exploit everything until somebody gets banned, or until Blizzard steps in and does something. And then when that happens, they'll stop, right? Like, the thing is, like, all right, this is honestly the problem that they have, that a lot of these guilds have sometimes, is it'll be like 2 or 3 people that exploit something, right? It'll be like 1 guy or 2 guys that exploit things and they get banned. If the entire Liquid is doing this and every single one of them is 25 renown, well then, I mean, there's just zero chance that Blizzard would ban them, right? Like, that's what we're saying. Like, the problem is, like, if 1 guy, right, like now, for example. So I'll explain the 2 exploits. The best I understand is that the thing with the crest. So you know how you can send a what's it called? You send a work order and you can request that the crafter uses their materials. So apparently you could send a work order and request that the crafter uses their crests, which nobody in their right mind would ever do that. I guess they might sell them, but apparently because they're now streaming and people don't give a shit, now just gave someone a work order where they spent their crests on Now's item. So basically, Now could just get 590 gear for free using his crests, or not using his crests at all, and then he just had someone craft one in every slot, and he was the highest item level in the world, which he was like totally memeing, right? Like, obviously that shit doesn't matter. Like, it's funny that they removed it or whatever. The Severed Threads one, my understanding of the Severed Threads one, I think, was something along the lines of like, you needed to, something about your reputation double dipping in the Severed Threads area if you had multiple of an account logged in at the same time. Another one was or maybe it was like if you align with different generals. I thought it happened before the generals though. I'm pretty sure it happened before you could align with generals, but it had something to do with like because there were different generals or whatever, you could triple dip on the THD linked it. Okay, good. Let's see, what is this? Okay, right here. Okay, perfect. What is this? Oh, he linked a clip of Gingy. Perfect. Where's the audio? Oh, maybe the VOD's muted or something?
Can I complete this again? Complete this.
I mean, I am on the clip, right? Is this not the clip? Or is this... Hold on, let me look. Oh.
We can do a Vizier.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it is the general. Okay, this is what I thought it was. So what you do is you multi-box and you have 3 different characters and you go in 3 different generals and then you're triple getting all of the XP or you're triple getting all the renown because that's counting towards each general and it's not really... Yeah, this is what I thought it was, but I thought people had this before the generals... I'm pretty sure the method people had this before the generals were out, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, you could just get all 3 of the generals on 3 different characters, do them all at the same time, and then you would get triple renown. So instead of going from 1 to 7 or whatever, or 1 to 8, you would get 1 to, 20 or whatever. And I think there was another exploit that was just like something stupid. Also, people are asking about the crest thing. You're not supposed to be able to do that. The UI is not supposed to allow you to have other people use their crest for you. Like, it was a bug in the UI. I don't know how... I mean, to be fair, like, if it was in the I don't know exactly how it was replicated, but that's basically what it was. It wasn't... You're not supposed to use your crest. I guess the thing that it comes down to when it comes to the crest thing is like now knows, right? Like if you're some random person and you do that, like, and you just don't know when you send a work order, it's not like you're going to get in trouble or get banned or something. But the fact that now knew that what he was doing was, you know what I mean? Like that's why he got his stuff like rolled back or he lost his money or whatever.
This is so important and they'll never take action. But because of that, what they ask us to do, hey, if you guys see exploits, report them to us. Okay, we did. We reported every single one of these exploits and we did not do them. And then we're sitting here just watching everyone else do them. And it's like, okay, are you guys going to fucking do something? Because, like, I feel like we shouldn't have told you this and just did it, right? And that is just so weird. And I don't know how to deal with it. But, like, I mean, we did this
all the haters are going to say. We're all just going to say, like, oh, well, they would have done it if they knew about it.
Yeah.
We knew about every single thing that happened. We just didn't do it on purpose because it seemed like an exploit.
Yeah, I mean, it just leaves such a bad precedent for Blizzard. I actually had this discussion with my chat before, and I've said it like how RMT back in the days, during the mop days, you guys talk about all the time, like people would just openly RMT, even on like stream. Yeah, like people like straight up boosting on stream and making tens and thousands of dollars.
We did that.
It was just something that, like everyone did it, right? It was literally just something that Blizzard didn't give a fuck about. So, like, obviously, as a player, you're like, why wouldn't I do this? Like, I'm making fucking dollars off of this shit. So, it's like you'd be dumb as hell if you weren't doing it. But, like, ever since they started cracking down on it, like, now everyone's, like, scared to do it. And it's, like, something that's, like, really taboo. And
kind of. Like, okay, so this is actually... I had this conversation on stream the other day. So we were part of that. We were actually the guild that was punished the most by far. We were the example. So everyone else got like, after Nighthold, which is where the most RMT ever was happening, they banned like the officers of Method for like a week or two in the middle of the season. That had nowhere close to Tuma Sargeras. Same with a bunch of other guilds. And it was kind of like a warning shot. We didn't get a warning shot. And they knew what we were doing. So we just kept doing sales because we were like, oh, they didn't get us. This is great. And then Team of Sargeras comes around, and they banned the shit out of us. They kept banning us when we tried to like ban evade. Like we would just have someone log on. People account shared back then too. We would have someone log on someone's like second account. They would ban that character. Anyways, funny story. Actually, maybe this is a poddy T segment. We actually found out years later that it was an officer, or in the officer chat of the world or the US Second Guild at the time, they were actually feeding all of our new account information to a Blizzard person and directly getting us banned. They still lost that tier, by the way, even though we took off 18 days. Maybe that's a story for another time. But
Holy,
we kept getting banned, and then since then we have had a hard stance, obviously, against doing any kind of RMT or account sharing. Why? Because we got absolutely fucked by Blizzard for doing it. No other guild did. You're saying like people got punished for it? No, they didn't. They got like warning shots. No one really got punished. We were like the only people that got absolutely screwed, where we lost an entire raid tier of progress because of this. And I remember having conversations on my stream with people, and they were like, "Do people in the race world first like RMT?" And I was like, "No, guys. Remember, all this stuff happened. There's no way anyone's RMTing." And I was including Method and Echo in that because I was just like, "Of course they're not. Like, why would anyone do that?" And then like the Gallywix thing happened, and Echo admitted that they were buying gold for like a super long time, and they were RMTing. And then that like blew my mind, and I was so confused as to why I was lying to my chat, and then it hit me. They didn't actually get punished, right? So why would you change what you're doing if no one's actually ever punished you for it, right? So all of that kind of lines up, and it leads back into the exploiting thing. If you're never actually punished for doing any exploits, the only thing Blizzard can expect from those people is to continue doing it, right? Even though they're asking you to report it. So it's just in this really weird twilight zone of exploits. I don't know.
The worst is definitely
I
if
would
you can't
say-
predict what Blizzard's going to do, right? Like if there's an inconsistent application of rules,
Yeah.
then you feel stupid for not
Truing,
exploiting, but you
truing.
also don't want to exploit and risk the ban, and it's just the worst. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you just gotta exploit early and often. I feel
Yep.
like that's just how
Also
it is right
true.
now. As long as they
Yeah, as
don't
long as it's
take
not too
action.
blatant. Like as long as it's not something where you're like, oh, for sure this is getting banned, right? Like,
I mean,
it's kind of hard to draw.
Where is that line? What? Do you-
yeah, see, it's funny that Dratno says that, but like it's very hard to draw that line, right? Like triple dipping on renown on purpose, like the problem is like, do you know it was on purpose or whatever? Like, yeah, I don't know. It's very, very hard to draw that line.
Do you think would have to happen for them to ban, not roll back, not unkill a boss? What would have to happen in the race world first for them to ban you?
I legit don't even know.
that is a good question. Yeah, I
How
guess.
did we get you banned? You would have to like get like some crazy. I mean, if you just roll
Even
back,
if you
get something
killed a
here.
boss doing something completely egregious, I think they would just unkill the boss. I don't think they would ban you. Like, do you guys remember when in Nighthold, when that one team had a Brewmaster monk that transcended the mobs in the last phase out of the room and they were gone forever? Do you
Yeah.
guys remember that exploit?
Yeah.
If that
Heard
that
about it.
guild got banned. If that happened in today's day and age, I think Blizzard would actively hotfix it. And if they didn't get it in time before your ability to kill the boss, I think they would let the boss kill go through. And I think they would just nerf the boss for all the teams afterwards. I don't think they would. They have like a pretty hard stance of like leaving the boss the way it was when it killed, right? And they try to stop you from doing that stuff, but if they can't, they'll probably leave it in, you know? We didn't exploit the Anduin stars, but they actually didn't do any damage to us on our kill, right? So they had to leave it like that for the other. I think they would do the same thing.
It reminds me of
Because like, what are they gonna do? Just like fucking ban people and then like race is over and GG and
yeah.
it just like sours the entire taste.
I think it would depend a little bit on what somebody did, because I feel like if you blatantly account shared, you'd probably get banned. Like, I think that would probably.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Even though
Max, how much should I say about this?
I don't. It's actually interesting. I don't think Blizzard has ever cared about Race to World First Guild's account sharing, for what it's worth. Like, they've never, ever. The whole, like, we don't account share anymore was because people were account sharing to sell runs to people. They were logging on buyer's account to play their character through a raid. That was the only, to my knowledge, the account sharing action against Race to World Firsts.
That makes sense.
Or against guilds at the top. It has never been, oh, wait, your third Moonkin logged on the alt of your first Moonkin because he had better gear than him. Like, that has never been actioned ever. ever. People kind of stopped doing it, and maybe they would look at that different now. I just want to point out that that has never been something that they've punished ever.
Yeah.
So even that, who knows, right? I don't know. I feel like if it were to go like wild on Reddit, like if basically like Team Liquid's channel did like a super cut around our facility and like Lip's character's in the raid, but like Lip is like in the kitchen and like his character's actively
funny.
raiding, then like Reddit would be like, wait, isn't he, you know, like, and then I feel like it would blow up and Blizzard would maybe have to do something. But like I said, there's no history to point to them actioning that. Random segue. I don't know. It's just been on my mind a lot recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been talking about that too with like all the exploit talking on. I mean, it's like all over Twitter and.
I mean, people are
that's what
exploiting on
everyone's talking about.
stream, dude. That is the highest level of not giving a fuck about what Blizzard will do to you, right?
Yeah. I think there's also always like a worry of like, are the rules being inconsistently applied to different guilds, or different guilds being held to different standards as well, right? Which I know is something like you guys have been worried about in the past as well, right? Is like, are we going to get banned for something that
Not something that I would ever worry about or accuse anyone of, you know, no way that happens.
other teams are going to be able to get away with? Which one of the nice things about a more consistent rule set would be that you could point to something, right? Because like if you remember back like Raw Den Grimoire cheese, right? That was something you guys like chose not to do, right? And then other guilds
And then other people did it.
and
There's
it
been
worked,
examples
right?
of
It's like-
Blizzard telling you not to do something, you don't do it, another guild does it, they don't care. Right?
Yeah, exactly, right? So like I think that it would go a long way towards, you know, making it so that everybody just knew what was and wasn't going to be allowed. Because right now, I mean, it's not the end of the world if the answer is just, yeah, you can try whatever you want and we'll roll you back. And like, we're not going to ban people because some of these bugs can happen by accident. And so we don't want to ban people for that. Like that,
Yeah, like maybe.
That's not an unreasonable position for Blizzard to have. But the position of like, that's what we're actually going to do. But what we're going to say is don't do it and report it if you see it. And we'll ban you if you do it. And then we don't actually do that. Like that is
because
worse.
because then you never want to ask them if something's okay, because just simply them telling you the answer is no is worse than if you never asked in the first
Right.
place and just guessed.
It's
Yeah,
the don't ask
like-
for forgiveness.
Yep.
Or don't ask for permission, ask for forgiveness thing. Right?
Yeah, like for example, they might do rollbacks for this rep thing. You know, it's funny. We have actually one person in our guild that did it, and they just leveled multi-boxing. They just multi-boxed. They, instead of like leveling in a group and doing dungeons and stuff, they just triple boxed their characters maybe all the way to 80. And he's like, he was 12 when he hit 80, he was 12 renown with strands, and it's just simply he just got triple the value for renown just by playing the game and multi-boxing it, right? It's like I don't know exactly how they would handle that because some of it can happen by accident. So, not sure. Anyways, probably enough talk about exploits for today, but
I think so. Yeah, that's it is interesting.
What's the deal with Dorky's background? You got the mad money. I don't know. I don't get it.
That's interesting to talk about. Always good to get some drama as well. Hopefully there are some good out of context 10-second sections of that, which will be spread around. That's what we always like to see.
Yeah, Frank can clip them and put them in the.
Right. Actually, if
Poddy
Frank
C
could
clips.
go through and surgically remove all the context before all of our sentences, that would be really ideal here for this
just lay it out
podcast.
there. Like cut out
That'd be
basically
really good.
everything and just be like, so methods at full 25 for now. Just like out of nowhere. Yeah. So about
If
that.
you're not getting banned for it.
I don't know what else to the expansion stuck out to you guys. How are you guys have you guys been enjoying streaming? Are you guys like what else?
Dude, I
about
streamed for like
delves?
14 hours on the first day, and I'd been kind of a little sick the couple days before, but Squishy, our enemy from the Bench podcast, from Wowhead, was like, "Hey, we're testing out this new thing for featuring streamers on Wowhead. You know, does the time slot of 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. work for you to see if our thing's working?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, sure, that's fine. I love."
yes?
I was like, "Yeah, well, I'm probably gonna be streaming. I'm probably still gonna be awake. Right? I'm waking up at like 1 p.m. and then the launch is at 3 p.m. So I'll just stream. I'll probably stream for 14 hours, sure." But then at around midnight, I could feel my voice starting to get like a little. Like my throat was kind of hurting, my voice was getting a little hoarse, but I was like, well, they're testing out this new thing. I don't want to like not be online when they're doing. I don't want to see, you know, I want to help out. I'll just keep it going, and that was bad. That was a poor decision. I griefed my voice in a way that took like 3 days to recover, where I just couldn't stream or make videos or anything. So that was not a good early access period for me either. But
Wait, what do you mean? Like, was it like your voice was hoarse? Did you sound like RFK Jr.? Like, what was wrong?
It was like worse than RFK Jr. It was not good. It was
Yeah, I mean, your voice is still kind of.
Yeah, it's still not
recovered.
100%. It's a little hoarse still. But yeah, it was real bad for a couple days. It was like, I open my mouth, I try to speak, and nothing comes out. And that was not good.
That's scary.
But it was still a fun expansion launch for me. I don't know. I had a good time. Also, didn't have to play WoW the whole time. I was fiending for some timed content. I timed an escape room with 1 second left on Sunday. So.
No, you did an escape room?
Yeah.
That's fun. Yeah, escape rooms are very fun. Escape rooms are like.
That's kind of pog.
I mean, if you like problem solving, escape rooms are goated. That's like that's all. That's your shit.
That's one of my favorite things to do, dude. I did one with my guildies last month. We all hung out for a bit down in LA, and we did one that it had it had an element of like social deduction sort of to it. It wasn't really well fleshed out, but they gave you some hidden roles at the start, and there was like some spies and some some thieves and stuff, and you had different objectives, and that was kind of cool. Yeah,
I did an escape room in LA not super long ago, and it was so the way we got invited was we have a friend who's a girl, and she was getting asked out by a guy. So the guy was like, "Do you want to go to an escape room with me?" And then she was like, "Sure." And then she found out days later that no one else was going, and it was just gonna be those two, and she wasn't sure about like how she felt about it. So she was like, "Yo, I need a couple of you guys to just like show up, just so it's like a group and it's chill." And I was like, "All right, cool." So we show up. And it was so comically bad. Like, we did fine in the escape room, but he clearly, like, wanted to go on the escape room date to show that he's very good at figuring things out. So, like, and he kind of, like, I mean, he was, like, okay, you could tell he'd done a lot of escape rooms, but, like, he wanted to be the one to solve everything to, like, flex on with the girl. And it was fucking tough, man. Like, it was so, like, it was so obvious. No, I didn't want a wingman because the girl was my friend, and I could tell that she wasn't like super feeling it, so I wasn't gonna like wingman for the random guy. But yeah, it was pretty tough. A couple of times, like we were pretty close to solving stuff, and he would basically just be like, "Guys, fucking stop and listen." he'd be like, "Clear out," like ISO, which was pretty wild. Yeah, that was nuts. That made me think of that. You mentioned Delves, Dorky.
Dude, that's so fun. That's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Oh, I got a brilliant idea. I'm gonna show like the ultimate self-report for not understanding what a girl or a guy wants out of a relationship is your idea of a first date is taking them to an escape room so that you can show off your problem-solving skills. Oh man, that is yeah. That's the one thing that everybody loves in a relationship is somebody who just tells everyone to shut up while they just think and solve through the problem. Hey, he tried, shrugs. That's fair. That's fair. You do have a point. At least he's trying. Did he swing and it was a miss and it was funny? Yeah, but not we all don't swing, so you can't make fun of the guy who's at least trying. Well, you can actually. You're gonna sit here and you're gonna play World of Warcraft and sit behind your computer as a cat avatar on the internet and make fun of some guy who's going out with women. But hey,
we've talked about Delves a lot. I think there's one thing they already super, super fucked up with Delves, and that is that they were awful to level in. Now that I don't think they should have been awesome to where I think a bad interaction would have been you like farming the fastest delve over and over again to get experience. That actually sounds brutal, and similar to islands, it would have made people.
Hold on, we got to go back to the date. I'm like still thinking about it. So do you think the guy, his idea, like, he wanted it to be just them two? Like, do you think he was like, oh, let's have a date and it's just us two doing an escape room? And then if that's the case, so then what was the girl doing? So the girl was like, a guy asked me out to an escape room, and then I said yes, and then I just decided to take a bunch of people with me because it's a date. Like what? I'm just trying to think, like, I guess I don't fully understand. Yeah, exactly. The girl should have said no instead of inviting more people, or like she didn't know it was a, well, that's a, well, yeah, I don't know. I'm like, oh man, chat's fired up. Dude, this is the most opinionated chat's been all day. I'm just trying to think, cuz like I think she didn't know it was going to be but that's opposite though. That's exactly what Max said. What Max said was she realized it was only going to be them two, and then she invited people. The invites. This is an interesting. But here's the thing. I don't know. But if she got weird vibes, or she didn't think of him in that way, like romantically or whatever, or didn't want to, then why didn't she just say no? I guess. Rewind. All right, we gotta rewind. We gotta rewind.
With the girl, wanted to go on the show, and she was like, and it was
some thieves and stuff, and you had different objectives, and that was kind of cool. Yeah,
I did an escape room in LA not super long ago, and it was so the way we got invited was we have a friend who's a girl, and she was getting asked out by a guy. So the guy was like, "Do you want to go to an escape room with me?" And then she was like, "Sure." And then she found out days later that no one else was going, and it was just gonna be those two. And she
okay, so she got asked to go to an escape room. She thought it was a friend thing. Then later down the line, realized that it was a date. I mean, in my opinion, she should still say, look, like, I'm not trying to go on a date. I think it's weird that we're going just us two. She said yes already. I mean, that's... what do you mean? So you're telling me that if I trick a girl into saying yes on a date, then she's obligated to go with me? Like, that's such a strict, like, what? If that's not true, I totally understand the situation, right? I totally understand why she said yes, because she's like, hey, I like escape rooms. This guy seems fine. And then she realized later, wait a second, oh God, this is a date. Like, I'm not trying to go on a date. This is just, I thought we were just hanging out with people, and this is an escape room, and I'm trying to make friends. And then she should, I mean, you can do anything, right? You can lie and be like, oh, sorry, like something came up, an emergency, or you can tell the truth. Like, hey, I mean, as a guy, I would appreciate if you tell the truth, but I mean, chat self-reporting right now. I mean, I don't know. I think I think she should. I mean, I think she's obligated to be like, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's like, it's complicated in a way, but I don't know. I think, I mean, here's the, well, okay. Like, I'm thinking about in my shoes, like, okay, dude, imagine the reverse, right? Let's give the guy good intentions. I'm not saying he does. I'm not saying he has good intentions, but let's just think about it, right? Imagine you're a guy, you ask a girl out on a date to what you think is a date, right? And then she says yes, and you're like, all right, cool, right? And then she shows up with two guys. I would be like, all right, well, clearly there's a misunderstanding here. Like, let's just, like, I like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess maybe I would just, at that point, I would already be at an escape room with 4 people. All right, anyway, let's rewind back then, and then let's listening. What's happening here? Oh yeah, you walked into an absolute crazy, right? Okay, so we're listening to a Max story. Okay, ready? Let's rewind again for a sec.
I did an escape room in LA not super long ago, and it was so the way we got invited was we have a friend who's a girl, and she was getting asked out by a guy. So the guy was like, "Do you want to go to an escape room with me?" And then she was like, "Sure." And then she found out days later that no one else was going, and it was just gonna be those two, and she wasn't sure about like how she felt about it. So she was like, yo, I need a couple of you guys to just like show up just so it's like a group and it's chill. And I was like, all right, cool. So we show up and it was so comically bad. Like we did fine in the escape room, but he clearly like wanted to go on the escape room date to show that he's very good at figuring things out. So like, and he kind of like, I mean, he was like, okay, you could tell he'd done a lot of escape rooms, but like he wanted to be the one to solve everything to like flex on with the girl. And it was fucking tough, man. Like it was so like, it was so obvious. No, I didn't want a wingman because the girl was my friend, and I could tell that she wasn't like super feeling it. So I wasn't gonna like wingman for the random guy. But yeah, it was pretty tough. A couple of times like we were pretty close to solving stuff, and he would basically just be like, "Guys, fucking stop and listen." He'd be like, "Clear out," like ISO, which was pretty wild. Yeah, that was nuts. That made me think of that. You mentioned delves, Dorky. So we've talked about delves.
Okay, to like add in some context maybe to talk about it. So also, if they're very likely what's reasonable here, or what could be reasonable, is there was some level of communication that wasn't included, because like let's just say hypothetically that that situation happened, right, where the guy was like, hey, let's do this. The guy thinks it's a date, the girl doesn't think it's a date, then the girl later realizes it's a date, and then the girl goes, yo, look, like, I don't know if I'm ready for this, like, I'll hang out, but I'm not trying to go on a date, do you mind if I bring a couple people? And then the guy's like, oh, sure, right? Like, in my opinion, that's totally fine, totally normal, like, no harm, no foul on either party, right? So I guess what I said was sort of along the lines of, like, I'm assuming that she didn't sit. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. Maybe I'm not giving the girl enough credit here, because the chance of her just showing up with Max and another guy seems like zero, right? Like, almost definitely she said something to the guy, right? She probably said, hey, can I bring friends, right? Like, there's no way the girl just showed up with Max and some other guy and like, hey, by the way, I brought people for this. Like, yeah, actually, the more that I think about it, like, probably the way it happened is the guy should have said, like, yeah. I think this is what happened, right? Look, I was kind of harping on the girl a little bit, but if you think about what happens, right? Like, she probably was like, yo, can I bring a couple friends? And the guy probably said yes, right? And I mean, okay, then it's on the guy, right? I think she knew. Max said he asked her on a date. More context needed from Max. No. Max said it very clearly. She agreed to go out to an escape room, and later on she realized it was going to be just them. In my opinion, that entails that the girl was invited into like something that she thought might be a friend thing, and then she realized that it was a date. Like, she agreed to something that she didn't know was a date, which, I mean, I could see how that happens. Like, I don't think that's that crazy, right? And then very likely she said, wait, like, can I bring friends? And the guy probably said yes. And the guy's either that, I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, you guys are saying a bunch of stuff that's like, I don't know. I don't really think that relevant, right? Like, people are saying, oh, who takes a girl to an escape room? That's the point. That's the story, right? We get it. Please stop. All right, I'm just gunning this one chatter down. Don't just come in my chat and just type, please stop. Like, why don't you go to another fucking stream, idiot? See you in 2 weeks. Alright. Look, the thing is, I lost my train of thought. We're thinking, look, here's the thing, right? We're all people in this world, okay? I'm gonna go to the end here, okay? We're all people in this world. And it's important that we bridge the gap of communication and that we talk about things, okay? We talk about social situations. Everybody goes through different things and have different expectations in life, you know? People have different opinions. People have different point of views. And I think the worst thing that we could do is to say things like, oh, you're a fucking idiot. Shut up. You're wrong. Take, you're so wrong here. Like, I think, especially when it comes to these things are not talked about enough. Like, these are things that, if the whole world understood each other better in these situations, the world would be a whole lot better of a place, right? And I think, like, this is a situation where people don't talk about this sort of thing, and I think it's so fucking interesting to think about, like, what sort of, you know what I mean? Like, what was going through people's head and how it happened, and, like, I don't know, like, I think it's actually kind of fucking interesting, and I think we went literally full circle, right? Like literally went full circle, right? Where we started off, and we were a lot of people were thinking, well, like what the hell? This girl just randomly brings two guys with a date to a date, and she's not saying anything to the guy, right? But realistically, like almost definitely she did, right? Like there's almost no way that she probably brought people. It was wait, hold on. So there's more context here. Hold on, wait. So it was a guy and a girl. So what if it then? This is tough because now it's a double date, right? Now she's not necessarily saying no to the date. Now she's not just calm. Man. I mean, hold on. What's Max doing? Do we need some context here? Max isn't online. He isn't online. We can't do this. Call Max. I mean, all right. And I haven't talked to Max in DMs in a long time. Hold on. We need context here. I'm calling Max. Very, very important clarification on his social life. We have a question about your poddy. I don't know if he's here. He might not be at his computer. Analyzing balance changes, no. Analyzing date, yes. All right, he didn't pick up. I don't know if he's doing something else. He's AFK or something. Okay, to be fair, his last message to me was just hello cat and then a 10-hour video of jingling keys and then a laser pointer because he was trying to get me to come back from AFK for one of his like the speaking thing or whatever. the tier list stream. All right, anyway, so rewinding, right? I think honestly, I guess it's interesting. It's interesting to think about, right? Because log in, bro. I'm not playing beta keys. Are you with Drogo? Drogo's asking me to do beta keys. Or no, wait, no, yeah, that was like 2 minutes ago. Beta, yeah. Go do. They need a healer. Drogo needs a healer for beta. Go. Come gear something. We got 20 minutes of potty C. I'll join in a little bit. I'll join in a couple. You know, you are a Drogo, man. More like 40 with this conversation. I mean, it's tough, right? I mean, we just need more context, right? We just need more context. All right, hold on. So chat, what about this? What do you do if you're the guy? What do you do if you're the guy? Like, let's say you're the guy and you ask a girl on a date. All right, he's back. Oh wait, I'm getting call. Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's going on? You have a couple minutes? We're listening to the potty C. I'm streaming, by the way.
You're live reacting to the potty C? Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize we had motion like that.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, it's big. The viewers are climbing too. Like I've gained a lot of viewers since I started, so I'm really milking it.
All right, what's up? What do you want to know?
All right, so I'm listening to this part in the podcast. You guys are talking about escape rooms, and we're hoping for more context on the situation. So the guy asked the girl on like what he thought was a date, right? Did the guy think it was just them two?
Oh, for sure, yeah. Like he 100% set it up, and I think from context after doing it, I think he had like done this before. Like his go-to move is like, if I can get a girl in an escape room with me, I'm fucking golden. Like I'm gonna take this home, right? Yeah, for sure. He
okay.
That's what he thought. He was surprised when we showed up. Yes.
Oh, okay. So wait. So he was surprised when you showed up. So she didn't tell him that she was bringing friends.
Yeah, like I think he might have found out on the day or something, but yeah, the vibe totally shifted when it was just them there, and then we pulled up. Yeah.
So was it you and another girl, or was it you and a guy?
No, me, my friend Hugo, who you know.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Smash
Hugo. Yeah.
player. And actually, I think Pobelter was so it was me, Hugs, and Pobelter showed up and did the escape room, and Pobelter's girlfriend Cyan.
Oh, okay. So there. All right. So
There were some other girls there. Yeah.
So, he didn't know any of you guys were coming.
I mean, I'm sure at some point that day she mentioned it, like, hey, you know, I'm gonna bring some friends along or whatever. I think she wasn't super okay. She agreed to it because she thought it was a group of friends. I think they, the guy. Well, I don't want to tell you where the guy worked, but like similar industry, and I think she thought she was getting invited to like a friends group escape rooms, and she likes escape rooms, so she was like, I'm down. And as it got closer and closer, context clues from what he was saying, I was there when she found this out, like that it was actually just going to be them and that it was totally a date, and she didn't realize it. So inviting us later was like a defense mechanism against it being potentially like a really awkward date she didn't know she was going on yet.
Do you feel that she had the obligation to just say, no, I don't want to do that? Why do you think that she just showed up with more people?
So I mean, she wanted to do the escape room, and I guess she didn't want to say no to him, I suppose, which could be like its own thing. But also, like, that group of friends have done escape rooms before, so just like, are you guys down? Do you want to come? It wasn't like, oh my god, please come save me. It was like, do you guys want to show up? It would probably be more fun, and it would also have this situation not happen. But I don't know if you listened to the whole story, but it definitely did not end up well. Like when he was there, and like he definitely tried to make himself the star of the show in front of all the people. And I don't know if it would have been like that one-on-one. It was almost like he was pissed off that we were there, kind of. Yeah,
I mean, I would be, right?
The show into his own hands. Well, let me just so not a lot of Riz.
Well, okay, but here's the thing. Look, we all agree that this guy's got some work to do, all right? No one's saying that the escape room go-to show-off brainiac problem solver guy doesn't have work to do, all right? I'm not saying that, but the thing is, at least, you know, just because he doesn't have a lot of Riz, you know, doesn't mean you don't respect the fact that he's trying to go on a date and you either say yes or no. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man. But it was not. I actually read the messages. It was not obvious it was a date. It was almost like not. I don't want to accuse him of this, but it was almost like he tricked her into going on a date in a way. So like her way to, maybe the response could have been, hey, actually, I didn't realize this was a date. I'm actually not into that. She could have done that, right? But then she wanted to just like make it a group thing, and then we showed up. I mean, she was just like, hey, do you guys mind showing up? Because I don't want to like go one-on-one. It's just not the vibe. And then we were like, yeah, and we had fun.
But I mean, like, you guys had fun, but like, do you think that he knew that you guys were gonna be there? Like, I guess is the question, right? Like when
he knew before he drove there, but he didn't know when she said yes.
Okay, right. So he was trying to do his move, right? Whatever amount of tricky it was. But at some point, you think she told him, yo, I'm bringing people. And he said, and he showed up knowing that there were going to be people.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, like, I don't think he was like super mad. He was kind of vibing. Like he was spitting game afterwards. We went and got ice cream in the place. It was in like West Hollywood. And he was just like, yo, he thought he was spitting, like he was having a good time. So like,
it's an unknown Riz. It's like what is that? Fuck, what is the theorem about the less you know, the more you know? Why can I not remember it?
Yeah, he thought he was killing it for sure. He was not killing it.
Oh, okay. But you think he didn't? It wasn't like surprise. Here's 3 people. Like it was kind of like
No, because like when he said that we were going to do the escape room, it was almost implied there were going to be other people there. Because, like, honestly, who, like, duos a fucking escape room?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, like, she was like, oh, there's anybody else? I actually have a few friends that'll come. And he was like, okay. Right?
Oh, I mean...
It wasn't like he was blindsided.
Yeah, that's not so bad. Like, also, I mean, I totally see her perspective of, like, thinking it was a group thing and then realizing it was, like, a date and then being like, oh God, what do I do? Right? Like, I can totally see that happening. But I guess I was sort of wondering, like, from there, how did it go? Like, did she just roll up with a squad? Or was she like, hey, like, I'm bringing people? But you think she was like, yo, I'm bringing people.
Yeah. I mean, also, it turns out girls a lot of the time don't like being one-on-one with people, with dudes they don't know really well, right? Like, I feel like it makes sense.
Sure. No, she has every right to do whatever she wants to do. I completely agree. I'm just to me
that night was fucking funny. That was some funny ass shit.
It's like, I mean, I was dying listening to it. Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah.
To someone like just trying to fucking spit game and they don't really have it is like kind of fucking hilarious, right? Like I remember a few times like we were in the middle of figure something out and he's like, I got it. Like he was like fucking Jimmy Neutron or something. Holy shit, man.
Brain blasted.
Yeah, I fucking forgot. I forgot that night until like I randomly that just popped into my head during the podcast, and yeah, that shit was funny as fuck.
All right, okay, because we're listening and we're unsure. We just needed a little context clarification because we weren't sure if she just said okay, then kind of realized later that it's a date, and then was like, "Fuck this, I don't want a date," and just rolls up with a crew to a guy who thinks it's a date.
No, that would have gone hard too. That would have gone hard as fuck.
I mean, look. All right.
I'm just getting home. The garbage people left all my garbage cans.
No, you're good. Thank you for the clarification. I'm gonna go back to reacting. Thank you very much for the great story.
Yep.
All right, later, man. Peace.
Yep.
All right. I feel like I don't know if we're any more or less confused. To me, when he first started telling the story, it sounded like she just rolled up with the crew, right? But on second evaluation, it does. This is what it sounds like. Okay, this is what it sounds like. She realized it was a date later. She's like, hell no, I don't want to go on a date. But like, I still like escape rooms. Whatever, fuck it. Let's just try and salvage it. And the guy says. Then the guy gets a text and then the girl's like, I want to bring people. And the guy's probably like, fuck. Well, all right, whatever. I would like escape rooms. I like this girl. I'm going to try and salvage it, right? So to me, no harm, no foul. All right. To me, I think the girl acted reasonably. The guy could improve his riz and, all that. But, the thing is, he's out there trying, you got to respect after. So here's the thing, right? So here's two different situations, right? You can say the girl should have said no because she realized the guy wanted a date, right? But the girl has every right to try, right? The girl can say, hey, can I bring friends? What if you know what I mean? What if they could still be friends? Like, just because the girl doesn't want to go on a date doesn't mean they need to scrap. Like, they made plans, they picked out a day, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no reason the girl has to say no. The girl has every right to say, hey, can I bring people? Because first of all, the girl thought that was the context in the first place, right? And the guy has every right to say no, right? The guy has every right. If the girl says, hey, can I bring friends? And then the guy gets this text and then he's like, fuck, like she doesn't, you know what I mean? We're not at that point. This isn't going to work. The guy has every right to go, look, I was trying to go on a date. Like you can't, I would prefer, you know what I mean? Like the guy has every right to say no to that too. Like, both people had every right to say no, and they willfully continued into the arrangement, right? They willfully continued into the arrangement. Duoing the escape room? Okay, but here's the thing, right? People who are saying duoing the escape room is unheard of, you are people who know about escape rooms or anything like that, right? We don't know the context. Do we need to call Max back? No, right? But I don't know about escape rooms. Maybe there is an escape room. Right? Maybe there is an escape room that you could do with two people. I don't know anything about escape rooms. I've just heard about them. Right? He said he's an escape room main. Max said he's an escape... Look, you guys are dumb, right? You guys just aren't on my level of thinking. This is why I beat you guys at poker, is because I think on levels beyond your brain. So if you disagree with me here, just do some homework. Maybe someday you'll reach my level, okay? So here's the thing, right? the TLDR, no harm, no foul. The girl had, while it was probably weird that the guy, quote unquote, tricked her, we don't know the full context, right? We don't know exactly what it is. It was probably a little bit shady, but at the same time, who knows, right? I don't see the fucking text messages. The girl has every right, once she realizes the guy's real intentions, and it was very polite of her to be like, hey, I still want, like, we can still hang out, but I want to bring people. That's very reasonable. And the guy, again, we know the guy isn't the Riz Master, okay? If you're going on a date with a girl and she's trying to roll up with a Q, well, okay, if the girl was trying to roll up and she's rolling up with Hugo and Max, I'd probably be like, fuck yeah, right? And I'd probably change my tune real quick, and I'd be talking to Hugo about Smash the whole time and talking to Max, and then, like, who cares about this girl, right? But that's a different story, and that's why I'm single. But the thing is, the girl, no harm, no foul, no problems, right? The guy, I don't think the guy did anything, I think the guy could have made some better decisions here, right? The guy could have made some better decisions. You probably shouldn't go for the show off your problem solving reasonable deduction skills on the first date strategy. But then again, right, look, every girl in chat knows that guys are fucking idiots. Guys literally just send a picture of their dork into you, and they think that's a good pickup line, right? They think that's a move they should make, right? So this guy is 10 levels beyond that, right? I'm not saying what he's doing is good, but guys are fucking stupid. Guys are so dumb, right? So look, no harm, no foul. I think that it was a funny story. Basically, what we've concluded is I just sat here and talked for an hour about absolutely nothing, and we've come to no conclusion except for that one poor guy from my chat got banned for 2 weeks. That's the only conclusion that we've gotten here, is that one guy is banned for 2 weeks now because of this. And if I wouldn't have stopped here, nothing would have happened.
A lot. I think there's one thing they already super fucked up with Delves, and that is that they were awful to level in. Now that I don't think they should have been awesome to where I think a bad interaction would have been you like farming the fastest delve over and over again to get experience. That actually sounds brutal, and similar to islands, it would have made people dislike something they never even had a chance to like, kind of thing. But what they should have done,
okay.
I think, I would love to hear if you guys have any comeback for this. The first time you did every delve, the first time completion while you were leveling should have been the most efficient way to get experience in the game. And I think they fucked that up. It would have promoted discovery. You would have went and like gone out of your way to see all the delves. You wouldn't have been spamming any one of them. And you would have been getting like brand XP, because like really there wasn't a reason to do delves, right? Like you want to save your keys till Heroic Week. By the way, quick shout if any of you guys don't know that, save your keys till Heroic Week, September 10th. And
poddy C tip.
Yep, you can do one if you want some rep though, especially on a.
That's not a poddy C tip. Everyone's been saying, come on, Dorky.
You don't care about, because there is rep when you open that chest at the end of a bountiful delve. So that is also an option if you want a little bit.
What did you guys think when you were doing leveling? Like I did my first delve and I'm like, well, this wasn't worth it, and then I just never did it again. Seems like a mistake.
Yeah, there's also so there's the quests that are like, do this delve for the first time, right? That quest could just give a bunch of XP, but what it does right now is it gives Bran XP, and Bran has a capped level of 15 right now. So what you should do is get all those quests done, but not turn them in, and then turn them in once Bran's XP gets uncapped, which is definitely.
Now that's a poddy C tip of the week. There we go. That's the poddy C tip. Do all of the first time quests for each delve, but don't turn it in. Wait for Heroic Week, then turn it all in for maximal Bran XP.
Not
Didn't
a great
people
play
exploit
pattern
his
to
XP
encourage.
to 60?
There was a little bit of that. People did exploit the XP to 60, but if you failed to do that, then
so are those still at 60 while everyone else?
We're not going to name any of their names right now who did any of that exploiting and got them to 60. We're just going to continue on with the podcast.
So it's capped at 15?
I think so, yeah. Last I heard.
That's good.
Yeah.
That is solid.
One, I think, catastrophe for delves for leveling is definitely like, somebody came into my chat and they were like, I've leveled one character, I'm at work playing, and I want to level another character, and I don't want to do the quests, and I don't want to do any group content. What's the best way for me to do that? And I was like, oh, probably doing some delves is probably a good idea. And he was like, I did one, but it only gave me 10% of an XP or of a level. Like, it didn't seem very good. That is a catastrophe. Like, if somebody is at work leveling a second character, looking for a good way to do that, and they don't want to do group content, and the answer isn't delves are great for you. This delves are for you. That seems like an ultimate catastrophe.
Yeah, and I mean,
Agreed.
I think it
Delves
makes
shoulda
sense
gave
in
more
the
XP.
expansion that you would want delves to be featured.
Yeah.
And it felt like they haven't been featured yet. You could argue in Heroic Week they are featured.
They
I
will
actually
be.
think that's correct. In Heroic Week, you will be you will be delving in Heroic.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, and I think we have to keep that in mind that we're idiots. And so when they feature something, if they make us do it too much, we're just going to do it infinitely until we hate it, and then we're going to keep doing it even more. That's what we do when it comes to World of Warcraft. So if they made delves the correct way to level, you would just be delving for 20 hours and hate delves, right? So they made it so Heroic Week is the moment for delves. That's when everyone's doing them, and that's when you're supposed to experience delves. And I think actually that is, while they're talking about like, oh, they should have been more XP or whatever, and I think Blizzard probably just got lucky and didn't really consider this and just kind of put numbers in. I think that it was actually the best thing to do for Heroic Week to be Delve Week.
Heroic Week. But I still feel like it was an unforced. They should have absolutely given you better experience. If you're choosing to play solo and going into delve to get experience, and it's a delve you haven't done before, you should be like, wow, I got a lot of experience for that. Because, like, I don't know, delves don't have enough going on inside of them to make you like them, really, I think. So, like,
if that's not he said the truth right there. Delves don't have enough going on inside of them for you to like them. Thank you, Max.
it would be like, we got a lot of experience. I like delves, you know? It'd be a W delve, right? It would have been a dub for delves.
Yeah.
It wasn't there.
I actually did a bunch of them to try to level. It's funny because like I finished my campaign, I got to 78, I think it was, and I'm like, I'm just gonna go spam some delves, and I like ran through all the delves once, and then like I went back to like spamming one of the easier ones, and holy fuck, I could not get a single level. So I just said screw it. I just went back to spamming dungeons, which is pretty much just how every single person leveled. Like everyone during early access was just spamming dungeons.
Bro, it's like less than 3 hours. That is the most goated early expansion thing ever, and it's crazy that they decided to nerf it after the expansion actually released. But I think the reason why is, weren't we just really
in Max's defense, I'm sure he hasn't even leveled the guy since, right? He's basing it off of what everyone's saying, but they basically, in my opinion, like barely changed leveling, right? Like it's almost the same.
really geared for level 70s? I feel like that's when you hit level 80, you had like 20 eye levels more than you did in season 4. That I feel like in most expansions it's a lot more than that.
Yeah, it is true.
I thought that
regular 70 would also be OP. Yeah.
Yeah, like my random shitter characters from season 1 or 2 of Dragonflight were still like fucking OP, and I was just like running through these dungeons.
But I mean, if you had season 4 gear, it was crazy. You were literally like one-shotting bosses, which I think it is very understandable why Blizzard would look at that and be like, "Oh, we don't want you to do that." But that thought needs to happen.
Also buffed the nerf.
The nerf was not bad. The timing of the nerf
is bad.
Understandable why anyone would be mad about that. But the nerf itself was definitely justified. It was super weird.
Yeah, like if that nerf had happened right before early access had started, tremendous, great decision. But
I still think leveling is historically fast.
Yeah,
like even with the nerf, I think leveling through the campaign or just leveling from 70 to 80 is. I want to. Might be making this up. I think it is the fastest ever.
The stacking XP you get for your warband each character you level is so good. That's genius.
Warband zone.
Yeah, warbands
that's actually my takeaway. That is my takeaway from the beginning of this expansion is warbands fucking own. They're so good.
It's actually so great because there's this feeling of like, oh man, this side quest or whatever is here. I guess I should do that on this guy, and then I guess I should do it on every single guy I ever make. And Warbands just does away with that entirely. And Warbands instead is like, hey, you didn't do Ashkahet side quests on your main. You do them on your alt, you'll get the benefit on your main. Like, holy moly, it's so good. It's
insane.
It makes me think that if they wanted to make any of the borrowed power systems that have sucked in WoW's past for like various acquisition reasons, warbands go such a long way to fixing the big downside that a lot of them have had, which is that they were miserable on alts. Like if you just did Legion legendary or Legion artifact weapons, but with warband wide artifact power, that fixes not all, but a lot of the things that made you feel bad about that system. Like a lot of what sucked on that system was logging onto your alt when your weapon was like garbage, and that just wouldn't happen anymore. It would just keep up automatically. It was so good. It would be so good.
Holy shit! Time to bring back borrow powers.
I'm just saying. I'm
Yeah,
saying
like,
one of the barriers has fallen to it being a great system.
Yeah, I tweeted about that today.
Yeah,
I've been thinking about that. I think I've ranted about that one time on stream, like every day for the past couple days. Where like, man, if you just went back in time, had current functioning warbands at the beginning of Legion all the way through Shadowlands, I think our opinion on borrow power would be totally different.
Holy. That's crazy to think about. That's actually crazy to think about. With BFA, everything was account wide. You had all the essences account wide. All of your the thing is exactly what Melvin said. We were all saying that during BFA. We were saying that during Legion. It wasn't like Blizzard just figured out this magic thing, right? We've been saying this since then. But I think the real shame is to think about what, like, where we, I don't know. Well, okay, let's be honest. Everyone would still have complained about everything and hated it. But thinking back to BFA and all that shit, like, man, if everything was account wide this whole time, like, man, everyone would have complained about so much better of stuff.
It solves so much of the issue with those systems, which also begged the question: have we talked about this on the podcast recently? I know I've talked about it with a few of you. I just don't know if it was on the podcast or on my stream. Do you know what I'm about to talk about?
No.
The how many more rebuilding expansions do we need before we start cooking again?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
we talked about that I think last
episode.
week. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all I was about to bring up. But if we already talked about it last week, then maybe we shouldn't. But I wonder when we go back to.
I was muted. That is such the life of a streamer, by the way, is you just yap to everybody so much. Everyone's saying F. It's not F. I just was muted. Okay, XTD. Okay. You yap so much to everybody, like, all the time, and you forget where you yapped and what you yapped about, that you're talking to the next, like, talking to somebody, and then you're yapping about the same thing that you already yapped about a week ago. It's actually crazy that we listened to this poddy C a week ago, and he yapped about it, and now he's yapping about it again, and then realizing that he yapped about the previous yap.
Adding a little bit more. We can't rebuild forever, right?
Yeah. I think warbands that is the biggest brick in the wall of rebuilding that needed to happen.
Yep. I do feel like something a little bit different could happen with the beginning of the expansion. Because, like, would it hurt if they made it so next week we get M0s or normal raid?
Oh, come on, Dorky. Dorky is such a troll, dude. Like, he just says the stuff that people say, then he just says it with a deep voice, and everyone's just like, oh yeah, this guy's so smart. Like, man.
M0 would be safe, I think, next week.
Like,
yeah.
What if we got M0s in normal raid, and that way you stagger out heroic raid too, and then, like, the following week would be heroic raid and maybe M+, and then, the third week would be mythic raid.
We should have heroic raid and mythic raid only for, like, at least 2 or 3 months before you can mythic plus.
That would go so hard.
That would go hard.
So hard.
Yeah. That would fix the problem for the M+ only players of the myth track.
Yeah, their problems would be gone.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there is some downside to, like, the more you stagger content into different weeks, the more it does kind of dilute all of it. So, like, if it's like, oh, this is the veteran track week, and this is the champion track week, and this is the hero track week, and then this is the myth track week, like, to some extent, that's a smooth curve. But also, like, are any of those weeks going to feel good, or are you going to feel kind of like, oh, I'm obligated to log in all 7 days of normal week to grind stuff, and then that's all going to get replaced when I log in for 7 days of heroic week, and then we can finally start playing the game in mythic week, where, like, I
I
don't know.
mean, but how many people are grinding normals? Like,
Yeah, but then,
realistically? It would
like-
just be like a couple of guilds, right?
I don't know. Like, is that like an exciting way to launch the raid? I don't know. I mean, maybe it's fine. Maybe it'd be cool.
I think it would give like the players who want something to do like a taste of the end game content.
I think that the players that want something to do are overwhelmingly the giga sweaty players, because the players for whom normal raid is fun and engaging content are also the players that don't need there to be more than just the leveling, the campaign, the professions, all that stuff after a single week. Like, I think those players are generally vibing right now. They're still happy with the expansion as is.
Yeah, I'm just curious how many of them are actually like giga sweaty, because I'm just imagining a lot of them as like, you know, the quote unquote mid core players.
I feel like those players don't play enough hours to be like.
What does
already
mid-core
done.
mean?
It means
Mid-core.
different
So,
things
you know-
depending on every time you say it.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, the way I see WoW split right now is there's only like really two types of content, right? Like there's like the giga casual content, which is literally everything falls over in 2 seconds and it's just like collectibles and stuff. And then there's like, you know, the end game content where like you're actually challenged, right? But not everyone wants to be like doing like mythic raids and high keys. So the people who are like doing anything below that, because right now, like if you want to actually play your class, there's not a lot of content where you can play your class. Everything just falls over 2 seconds. Like, you know, if you're doing normal or heroic dungeons right now, right? You can't even do your burst combo. Like if you're a frost DK, you press your pillar, you can't even get like half of your pillar off. Or if you're doing an arcane mage, you can't even get your touch off. So you can't like even feel your characters. At least that's what I've been hearing a lot. Like I
do think that's
have
fair.
friends who are coming back to the game, and one of them's an arcane mage, and he's like, "Dude, all this content is fucking pissed. Like I can't even like I'm trying to practice my arcane mage, and I can't
JB.
even get my touch combo off. So like you can't even practice your rotations or like really exert your class." And I think that's where the M0 bridges that gap. Like M0 isn't crazy hard content or isn't anything that like you have to
Oh, but you
sweat
could
in.
play your character.
Yeah, you can actually just
Yeah,
like,
I think you're
have
right. I
content where
think
you
you're
can play
onto
your character.
something. There is actually no way right now, if you like wanted to just feel your character in any real content, you wanted to fight enemies and see their health bar go down in a somewhat realistic manner, that does not exist in the game. There's nothing
Yeah,
you can
everything's
do.
complete.
Level 3 delves.
Yes.
You literally said you spent an hour in front of dummies, right, Max? So like,
Yeah,
I
because that's
love
all
that.
you can do.
Yeah,
You can
I
only
love
get
that
doubles.
shit. I
That's-
love that shit. But the
that's it.
dummy's not trying to kill you.
right.
Yeah.
I felt that as well, like doing the Awakening the Machine event. I don't know if you guys have done that particular one yet, but it's very much like,
Yeah, I did.
oh wow, this is easy in a way that things aren't usually, right? Like, especially I DC'd once and came back a minute later and my guy was still alive, and I was like, oh, right, okay, I really can't fail this no matter what I do.
You can DC.
I did DC and I came back a minute later and it was fine.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, we had someone's game crash during that thing, and it instantly failed. And
Oh, I came back.
And it's over. You can't redo it. It's
Wait, what?
it's
tough.
bricked.
Wait, what?
You can't rezone
So you
in.
lose
Yeah.
your key?
Yep.
What?
Catastrophe.
That's kind of
Wait, did anyone know that you can deplete it and then you can't do it again? Is that true? Has anyone? I guess I don't want to out any chatters. I don't want to. You don't have to admit that you failed it. You can. I did redo it. You can start over. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It is indeed. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty bad.
I actually think that I wish, I mean, maybe it will get harder, but I thought the format of it was so cool, but it was just such a miss. You know what I'm saying? Like, the idea of like, oh, there's 20 waves and they get harder and then you have to do something to each wave. Like, to me, that was close. That was like close to good, right? Like, imagine two different things of like, okay, you're a DPS and they don't even attack you, they just attack the guy, right? Like, I think one of the big misses with it is they attack you. Like, I wish they just attacked the guy. That would be way cooler. And then they maybe gave you like more ability to heal, or you had like more HP or something. Like, I don't know. I think it was close, but it was a miss. It was a miss. But I like the format way better than I like Delves.
Yeah, like people really can't feel their classes right now. I'm hearing like all sorts of different takes about specific specs, because like obviously the specs that can just blow all your load in 2 seconds and do crazy damage. People are like, wow, this spec is OP.
Yeah.
But then like specs that can't actually do damage. Everyone's like, wait, so does this spec actually suck? People are like talking about how like I thought arcane mage is supposed to be OP. Speaking of which, I've been seeing so many arcane mages. It's actually ridiculous. Everyone just like look at the tier list?
Everyone's
like,
a tier list, Andy. Yeah.
Everyone
also
just
the
fucking.
amount- Everyone's
just watched Max's
so
video.
everyone's so down on rogues. Like, how many rogues have you seen just like out in the world, man? I know like sometimes they're stealth, right? But like
How many how many rogues you guys see in the world? And then he stops and he's like, well, I know they're stealth, but dude, god damn it.
if you go through the main city right now, you'll see like 0 or 1. But I don't think that's a tier list thing. I think that is people's general vibes about the spec were pretty down going into the expansion. And I think people feel that way. I like mages. It's not surprising to see a lot of mages. What have people been saying all of beta? Man, mages really have it good. No matter what spec you're playing, there's a hero talent that's awesome and they're really good and all that stuff. So like people gravitate to that. It's because WoW has this weird problem in PvE where way less so in Raid, but true in Mythic Plus, which is the thing you do most of the time because Raid is weekly gated, is how good your spec is determines how fast your queue times are. Like your queue times, right? Getting invited. And that just means whether you can or can't play the game. And that sucks. So you feel like you have to play the best thing. So.
Yep.
Solo Queue Mythic Plus, by the way, Season 4 this expansion. Let's fucking get it.
Yep. Holy shit.
Oh,
By the way,
shit.
the bench, they were talking shit about solo queue. They were saying it's bad. Those guys don't know anything, man.
Yeah, they're out of touch.
Just
so
another
dumb.
example of the bench L.
Yeah.
Belch,
What?
Bench,
Right. Belch.
Tettles is just a privileged DPS.
Belch?
He doesn't understand what is actually.
I am unbelievably pro Solo Queue Mythic Plus. I think it's such a good
Same.
idea.
That's right. We
Yeah.
are the podcast of the people, the voice of the people. That's us.
Whoa, alright.
All right.
Off the bench.
And speaking of how much we love the people, let's get a question from one of them who has chosen to support us by the Patreon as well, but also a valued member of the people in general. Gronk sends in the question. I've been watching a lot of these newer War Within cutscenes, and I think that this Illyria
I'm gonna bring her
Windrunner,
back.
whom Lord Master Max taught me is Sylvanas' sister, has a fairly cool aesthetic. And it got me thinking. Destruction Warlocks got green fire, but other visual with no associated power gain ideas would be cool, and hero talents might be the place for that. Played Dark Ranger for a few seasons. Played Dark Ranger for 2 seasons. It's only been out for a couple of days. But, this is a
I think
question.
they
All right.
mean
Yeah, okay. Played Dark Ranger for a few seasons and love the playstyle but want a new look? Try Void Ranger. It's the exact same talent with new Void visuals. Had your
we've
fun with
talked about
Templar, but you've always been a fan of the Ashringer. Try the new Silverhand Paladin, same rotation, but now with righteous swords falling from the heavens. Do you think this would be a cool or realistic addition to hero talents after an expansion or two of playing with them? And if not, what, if anything, should they do with hero talents after an expansion or two to keep them fresh and exciting?
I
It's
don't think they
interesting.
need to do anything. I feel like they will just move on and keep updating hero talents maybe, but like they're not going to do anything new with it. I think they could add this in the shop, and I don't even think it has to be hero talent related. I think they can have different aesthetics for your class, I think it maybe goes away from theme, but like I'm thinking like a fire mage, you can just like get blue fire, like I mean they probably don't like that because frost is blue and maybe there's some weird shit with that, but like you could apply stuff like that across the whole game where it basically skins your abilities and shit.
Like
And
League
I
of
think
Legends skins.
that would go so hard. And it would actually be something that would actually make sense to pay for in the shop, right? Like but obviously, just in case we're like picking sides here, like getting it for free would be fucking sweet, but I think all of us could understand that's exactly what would not happen if this kind of thing was added to the game. But I actually think that would be really cool. Not even hero time related, just for every class, just having that option would be nice.
Yeah, I mean Blizzard needs that money, man. Like
That's
fucking
right.
money,
Yeah,
man.
just pay him,
They're
guys.
they're
Let's
down
go.
bad.
Support your
True.
developer. Support
I bought a
them.
couple extra Epic editions yesterday because I was just kind of feeling bad for them overall. So
Yeah, like I just wanted to wait a tip. Blizzard
yeah.
and-
Oh yeah, I exactly. God, what was that? There was that. It was Quick, right, who had that post about like wanting to
Yeah.
tip game devs, which honestly I felt that after playing Baldur's Gate 3. I was like, man, this kind of sucks that there's not any microtransactions I could buy to support this game. But anyways, Desherlock Green Fire is one of the coolest things WoW's ever done. They should definitely do more stuff like that. Like, make a couple per expansion that are just, you know, Giga Quest chains, put a couple in the shop, have a couple cost traders tendies or whatever. Like, that would be so cool. I do think hero talents aren't the place for it because I think that was something that hero talents could have been, is reskins, right? Like hero class skins or whatever. I think it would be weird if you put like a different twist on what's already kind of a visually distinctive skin. All the hero talents are basically like, you know, oh, I have these one or two big visuals that play on this one thing, and like changing that. I don't know. I don't think hero talents are the place for it. I think it is a base class spec thing that would make the most sense for that, and or even doing it for a single ability or something, like learning, you know, Khadgar's arcane Giga Death Laser instead of your own Arcane Surge or whatever. Like that would be you get a quest for doing that for when you find his disintegrated remains in the sea below Dalaran where it exploded.
Yeah, wait, did he die?
Yeah. Oh yeah, bad news.
There's no way. Nah,
You skipped the
I'm pretty
cutscene, you missed
that's
it.
fake News.
That's what
I
someone
watched it. I watched it all, but I'm pretty sure it's fake ass news because they didn't even show his body. Like
That's true.
there's
If you
no
don't
way
see
they
the
just
body-
killed off Khadgar like that.
I think
That's
he died.
the fakest news ever.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
pretty
it's
sure
over.
he's alive. He's a mage. He can just like ice block and blink out and, you know,
No, like
teleport out.
they blew up a whole city. That's what you have to do if you want to kill a mage. That's how you get through all the defensives.
He'd be probably
Dude,
pressed
imagine-
if 5 over defensives.
Imagine we had like a potty C listener that didn't get the early access and they're waiting to play until
Wait,
this weekend to
spoilers?
play the
Oh,
thing, and they
shit.
just get turbos. I mean, it's like the first thing that happens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they should know by now. What the hell?
Yeah.
Give
It's,
it the time.
But yeah, I think they need to work on the base hero talent aesthetics first before we gotta start on that before we move on, because stuff like Demon Hunter, man, where the hell are the visuals for that?
Oh yeah.
We have Felskard, all you have like Sigil of Doom and stuff, but you're just using your normal abilities. Like I think that needs to change first. And then
Demon Surge looks
talent
really
work
cool,
on that.
but
They can-
yeah.
Much like talent
Yeah,
trees,
but-
I think hero talents are going to look totally and completely different and much better in 2 years. I think that's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to get those first.
All right, cool question. I think that's it for us for this week. Remember to sub to the Patreon and stuff. We've got some Patreon content and things there. Under no circumstances listen to any episodes of The Bench, even though they air.
What?
Yeah, do not do that. That is a sign of treason. If we
Wait,
find
what?
out you're like in their comment section or something,
That's
you're
right.
fucking.
What? I literally just called Max and we just had a talk like good friends not too long ago. And what? And he knew this. Wait a second. You remember he was surprised? Remember he was like, "Wait, you're reacting to the? Wait a second. Remember when he said that? When he was like, "Oh wait, you're listening to the Poddy C?" He said that this is why, because he knew what was gonna happen at the end.
I
Get
read
out
their
of here, man.
comments.
If you're a Patreon, canceled. If you are a
What?
YouTube commenter, banned. Like you're fucking out of here, man. You have to pick a side.
We're cross-referencing with your Twitch usernames and banning you in all 3 of our channels and in all the channels we have access to. It's
Yep, I'm
it's tough out
banning you
there.
from the channels that are associated with the bench too.
What?
Wait, you have access to that?
Yep.
Oh, well,
Oh, yeah.
let's do
You're
some
just
sabotage.
You're
Hang on.
You're getting fucking taken out. Yeah, just delete everyone. Just take them out.
Yeah, just take it out.
You can't have a viewer base if they're all dead. You kill them. Come on. All right.
All right.
Goodbye,
So what are
everyone.
we killing?
Goodbye.
What?
We're you are banning everyone on the bench. Is
Just ban all Twitch accounts on all of their channels.
yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
All right, you guys are banned by Dorky.
All right.
Did you guys know I
07.
actually had a mod that did that one time? I had a mod that, like, I guess the best way to describe his personality was like someone who meets you at an event, but then like sits around in the group and doesn't move on after they take a picture with you. That's like kind of the vibe of the mod. This was
Someone who meets you at an event. Oh, hey, I'm a big fan. Takes a picture with you and then just stands there. Bro. Oh,
like
bro.
8 years ago, super long time ago. And then I didn't invite them to play Battlefield one night.
What?
When they wanted to play, and I woke up like 2 days go by. I like turn on my stream and like
Okay, sorry to interrupt the story again, but quick shout to all the people that ask to play all the time. Bro, I get I can save queue time or that things might be good or whatever, but I can't just do viewer keys with everybody all the time, and it's just easier for me never to do it. So I promise I still love you if I ignore you, but the other problem is I'm trying to make an entertaining stream and I want stuff to happen. And if every single time I just log in and then I sit on my throne and then 4 viewers carry me through a heroic, and then that it's over, then, you know, so as much as I would love to play heroic with people and chill out and do stuff or whatever, like, it's just not really good content. And I do that sometimes. I don't quite get carried as much as Dorky does, but I do it sometimes.
No one's
And
there.
it's nothing against you guys. I love you guys, like, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, the same people who are like, hey, wait, Glare wants a carry? Holy shit. All right, Glare, I'll be on soon. Don't worry. No, but like, the thing is, the same people that are like, hey, I would love to be on stream, these are the same people that are like, Growl, we love Pug Adventures, do more Pug Adventures. It's like, well, I'm queuing, I'm trying to get stuff to happen, but, you know, like, well, if you guys are all in the keys all the time, then it's not really going to be Pug Adventures. Poddy would carry their viewers. Bro, ain't no way Dorky's carrying you.
I'm like super confused, and I like look at the ban thing, and this guy like had an absolute mentee B and just banned everyone that was like has ever been in my Twitch channel. I had to unban like a lot of accounts because he freaked out and did that. So what I'm saying, Dorky, is you can be that guy for all of the bench.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that goes hard. Oh man, that goes
you do
so
want
hard.
to be that guy, by the way, if you're listening to this. That is a very reasonable thing to do.
Yeah.
All right, goodbye.
All right, goodbye for real.
Goodbye.
Bye, Poddy C. It's kind of like calming outro music, you know? It's like an old cartoon, you know? Shout out to Poddy C. Alright, so I need to figure out how to distract people even longer, so I came up with something, okay? I came up with something that I want to do. Alright, so we're going to talk about solo queue again. And we're not going to go off for a long time, but I want to see the chat's opinion on this, okay? I want to see the chat's opinion, okay? Now, I'm going to show you a Raider.io account, okay? Let's say this person goes into solo queue, okay? And I want you guys to tell me what key level it should put them in, right? And I'm gonna do a poll. Okay? Hold on, let's see. What key level can they queue into maximum? Not max. Tops. What highest key level can they queue? Okay, so I'm gonna show you somebody's Raider.io, and then you guys who think that solo queue is good, and I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just saying if you were the designer, right? If you were the designer, what solo queue should this person be put at, okay? So here it is, right? So ignore these bottom dungeons because they weren't in the season. So highest key 13, 1 depleted 13, a bunch of 12s, and then an 11 and a 2-chested 10. Okay, so hold on. I'm just gonna do a poll. You don't need to slam it in chat. I'm gonna do a poll. Okay. Lost track. I just want to see what the chat. I just want to see what the chat says. So what is the highest key? So imagine this is your IO. This is your IO. What is the highest key that you can queue into? We can't see shit. Okay, well, I'm gonna do this, okay? Okay, here's their keys. Okay. This is their keys. What are the highest? What is the highest that they can queue into? I'll put it in YouTube. So for people that like solo queue, what is the highest key that this person can queue into? Like right now, like imagine this is just middle of the season, right? This is just whatever day. No, it doesn't. No. This is it. Like whatever season doesn't matter, right? This is This is their IO, right? They open up, imagine you're the game designer. This is their IO. They click on join solo queue Mythic Plus. What keys should they get? Guys, there's a chat. You guys are just spamming numbers. They're like, use the poll. Use the poll. Okay, so let's open the poll now. Let's see what you guys say. Show results. Okay. All right. Wow. All right. So this is the results of the poll. You guys should. I want to see more votes. This is not enough votes. Get out of your bed. Look over. Stop picking herbs in game real second. The poll is bad. Why is the poll bad? Like, this is the person's IO. You're playing World of Warcraft. Can I get the link again? Okay, I'm gonna put it in Twitch chat. What do you mean it doesn't make sense you're comparing expansions? Okay, remove all of these names for dungeons and put the new dungeons in. Why do the dungeons matter? I don't understand why any of this matters. I'm saying this is the person's IO. There is no other level. Like, okay, imagine Tyrant and Ford are the same. Like, this is why I beat you guys at poker. I'm gonna start reminding you guys this, right? When you guys are not thinking on my level, you guys have to understand, right? See, okay. So here's the thing, right? Okay, so basically this is your guys' idea of a solo queue, right? Your guys' idea of a solo queue is you can queue into a key that's score for you, right? Okay, by the way, you want to know, if you didn't notice, you know who this is? This is Pete, okay? This is my shaman. Okay, so before you saying that this person sucked at BFA, this is my shaman, okay? This was my first character I ever played in my first M+ season that I ever played. Okay, yeah, you don't change the answer. That's not how this works. You don't say, oh, it's Pete, I'm going to change the answer. That's not the point of the exercise, okay? All right, so here's the thing. A majority of people, right, over, like, basically 2/3 of the people, over half by a huge margin, think that this person should be able to queue into a key that's score for them, right? That's basically, this is your idea of solo queue, is that you should be able to queue queue into a key that's score for you, right? Okay, so let's, I'm going to do a different poll now. Let's do a different poll. Okay. So now, again, we're imagining a world. Now, everybody go into the chatter's world now, okay? So, what is the success rate of this run? Okay. 15 to 25. Kind of just making up. Okay. So now imagine this, right? Okay, here's this. We see this person, right? We see this person's IO, right? This type of person. This is the keys they have timed. Some 12s, but clearly this is like around what level they should be at, right? They have a depleted 13, they have an 11, a 10, right? Clearly they've played a lot of Mythic Plus, and this is like pretty accurate to their skill level, okay? So now imagine now we look in the future and this is solo queue, right? And we get 5 people of this skill level that go into a key, right? 5 of these people go into a key, each of that skill level, 1 tank, 1 healer, 3 DPS. Okay, random classes, but like not 2 of the same class, right? So it could be Frost DK, Feral Druid, and Hand Shaman. It could be 3 casters, whatever. Pace already. The thing is, Glare, is I have to explain it because not everybody's on my level, okay? All right, so here we go. Look, here's the poll. What is the success rate of 5 of these people going into a 13? So all right, the queue pops. It's a 13, the mother load, okay? The queue pops. 5 of these people are in 13, the mother load, okay? I'm gonna paste this in YouTube. What is, if they're in a 13, what is the success rate of, what is the success rate of 5 of these people around the skill level that are queuing into a plus 13 the mother load? I'm getting pinged. It's gonna be stupid. All right, show results. Look, you see how nobody fucking agrees? Like, this is why it's wild, right? This, look at this. No one has any idea what the success rate of this key is. No one fucking has any idea, right? So to, like, this is exact. No one has any idea what the success rate of this key is. Right? Like, some people are saying you're gonna time half the keys that you do, right? And other people are saying, how do I vote 0? Right? Like, this is what I'm saying about solo queue, right? Is everybody has a different expectation of what solo queue means and what it's gonna be, right? Every single person, when they say they want solo queue, they think of like the ideal world that's perfect for them, where basically all they want is fast queue times. They think that they want solo queue, but what they want is fast queue times. Someone like Dorky or AJ or whatever, right? These sorts of people, they want slightly different, right? What they want is they want a way to do high keys and play a character without the group politics, right? They want to like do random high keys and play with really good people without having to deal with the group politics of high keys. That's why Dorky is like, oh, this would be so great for me, because Dorky would be at the top of the ladder. Dorky would press Q, he could go AFK, he could come back, and he would be with 4 top people, and he could just play keys, right? I want to climb low keys natty. He says that, but he doesn't, right? Dorky doesn't want to do low keys. Can you elaborate what group politics means? Okay, well, all right. We got to get an Aug Evoker. Okay, I found an Aug Evoker. Okay, now we need a mage. All right, well, I can't find a mage. Okay, we got Growl. Growl will come heal. Oh wait, I can find a mage, but the mage is with Greg. So now we can pick, do we take Growl or do we take the mage, but we take Greg? But Greg is a druid, and druid's not meta, but Growl's playing this, and then people are going to complain in my Twitch chat, why isn't Growl here if I take Greg? But I don't even care, I just want to play, and Greg has the mage. And then, oh wait, this other mage can come and he can play with Growl, but this guy's kind of shitty. Like, this guy's gear isn't that good. He's a meta reroller. This other mage is good, but he's playing with Greg. Like, this is the group politics, right? This is what I'm talking about, that when we talk about the high-end people of like Dorky, this is what they want, right? They just want to go click Q, go AFK, come back. I have 4 of the best players in my group, and then I can do keys. And that's like ownage for those sorts of people, right? And when they say they want high keys, that's like what they want. Or they want like when they want solo queue. But my point is, like, every single person has a different expectation and a different idea how any of this works. And no one is really, like, when it comes to solo queue, obviously maybe we just let Blizzard cook and see what happens. But, like, for instance, there's a shit ton of people that voted under 40%, right? Over half the people voted under 40%. Do you really think Blizzard is going to do an automated matchmaking system where you matchmake and your success rate is under 40%? Like, there's no way that, like, Blizzard would do that, right? Like, look at every single automated matchmaking system. You literally can't lose, right? Look at everything that's in the game right now that's automated. It's LFR, which just can't lose. And even if you do try and lose, it just buffs you over and over, right? And, like, heroic dungeons, right? Heroic dungeons are so Papega. Like, it's, like, impossible to lose, right? Now we talk about PvP, right? But PvP is essentially, like, without going further, is force 50, right? The lowest possible thing that you could do is force 50. And we're talking about a queue system with less than 50% success rate where people just get matched and you generally fail way more often than you succeed. Like, some people are even saying you're failing 3 to 4 times more keys than you succeed. Actually, 35, like over a third of the people think that you're going to fail this. And basically a huge portion of people said this, right? Over half of the people said you should get into this key, and then over half the people said you're going to fail it. It's just like, do you really think Blizzard is going to design a system that's going to automated put everybody in a thing? And then, I don't know. I just think that my point isn't that solo queue wouldn't be good. It's that there's no way they're going to cook on a level to make it good. Would you be allowed to queue in a lower key? Well, exactly, right? Like, now we're considering, like, well, can you pick what level you queue? Like, can you get people that are going to, like, Omega carry that are there for weeklies? Like, there's going to be, like, jumps. Like, yeah, I don't know. But the fact that literally it's completely split and no one can agree on what the success rate of the key is, and, like, a decent chunk of people say around 50%, but, like, that's not, like... I don't know, you know. People want, I think people say they want solo queue, but what people say they want, or what people think they want, is they just want faster queues. Because, like, here's the thing, right? Let's talk about Group Finder, right? Group Finder is, you get, like, it's very similar to the same thing as this, right? But you have ways to shortcut it, right? You can play a meta spec. You can play a tanker healer. You can do a key that's lower than yours. Like, there's lots of ways that you can speed up the Group Finder queue. It's skewed because no one knows what a 13 motherload even means. But, like, it doesn't matter what it means. All you know is this guy has about 12 keys. Like, you're just not on my level, okay? You're not on my level. Replace 13 motherload with literally anything else, right? Like, replace 13 Motherload with 13 Cinder Brew Meadery, right? Like, you know enough about Mythic Plus to look at this and see the guy, this is his skill level, right? That he's been able to, with a coordinated, like, with a random group from Group Finder, time a 12 and a 13. What if it's Shadow Moon Burial Grounds? Well, I mean, like, again, right? This is, like, Omega, like, going into the weeds of how the system works, right? So, like, basically what people are saying is, okay, well, what if it's an easy key, right? So what if there's going to be easy keys and hard keys, right? Like, this is what you guys are saying. You guys are looking in this and you're thinking, well, if it's one of the easy ones, probably he can time it. And if it's one of the hard ones, then he can probably not time it, right? Well, so what happens when he has all the easy keys timed and all the hard ones not timed? Like, then what do we do, right? Like, obviously, you can look at any one situation and be like, well, let's pick the easiest key that he does, right? Is it always going to send you into exactly what is the easiest key every single time? Like, what is it going to put him into a 14 freehold instead of a 13 Siege of Borealis because 14 freehold is easier? Like, eventually you're going to get to the point where every single one of your keys that you need to do is going to have a low success rate. Why not like TGP, where you can queue into any dungeon plus one of what you've timed, right? So people are suggesting like alternative methods, right? But that goes back to the success rate chance of like, so basically what you're saying is this is how M plus works. You just spam queue. Bro, if you think the people in your groups right now are dog shit, think about how dog shit your group is going to be if you can just spam queue over and over and over and over and over again, and then as soon as you time a key, you can go up a level. Imagine if it works like that, where you could just spam queue over and over and over again until you finally get it, and then, oh, now I go up again, now I go up again. It's pretty much what it already is. Yeah, exactly, and it's going to get even worse. That is true. It is true, actually, that that's very similar to how it works right now. The difference is you have the agency to pick the players that you want to go in the classes that you want to go to help your success rate. The success rate is low, but you have the agency to decide how you want to do it. See, but here's the thing, right? See, people don't want to have to... This is the issue, though. People don't want to have to wait to be accepted into a key. People hate being told no and being denied. A quick queue would give them a group without being told no, but it wouldn't be quick. If you're sitting there in Group Finder being declined and if you have time 12s everywhere, your queue is going to be 30 minutes. It's not going to be quick queue. It's not going to be, oh, I'm playing Feral Druid and literally nobody wants to play with me. Okay, click queue. Oh, I found a match. Here's a tank and a healer. That's been you know what I mean? Like, that's not really how it's worked, right? Like, the reason that you're getting declined is because there are people that are better or more qualified than you. I agree, but those who want quick queue don't understand that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so you're all right. Hold on, I gotta read this. Arguing that solo queue and WoW M Plus would be bad based solely on a poll of 300 viewers is flawed. First, a small, non-representative sample doesn't capture the broader player base's opinion. Second, solo queue could address issues like waiting long times and social anxiety, making the game more accessible. Additionally, WoW's successful implementation of solo queue and PvP shows potential for M+. First of all, I'm very concerned that this is ChatGPT. The way that it's worded, I don't even think this is a person. I think this is ChatGPT because of the way that the end part is worded. The first part is right. So here's the thing, right? So I'm gonna address some of those things, right? First of all, based solely on a poll of 300 viewers, I completely agree. Okay? I completely agree. So this is how solo queue is going to do, okay? This is how solo queue is going to be, okay? Whoops. Okay, that's Arcane Mage. Okay, here's how solo queue is going to be. Okay? If you have all timed 3s, okay, ready? This is how it's going to be. If you have X item level, you can queue a +2. If you have all +2 and X plus Y item level, you can queue a 5. If you have all +5 and X plus Z item level, you can queue a 8. If you have all +8s and X, you know, whatever, you get the point, right? I'll just like replace it, right? So like, let's say 580, let's say 600. Okay, I'm telling you that this is the system they're going to put in place. Okay. This is the system that they're going to put in place. Right? So people who are saying play for the broader player base and like Blizzard could do this, blah blah blah. This is exactly what's going to happen when Blizzard I'm just telling you guys right now that this is what's going to happen. You guys are looking at this and thinking like, "Oh, I'm going to constantly being able to." Yeah, right? And look there's a lot of people in chat are like, "Yeah, this is great." There's a ton of people. Yeah, see chat, right? This is great. This is great, right? But then there's a whole ton of other people who are like, you know, this just sucks, right? But if you're happy with this, I don't necessarily disagree, right? Yeah, but now other people are like, wait, this is you know. I'm just telling you that this is, look, you just watch. Font, I'll make it bigger just so you guys can really be on my level here. This is exactly what Blizzard's gonna do when they talk about putting it. If they do it, they might do nothing. But if they added solo queue for M+, this is exactly what they're going to do, right? It's going to be a queue where you can queue into a dungeon. It's mainly for, like, farming crests or getting whatever rewards or whatever. And then, sorry for the space in this line, right? This is what solo queue is going to be. This is like their idea of what's... Guys, if you think that they're going to add solo queue for anything other than something like this, you just have way too high of expectations, right? And also, yeah, see... so let's take a look at some of the implications of this, right? First of all, DPS queue is going to be miserable, right? DPS queue is going to be miserable. And why, like, let's say you need to time a 10, why not just use Group Finder and waste your time, right? Why waste your time with this when you can just use Group Finder? Which actually would be hilarious because it would be DPS players going into Group Finder because their queue is miserable, and then you're actually splitting it, and then it's all the dog shit DPS players in solo queue, or the random off meta specs, and then all of the meta DPS players in the regular queue, right? So, like, if you're a tank or healer, where are you going to go, right? I mean, again, maybe, right? You might find tanks and healers or whatever that just want to queue this, but... And who knows, like, maybe this might be, like, a super cool system. I'm not hating on this system, to be fair. Like, to me, I'm not hating on the system and saying this would be terrible. Like, I feel like this would be an interesting experiment for them to do, but I just think that this is not whatever... Oh, and obviously, I'm making up these numbers, right? But, like, you know, for vaults, it could be something else, right? Like, you get the idea of they're just going to have brackets, and once you beat one bracket, you're going to go to the next bracket, right? But also, like, you know, this, I mean, even this is really rough around the edges, right? Even this is really rough around the edges. Because let's say, what if you're in this scenario, right? What if you're in this scenario, you have all 7 timed at +5, and then the last hard one is not, right? You have one hard key not timed at 5. Well, are you just, like, you're just gonna queue and then you only get that one key and then you just queue it over and over? Like, dude, your queue time for this is gonna be insane queue, right? If you're a feral druid and no one wants to play with you, and you're single queuing 1 + 5 key of the hardest dungeon, your queue time is going to be absolutely insane. If no one wants to play with you, it's a look. I'm just saying, I'm very like, I want to see them implement this, but I'm telling you that what people want is, like, basically what everybody's saying is all it could do was make queue times faster. But the problem is the queue times are coming from somewhere, right? Like, you can't just have everybody queue. Max is dooming. Wait, is Max actually de-streaming or saying anything? I don't think he is, right? He probably just turned his stream on. I mean, look, I'm not saying it's not worth experimenting on, but again, it's one of those things where, like, I don't think this is what people think it is. I don't think this is what people think it is when it comes to being able to queue. And again, I hope it's good. I don't know. People already wait infinites with no invites from LFG, so at least it's at least a start. I don't wait infinite. I don't wait infinite in LFG. You know what I'm saying? Like, there, now you see what I'm saying, right? It's like the queue times have to go from somewhere. Like, if there are somehow, like, basically what you're saying is there's a tank, healer, and 3 DPS that are all in Group Finder trying to do a key, right? And they would all do it with all of each other, but they're not doing it with each other. Why are these 5 people not in a group doing the key together then? If all 5 of these people are willing to queue in with these other people, why are they not in a key together? Basically, what you're saying is this, right? Here's what's happening, right? There's a tank, and the tank says, I'm only inviting meta classes, right? I'm not inviting anybody, right? And so now there's 1 DPS with the tank, and now there's an off-meta healer plus 2 DPS that can't find a group, right? This might be what's happening, right? And then the off meta healer is like, okay, the one DPS is like, all right, I'll make a group. And then he invites the other DPS because he doesn't care, right? And then there's an off meta healer, right? So now these guys are in a group. But these guys don't want to play with these guys. If these guys queue, solo queue, and they get 2 off meta DPS and an off meta healer, they're gonna not solo queue. If they wanted to play with these people, then they would play with them. Like, basically what you're saying is solo queue is gonna somehow force these people who don't want to play with these people to match and be in a group. Is what you guys are saying. Like, now, if somehow that we add solo queue, all of a sudden, now this tank that only invites meta DPS is just all of a sudden gonna press Q and just, oh, I'm gonna play with these people now. Like, I mean, it's just, you're just coping, right? You're just omega coping by saying that somehow solo queue is gonna improve key times. And this is actually the worst of it, right? Because this really isn't the case, right? Because really what's gonna happen is, this tank and this DPS are going to sit into group finder, right? And then these guys are going to be like, oh, well, we're going to solo queue. And now these guys are in the queue. And now these guys are sitting here. And then now, oh, maybe this DPS says, you know, this queue is taking forever. Let me go look for a group. And now this DPS is over here. And then he applies here. And they're like, fuck, we've been waiting for 5 minutes. We can't even find a group. Like, it's just going to make queues worse. Like, you're actually splitting apart the player base. You have the regular group finder and you have the automated queue, right? You're not improving queue time by splitting the player base. Like, that just doesn't make sense, right? How does splitting the player base in between regular groups and queuing... All right, here's the solution that you guys want, right? Here's the solution that you guys want, right? Delete group finder, forced queues. This is the only way it would work, right? If that tank and that DPS could not go into the group, go into the dungeon with a 5-man stack, and they were forced to queue with you, then the queues would be better, right? This is what you guys want. You guys want them to delete group finder and force that tank that only wants to play with meta specs to play with you, is what you're saying as an off meta DPS. Because you guys can't tell me that splitting the player base in between regular group finder and solo queue is going to make queues faster. Just have both. Well, okay, Dorky. So if you have both, right? So right now we have only LFG, okay? Then we split it to LFG and queue, okay? Specifically to Dorky, which one is going to have faster queue times? So you think if there's a queue, there's gonna be the one with the tank in it. That's right. That's right. The one with the tank in it. Right. That's the right. You're saying that you think the queue is gonna be faster. It's just not how, like. Probably. Give bonus rewards to healers and tanks. But again, right, like, and also keep in mind, this is actually kind of a bullshit argument, right? This is a bullshit example below, okay? This is not even correct, and this is a bullshit example. Okay, here's why, right? Okay, now let's give the third example, right? Only LFG, but keys don't deplete. And add bonuses for tanks and healers, right? Because really what you guys are saying is, okay, make LFG and a queue, but now in the queue, keys don't deplete, and in the queue, we give bonuses to tanks or healers, right? Because they do that in PvP. But why not do this then? Why not only LFG and then remove keys not depleting, and then also remove and add bonuses for people that play tanks and healers, right? This is by far going to be the fastest queue, but what you're saying is, you're saying these things, right? It has nothing to do with solo queue. It has to do with making the keys not deplete. You can infinitely spam a key. That's why it's faster, right? And again, like, if you want keys not to be deplete, it has nothing to do with having a solo queue. If you want bonuses for tanks and healers, that has nothing to do with the solo queue. This is what's going to make the queues faster. This having a solo queue isn't so, like, the only way that having a solo queue will make the queues faster is if there's somehow some insane cool matchmaking and rewards and like it's very well done, right? But that's not going to be the case. I'm telling you that that's not going to be the case. If it's like, you know, some crazy shit and every streamer's doing it and they're paying like $100,000 to the top 100 people on the ladder and like Echo's doing an event, like, yeah, obviously people are going to play solo queue, right? But like, it could be the same thing with this, right? Like, and again, like all this, like all the things that you guys are saying you want has nothing to do with solo queue. Like, you want all of these other things, you just think that solo queue is the answer to it. And maybe it could be good, but you guys just gotta think. You guys just gotta think. I'm like that guy at the what is it? I'm like the guy at the escape room. Like, everybody just shut up and let me talk and listen to me. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm right. Except for here's the problem is I'm the streamer, so that's kind of how this works. You can't make fun of me for that. Why is everyone saying call Max? Max can call me. Why are you guys saying call Max? If Max is sitting there and he wants to call me, he can call me. I literally just called him like not too long ago. How come every time I tell you guys not to say anything, you just not to say something, you just say it? Oh yeah, I didn't even do any world quests on my evoker. Damn, it's only 5 o'clock, dude. Days are long when you wake up at 7 a.m. I'm not used to this waking up at 7. What is going on with my game? Why is it lagging? Alright. Let's see. Is there any world quests we can do? Ooh. So, alright, am I right about this, by the way? So see how the text is gray at the very top? This means that I've already done this world quest once per week, and I can't even get rewards for it, right? Like, I don't even, well, not rewards, sorry. I don't get rep. I don't get rep for doing this world quest. Ooh, but there's one. All right, let's get it. Look, never mind. Look, we had a good solo queue rant. Hopefully, you guys understand that splitting the player base does not improve queue times, and the main thing that you guys want is to improve queue times, or to force people to play with you. But you should at least champion for what you want, right? It's already split? How could it be split? There's no solo queue. Is the TLDR message from healer tuning a meme? It was a bug fix from yesterday. I have money for 1 sub this month, trying to decide between you and Dorky. I mean, the obvious answer is just to flip a coin. I mean, I'm always for fair competition. I think we missed the whole point of solo queue is you click one button, then AFK until it pops up, and then you play. So would you take longer queue times? So what if it takes about 30 minutes to find a group in Group Finder? Would you take a 45-minute queue? Okay, well then now we're talking different, right? But what that's not true. Like that's not true, right? Because Dorky literally said, like Dorky's one of you guys. He literally said he thinks that the queue would be faster because he's just either not thinking about how it would work or he's trolling, right? So you guys don't think that, but like, you know, now that's something we can talk about, right? You're like, well, I'm willing, like basically you have to say, I'm willing to sit through a longer queue just so I don't have to use the group finder and go AFK. It'll make it more accessible. More people is shorter queues. It's not more accessible. I'm telling you right now that there's not people who struggle with this, who can't do this. There might be people that are lazy that don't want to do it. And also keep in mind that, okay, the more, like, the shittier of the, and the less desirable of a class you play, the more that's a bothersome to you. Like, as a tank, dude, using LFG, like, who cares? Like, you just find a group instantly. You just apply to, like, 2 groups, and then you're good. What is... Alright, it just wants me to assist him, I guess. Why are you queuing heroics? You can LFG. Because you have to walk to the dungeon. Hold on, let me think. That was a good one. Because technically you can use LFG. The reason is because, okay, let me explain. The reason is because I'm always doing the most time efficient thing, right? Heroics is, so there's 2 reasons, right? The reason is heroics has no way to determine who's good and who's bad. So if I could go into LFG and I could make a group of all really good people and then spam heroics, I might do that, right? Now, granted, I wouldn't always do that because I want content, but if I could go into LFG and guarantee that I got a group that was way better than the average heroic queue and I could queue into it, I probably would, right? That's one factor. And so while it's true that it's a little more, like, it might take longer to wait for a queue than to find a group or whatever, you could look at but yeah, but people don't do that, right? Like, that's not the culture. Like, nobody's doing that. If people did do that, if that was a thing, but people don't do that. Also, it's a little bit different for me because I'm streaming. I want content, and I would, if there was a solo queue in WoW, like, I would use the shit out of it, and it would be great content. I would stream it all the time, and it would be funny as fuck, right? Like, I would be queuing it all the time as a healer. And who knows? Like, maybe you might say, oh, everyone would use it, and it would be good content, and then it would get people to play. But, like, the other problem is, like, well, you know, that's assuming that you can do whatever is, like, the highest relevant content, right? Eventually, we're talking about Mythic Plus, where you're going to have to do lower level content. Actually, I didn't even look to see what other world quests are up. Oh shit, coffer key shards? Log the fuck in. Where's the... Dude, I don't understand how to, like, get around. This is the problem. This topic is bullshit. People just have to educate themselves and stop being weirdos so that they can make friends that they can play with. Solo queue shouldn't be a way to bypass this and make stuff faster. Solo queue should just cap at 10s for vault. Well, exactly, right? But the biggest problem is like, all right, so let's, you know, we're going to keep yapping about this because why not, right? But let's say solo queues capped at 10s, right? For example, right? And let's be like somewhat lenient. Let's say if you have a timed 8 of everything, you can, and you have enough item level, you can queue for a plus 10, okay? Well, you think I'm going to queue for a random 10? Like, bro, I'm just gonna go into group finder. I can play with like way higher people that would do that, right? Like that group finder is gonna be full of like omega weekly no lever keys. Because anyone who's like, you know, can reasonably farm 10s is just gonna play with other people. And then again, you're severely splitting the player base, you're not helping the queue. What's wrong with having it as an option? Because you're splitting the player base and you're increasing the queues for everybody. Now you're increasing the queues for the people that like the queue in LFG is already bad. And you're saying you want to increase the queue. I'm saying if you split the player base, if you have LFG regularly and so that's what happened to PvP, right? You say these people aren't getting into groups anyways. Well, I'm talking about only off-meta DPS. So what you're I don't know. I think basically what you're saying is you want a queue and it's going to be 95% off-meta DPS who can't find groups, and then every once in a while a tank and a healer when they're really bored. And the tank and healer have instant queue, the off-meta DPS have a 1 hour queue, and then every once in a while they get, like, you're like, okay, this is great. This is a win for solo queue, if that's how it is. And then every time you queue in is a, like, I just don't think that, like, I don't think you guys are being intellectually honest with thinking, like, that's a win. Like, you guys were thinking, oh, let's just put it in the game, and then it'll, you know, everyone will realize how great it is, and I'm right, and then everybody will keep playing it, right? Like, that's what you guys are saying. I just described solo queue shuffles. Exactly, right? Like, that's the problem with PvP, is that's why, right? You guys have heard this all over, right? You guys have heard this all over, where there are some people that say PvP is ruined. And there are other people that say solo queue save PvP and that solo queue shuffle is great, right? I've been hearing that so much, and I don't play PvP, so that's how I know it's true, is because both people are saying this, right? I'm hearing solo queue shuffle ruin PvP. Wait, I'll be removed from the city if I fight the guards? What am I supposed to do? Bugs? Man. I don't think you're being intellectually honest when you say that DPS have an easier time to get into pre-made groups rather than solo queue. Well, first of all, solo queue doesn't exist, so just I'm saying what I think would happen. Oh, I have to click it. I'm saying that what I think would happen. All right, that's a meme copy pasta right there. You, of all people, against solo queue? Okay, hold on. So I have to reveal something? What am I revealing? It wants me to do it right here. Do I just... Okay, let me read the quest. Bug's Place. Oh, duh. How did I not see this? I guess because this looked like the same as this. I thought it was like the same thing. And I'm supposed to, like, be sneaky, I guess. Oh, avoid guards only. Okay, I guess whatever I was fighting was a guard. He doesn't get it. No. I'll explain. I'll explain. Don't worry. I'll get the notepad back. I'll tell you exactly what the truth is. Okay. I'm thinking about attack, right? Because attack, outstanding citizen. You know, he is thinking the best. You know, he's an intelligent person, and I know exactly what he's thinking. All right. I'll get all of us to agree on what we all want and what we're saying. Okay. I just needed to jump around and investigate the city, and now I understand. You ready? I'm gonna show you guys exactly what. Just give me a second. I need to do this, finish this quest. Okay. I understand it now. I see things clearly. I see things clearly. Okay. Okay. Ready? Everyone's gonna agree on this. All of the people who are for solo queue and against solo queue are gonna agree on this. You ready? All right. Okay. Here's what we can all agree on. Okay. Queues are depending on tanks. You might say healers, right? You might say healers, but I say let's say tanks. Let's say tanks and healers just to be clean, right? Okay. Queues are depending on tanks and healers. Okay. The problem is, here's how it works in the group finder, generally speaking. Most tanks can find groups easily. Most healers can find groups easily, okay? Maybe off-meta stuff might struggle a little bit, but, you know, for the most part, most of this is true, okay? However, DPS, the only DPS that can find groups are meta slaves, right? Or people that play, let's not use the word slaves, let's say meta players, because you might happen to play mage. Just because you're playing mage while it's OP doesn't mean you always reroll. You're a meta class, okay? No, that wasn't a 2024. It was just a correction, okay? Or people who put in work to network groups, right? These are the people are highly favored, right? And if you're a DPS who wants to chill, okay, you can't find groups. Your queue time is massive, right? Your queue time, if you're just trying to like apply to groups and not do much as a DPS who doesn't play meta and just wants to chill, is massive, right? Okay. However, let's say they add solo queue, okay? Will tanks and healers prefer solo queue? Absolutely. Some of them will, right? Dorky, for example, attack will. Some tanks and healers will prefer solo queue, right? We don't know how many. Will it be 10%? Will it be 90%? We don't know, right? But some people just want to hit queue and find a group, right? Maybe they're a streamer, maybe they're lazy, maybe they need to go to the bathroom, maybe they just want to try solo queue, right? Some tanks and healers will prefer it, right? So who's gonna queue here for DPS, right? Well, these guys, right? The tanks and healers that want to chill. This is going to improve the queue time for the DPS who just want to chill, right? Because they basically have an infinite or very much queue, right? right? So this is going to improve the queue time for these DPS. They're going to be able to get paired with the tanks and healers that just want to chill. Generally speaking, this is what a tank and healer does that want to chill, right? They just open up the thing, they apply to a group, right? They go AFK. And then they get put with this, right? They get put with the DPS that's trying to network and put together for a group. Right? So what's happening here? The DPS players are... This is pulling tanks and healers away from Group Finder, right? Tanks and healers don't give a fuck. They find groups easier either way, right? So now, some of the tanks and healers are being pulled into the queue system, right? So these guys are happier, right? These guys are happier because they want to... These guys are happier because they get to solo queue, right? This is attack. This is dorky. These are guys that are lazy. They just want to solo queue, right? The DPS players that just want to chill, they're happier, right? Because now they get to play. It might take them a while, but at least they get invited to some group that they can get score from. Whereas in reality, they might never be able to get invited to a score key, right? You might even say that the queue time will improve for these people, right? So this is better for the tanks and healers that prefer this. This is better for the DPS who can't find a group, right? I think everyone like pretty much agrees here for the most part. But this is super fucking shitty for these people, right? The people who only meta DPS and put in groups, this is pulling tanks and healers away from the LFG into the solo queue system, right? Because they're already right now in here. You guys are typing wrong. You're fucking idiots. Okay, you're just a complete idiot. Okay, these people are still gonna find groups faster here. And they're losing tanks and healers, which are already... Their queues are getting longer, right? This is where the queues are getting worse, right? And this is what you guys want, right? This is what you guys want. You guys want all of the meta DPS to have longer queues so that you can chill and have a shorter queue, right? This is what you guys want. This is what solo queue will accomplish in your guys' mind. Right? Everybody who wants solo queue agrees with this, right? Because your queue time has to come from somewhere. As a tank and healer, for these people that would prefer solo queue, you don't care, right? You're just trying to play the game. You're just going to queue and press queue. You don't really care. This is like a slight improvement, right? You're like, hey, this is cool. I can queue solo queue, right? The DPS who just want to kill, this is kind of like big happier, right? Now, your queue time still sucks, but at least you get to play sometimes, right? But this is making the queue really long for these people, right? Because now even more tanks and healers are leaving, you know, we'll call this, this is LFG, right? And this is solo queue, right? So what happens is solo queue is pulling the tanks and healers who don't care into this pool. This pool is going to have insane queues, right? But it's still going to be better than this, right? It's still going to be better than this. These are the people that get the short end of the stick by a long shot, right? But it's going to make queues way longer for these people, the people who are networking and setting up groups, and the people who are playing meta DPS, right? But what's going to happen, right? Well, this is going to be shittier to these people. There's less incentives for these people. And it's going to be a shittier experience overall for the people trying to do this, right? Because now there's all, like, it's already sucks to be this person, and now it's going to suck even more. Ugh. Watch your first mage video and you know why we need solo queue. But here's the thing, is like, you're just dumb, right? Like, you're just not thinking, right? You're just like, if you put the button and then you press the button for the solo queue, then the group appears. I press the button with the button that says the group, and then the group appear. You're not actually thinking that there's a world around you and other people that are interacting with you. Okay, you're not realizing that these people that get put into your group come from somewhere, and they're playing the game somehow, and they're getting taken from somewhere, right? It's not like, oh, well, the sequel, if you're playing the mage, and then you put the button for the solo queue, then you press the button when you're the mage, then you get the group. The group just appear when you press the button. Why would you not put the button? Bro, you play mage. Don't you wish you had the button that just generates a random tank and healer out of thin air and puts them in your group? Why don't you just have that button? But bro, if you were 40 years old and you had 5 wives and 20 kids, and you would realize that you just want the button. You just want the button to press a button and then to get the group, because if you got the 5 kids and the 7 wives, you want to press a button to get the group. Because then the people appear, then you get to play with the people. Bro, this 11123 guy is trying to get banned so hard, but I know he's baiting because he's just been disagreeing with everything I've said for the last like 4 hours about every single subject, that I'm not going to take the bait and ban you. Show his logs on stream. Let's do a review. I mean, he wants the attention so bad. Do I really give it to him? Man, I tab into my other Chrome and I just see Max's chat and everyone's just working. Why do you guys, like, I don't understand. Look, all right. Here's the thing. My job is to, you know, explain to you guys, do my best to, you know, interpret things as a content creator, as a World of Warcraft player. That just means that I know everything and that my opinion's more important and I'm more right. But the problem is, you know, if you don't want to learn, then you can't learn. I can't, you know, there's only so much I can do. Teach us, but here's the thing, Easy Life, is I did teach you, but I can't teach you if you're not listening, you know? Like, if I'm talking and then you guys are just like, la, 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 with your eyes closed, I can't teach you, you know? I can't teach you. One day, maybe, you know, one day. Alright, guys. We need to start talking about the real things. We talked about this useless stuff. We've been talking about this useless stuff for too long. Let's get to a real question. Any guess on what the meta healer will be? I think Preservation and Resto Shaman are both pretty good. I see a lot of people playing Resto Shaman, but I see a lot of people also playing other Shaman specs, and a lot of people are playing AUG, so I don't know. I think we'll see a decent amount of both depending on the team. We could even see some Holy Paladins or some Mistweavers. Alright, next important question. Who should I main for raid heal? Between Disc Priest, Holy Priest, and Evoker. When it comes to raid, it depends a lot on your guild situation. First of all, if Disc Priest is an option, you should always pick Disc Priest for raid. Everybody always needs Disc Priest. So that's always my default answer. You will always be needed if you're a good Disc Priest. Will you have fun or will you be good? I don't know. But if your goal is to be a good raid healer and you're wondering what path to go down, that is the most fruitful path. everybody already has a disc priest. Bro, I'm telling you right now. All right, I'll give you a little secret in case you guys don't know this about raiding. Every guild has a disc priest. Okay? And that disc priest, if they're good, they are getting poached by a guild that's like half the guild rank is the guild that they're currently in. And if they're not good, then that guild fucking hates that disc priest and they are looking so badly to replace them. That is every disc priest in raid right now. You are either moving up if you want to, or you're dog shit and your entire guild hates you, but you're the only disc priest that they can get. I know that because I played disc priest for a tier. And I didn't play disc priest the following tier. Actually, I was actually intervened in the middle of the raid and I switched to shaman for the last boss. I didn't even play for a whole tier disc priest. My guild said, no, go play this other class. And then I finally settled into my home on Drogo's guild, where I played disc priest again, but at a guild that's 3 times the guild rank. So that's kind of like the reverse. That's kind of like the reverse. But I know what it's like for the other disc priests. Why is disc so hard? It's a mix of like its movement being very unforgiving and also requiring a lot of time and preparation on the fights to know like what you should do. Like you can't necessarily just YOLO into a fight and be very good as a disc priest. I think it's actually sort of the same with resto druid. I think having a good resto druid is also like, depending on the tier, it's not always, you know, the same, but yeah, disc priest is like playing a healer and a ranged DPS at the same time. I also changed to a guild that's 3 times more top. Well, let me be clear. When I say you're joining a guild that's 3 times the guild rank, if you go from a rank 50 guild to a rank 150 guild, that's not a good thing. In case you guys didn't understand what I was saying. I mean, it can be, you know, I'm really happy here. Don't worry, guys. We're going to be moving up this tier for sure. Okay, I mean, there's not that many world quests. Because many of them are just repeats. Jazz Panther, thank you for the gifted subs. Also, I've been rambling and reacting and doing a bunch of streamer stuff for the last long time, so I'm sorry if I miss out on anybody's subs or any shoutouts or anything, but I very much appreciate you guys. Oh shit, there's another world quest there. Max talking mad shit. Oh man. Max is, you guys are trying to start shit. I'm pretty sure you guys just keep going in between my stream chat and Max's stream chat trying to talk shit. Because I see you guys dorking over there. Like, it's not like I can open his I can open his chat in another screen. I can see you guys dorking in there. It's not like it's a secret. I'm hating on solo queue, that's why. I mean, I'm right. Like, Dorky doesn't argue in good faith whatsoever, and but he knows how to troll me, and so I can't have a discussion with Dorky, but you got, I mean, I don't care if Max wants to call me, he can, but like I don't think I think Max will agree with my point. I think Max will be like, "Yep, this is good." Like, I don't care. I'm in this player pool. I'm like, that's what it comes down to, is you're like, I'm in the player pool of people that just want to chill, and this is better for me, and it's going to suck players up from this pool, so fuck them. Like, I would say a majority of people are like, oh, you're a meta DPS, you're a mage, like, fuck them. That mage's queue time is like long, but still much better than me, and I don't get to play in groups. Fuck him. Let's triple his queue time and let me in. I miss old Growl that just used to take the abuse from Dorky without fighting back. But I mean, when you're a part of the team, you don't fight back, right? You're like, all right, this is a reasonable trade. When you get, I said this in the Jambi video. When you have that exchange of being abused but acquiring IO, then you take the trade. But when you're lobbed, then it's like, all right, now I gotta talk shit back. Bro, what is with this lag? What is happening? Let me close some of these tabs, maybe? I mean, I don't think I have anything open. I missed the time when streamer was called Grom. I actually don't like being called Grom because there is another WoW player named Grom. Like, Gromnak is somebody who streams and a lot of people know of them. And I felt like it was always very confusing when people called me Grom. Bro, Druid felt so bad yesterday. I can't get over that. I was optimistic about Druid. Like, I played it a little bit on beta, but it was just like... It was like, yeah, like, I'm sure if I put more time into it, and I saw Greg playing it sometimes, and I'm just like, if Greg's playing it, like, it's probably fine. Seems like they're doing okay keys, but... Man. It's okay. You enjoy Resto Druid until you play something else. For all the people who are playing Resto Druid and might be worried, or, you know, you're like, oh no, should I be dooming or whatever? Just don't play any other classes and you'll be fine. Is it good for the game to be boring for the first week instead of just allowing us to do content? Well, it's good for some people, bad for others. I don't really know about the trade-off, but I feel like most people who are WoW sweats will wait no matter what. Whereas the more casual people who want to take their time and play the story will get upset and get fed up and not play WoW anymore if you make them feel like they should rush. But the WoW sweats are dumb and they'll just sit around even if Blizzard does things not catered to them. Mainly because there's not really a good home for them to go anyway, so...
Stay vigilant.
Upgrade a piece of equipment with Valor Stones. Wait, I actually have so many. How did I get so many Valor Stones? Story enjoyers getting gated. Actually true. The fact that the story is gated feels so bad.
Fair skies and strong winds.
I don't think I've ever heard somebody say, man, I really can't wait until next week. I really am excited that I can't finish the story until next week. Reverse Leech. Oh, wow, this is an uppie. Oh, hell yeah. Let's get some haste on there, too. Might be a little bit of a waste putting all this, or spending these Valor Stones, but... Is this haste first, too? Yeah, I can't believe they're time gating the Rock Eaters.
There is much to discover.
Take 100 Valor Stones.
Of wonders. In unity, find strength. May we all find what we seek.
And some these.
Until next time. Farewell. Be bold. Be true.
What's my take on the negative WoW indie streamers? I mean, it works for them. There's a whole... WoW's been a game for a whole lot of time, and it's changed a whole bunch of ways, so... I just think it's funny that they all hate on WoW instead of, like, trying to get other games to be like WoW used to be. Like, I think it's a shame that there's no games that are, like, cool MMOs that get made anymore, but I guess maybe there's not much they can do about it. Sort of like old man shouting at the clouds.
In unity, find
Like, I don't think they hate WoW, they just want WoW to be like it used to be when they liked it.
fair skies and strong winds.
$580. So what do I need left? I need one more trinket, probably, but not really that important. Oh, and weapon. Dude, my weapon's 541. How do I not have a weapon on my paladin? My favorite healer for mythics. I've been enjoying Evoker. Evoker's pretty fun.
My directive is to serve you.
And I don't want to use an offhand.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Agbar enabled. How come... I want to change one of my bags, because maybe my paladin has a good bag, actually. Maybe not. I'm thinking my evoker, never mind. Jazz Panther, thank you for the gifted subs, I appreciate it.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Well, I'll be right back. Maybe I need to go, like... I feel like there's some rares over here I can kill. I need to get a weapon and a shield, and... Well, let's see, what do I need here? Weapon, shield, maybe one trinket. Gloves. Okay, bye-bye. How do I not get more of these satchels? We were queuing me and Terathal healer tank queue. I feel like we should get Omega satchels for that. Skywriting crystals. In some zones there are like orbs that you can fly through in the air that give you like, oh, you're talking about the resonance crystals, the races. When you win when you get gold on the races, you get crystals. So you just run around and do the races on a bunch of different characters. You want to get crystals quickly. I don't think I have a teleport to Donegal, though. Maybe one day I'll learn it. Mole check? Oh boy. The AH work on the US. I don't know, I'm in a dungeon. When Evoker guide? I was working on one, and then they bug fixed a bunch of stuff that changed things. And now I need to go back and fix it. Oh yeah, Whirling Surge or Lightning Rush gamer? I think Lightning, but I don't remember. The stat pile for Evoker? I think like go to like 15-ish% haste and then go crit verse. At least for dungeons. For raid, I think you just pile like mastery crit. What did they fix? They stopped Leaping Flames and the Chronal Warden Capstone from working with Life Spark and, more importantly, Call of Ysera. Eerie Banana, thank you for the gifted subs, I appreciate it. But I think Frost DK nerfs is vital. I have no idea about DPS theory crafting. Sorry, man. How do we make Wago open up in game? It should be /Wago. Riptide spec for Wrestler Shaman, good enough. You can play either. You can play single target healing or you can play chain heal build. Both are good. Personally, I didn't really like playing chain heal build with Ancestors. Didn't really feel that good for me, but maybe I didn't give it enough try. I feel like if you want AoE healing, you play Totemic, and then if you feel like the AoE healing is not that demanding, then you play Farseer with like Riptide stuff. Not working. Make sure in the Wago, and like if you downloaded the Wago app, make sure it's on retail, like where you're downloading your add-ons, not retail beta or whatever. And yeah, it means that it didn't install properly. If you figure it out, by the way, throw it in my like UI channel problems if you don't mind, or just tell me, because I've had a few people here and there say it, and I'm like working with them to try and figure it out to see if it's like a bug or a user error or whatever. Like most people come to me and ask that, and then I don't hear back from them. So I assume it's something else that went wrong, but if it's like something that you know, or that like anything, let me know. This Wago companion app, I think it should say Wago UI as well, right? I think the only one that I have, it might be, yeah, is it a different app? Okay. Yo, Twisted DNA, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Playing Virtue? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you don't need to in these dungeons, but just kind of doing whatever. I don't even have a shield, so kind of winging it for now. Paladin damage? I mean, you shouldn't base anything off of what I'm doing. I'd say Paladin damage has been low for a while. But I didn't play... Like, there weren't really that many people playing Paladin since, like, Season 2 Dragonflight. League of Legends Andy's in the Discord. Sometimes you just gotta log in and play some League, you know? Dude, the YouTube chatters have been fucking going at it lately. I kind of like this new era of Growl YouTube chat. A tiny dick mole who gets hated and teased by people in real life, so you go on socials and lashed out. Wait, where did that come from? Oh, you guys are still talking about the one button macros. Bro, YouTube chatters are out of control lately. When should you ever really hardcast Holy Light or Flash? I mean, usually it's like with infusion proc when you don't need to like spend holy power. Because like if you have holy power to spend, then you usually just press WOG instead, right? Depending on mana too, like depending on exactly like what talents you're running and what build you have and like the situation, sometimes it's correct to like use as many infusion procs as you can for mana. But I don't quite know the situation right now. Yo, thanks 1K, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's definitely the main downside to Shaman. Is it's just got a bunch of keybinds. But hopefully, like, a lot of the, like, at least, like, your basic healing kit should be straightforward. Mana concern? I don't really think so. They lowered the mana on AC, I think, or I might be wrong. I thought about macroing Lightning Bolt for friendly and Healing Wave for... Oh, I don't recommend those macros personally. People call them like Help Harm macros or whatever. I think like... I don't know. I find it not good to use, but... If it's like a deal breaker for you and you're like really struggling with keybinds, or you just like don't really care that much about playing optimally, you can, but... I find it just like feels clunky and like it puts you in like annoying situations where like you want your mouse here but then you can't press it or whatever. What do I think the DPS meta will be? Oh, I have no idea. I hope the balance is good enough so there's at least like a decent variety of... There's at least a decent variety of specs. Like, I don't think there's going to be, like, a quote-unquote, this is the meta that everybody plays. Do I know about this? Oh, boy. We may or may not be announcing a big WoW event in the coming weeks. The prize pool may or may not be massive. We've been debating internally on the merits of adding a crowdfunding component similar to other gaming events. OTK would put on a significant base prize pool. How do you feel about prize punishment? Is this just like you trying to... I don't know. I mean, Tips is like a big classic guy, right? Like, this is like classic stuff. Are you asking me about classic stuff? I don't think... I'm not really in the loop, no. I mean, it's cool. I think crowdfunding owns. Blizzard super fucked up on crowdfunding. And that's like... I wasn't a part of it, but I was like adjacent to it, and in my eyes, like, they seem to have massively fucked up their goodwill with crowdfunding. I upgrade the 584 veteran items. You can spend your weathered crests, you just don't want to spend your carved crest. You wait to see what you get out of your delves and then send them later. Thoughts on delves with candles and air bubbles? I mean, I've been saying it since the beginning. I think the objectives and the things that you're doing in delves are like pretty lame, and I'm not happy with them. And I think it's a huge missed opportunity, but I don't want to harp on it too much. Didn't they pull their end of the crowdfunding? Yeah, so basically what happened is Blizzard did a... I mean, historically, WoW events are just tough because they just don't have the viewership. Like, the average WoW player just doesn't really care about most WoW events. You know, maybe the Race to World First a little bit, but, you know, that's mainly what they care about, which is kind of something interesting for Blizzard that maybe they should consider. And so the prize pools are generally not good. So they added a toy in game where you could buy it, and money that you buy in the toy went towards the prize pool. And the community perception was that, okay, the prize pool is 200, like, what, I don't remember the numbers, but it was like, you know, 250,000 or 500,000 plus like X% of the sales that the toy does. But apparently in the fine print, it was the toy sales override the Blizzard prize pool. So basically, like, after a certain amount, Blizzard wouldn't put up the 500k or whatever, and then it would only be the proceeds from the toy sales. And basically the prize pool they made was like smaller, smaller than everyone expected it to be. And the thing is, for Blizzard, for stuff like this, it is just such a thing, right? Like, it's not like we're talking about $5 million of prize pool, right? Like, it was like in the neighborhood of things where Blizzard should have just said, whoops, you're right, and written off a check and been done with it. But they like actually were just like, nope, you see here, this is how the prize pool works, you guys. Like, and I don't know if, you know, maybe there was problems or whatever, like, I don't know, but either way, it was so stupid that they stood their ground on it. And it was like one of the, yeah, there was like a minimum prize pool, basically, where they just lost their ass in Overwatch League. Yeah, I mean, like, it was just not the right decision. Like, I hate to do it, but it just wasn't the right decision. Asakuya, thank you for the 2 gifted, I appreciate it. A rare? I don't know why I'm looking for rares when... I guess I can look at, There it is. Dude, YouTube chat is going ham. It's so good. It's just hilarious. I don't even want to chime in because it's so good to watch. Something about 1-button macros and competitive gaming or some shit. Sick. Yo, what up, beer? I'm doing alright. Just chilling. We had a really good, long, extended yapping and reacting session. Now we're just vibing. Here. Is it like this because I'm phased, or is it because that I like shift click off guys or something? Oh wait, these are all gloves. Yeah. Give me some plate gloves. I just do no damage. Oh shit. Oh wait, 554? Dude, oh my. Why did I just kill this guy? God damn it. I've been completely... Wait, how do I get out of here? Yeah, I saw Cell added. My name in the about section is very nice of them, considering I didn't do anything, but glad they made a sick add-on. I can do my best to help out. Actually stuck? I mean, it's really going to make me climb up out of this cave. I wish it should have let me mount, like, in the water or whatever. YouTube talking about those advanced macro scripts. I have no idea what they're on about, but they're on something. That I level cooking so I can make food that persists through death. Oh shit, does that like require cooking or something? I mean, I might do that if that's a thing. If there's no embellishment and that's a thing, I mean, I would do that. Dude, I've leveled cooking to do stupider shit than that. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have queued a dungeon and then walked out at the end. How's the evoker doing? He's done. I log in and do a couple world quests on that guy, and that's it until raid releases, pretty much. Did I go over the tuning from the other day? You mean today? I mean, I looked over it briefly. There's not a whole lot to talk about. I don't really think, like, I don't know. The problem is there's no meta right now, so it's not really like, oh, this is what's going to happen, because no one even really knows. I mean, the TLDR is basically like, I think it's funny that they're nerfing and buffing classes based off of heroic dungeons, and they're all like random AoE nerfs, so you know they are.
Since the decimation of our armada, with its complement of cannons, it can... Wait. Who are those intruders?
This area is like so buggy. I can't even heal people. What is going on?
The Order of Night is trying to steal the flagship.
Prediction for most bricked key. I think people will definitely struggle with this dungeon at like until they get things figured out, but I don't think it's actually that hard. Grim Batol, I think, will be really fucking hard once you get to like key levels where shit hurts. Like that dungeon was already really hard on beta. Is there a keybind you can make in Voodoo to blacklist debuffs? Yeah, so you need to, there's just like a checkbox in the indicators thing for the debuffs. That's like, mouse over, it like, you just basically check it on and then it enables it. The problem is it doesn't let you use mouse overs when you're mousing over the box. Like, it sort of like creates a dead space. So you don't want to have it on always. I have my BNet launcher on? I do. Flagging me out. What's the best way to gear? And once you get 551, you just spam heroics and upgrade everything. Then before then, you can just like do rares or world quests or whatever. There's not really much gearing going on right now. Do I enjoy HPAL? It's pretty good right now. I think it's... I don't really like, what's it called, Lightsmith or whatever, the other hero talent tree. Thought they kind of missed with that one, but... Max is talking about you calling him earlier. Yeah, I could tell it was like not his desk mic. You can't really farm rep. You just have to like do everything to get rep. And yeah, there isn't really a good way to do it. Like the more you farm, the harder it's gonna be to get. Like ideally, you just do like the big weekly quests or whatever, and then you just come back next week, and it takes you 2 months. But if you want to grind it out, you have to do worse and worse stuff.
The dog's embrace.
I never know what to do here. He marked himself. Actually, that's a huge dub. And ping, holy fuck. This guy tanks. Like, I think eventually it'll be like no good, where it's just everybody knows the path to go. Well, also heroic is kind of weird because like some people just go to the second boss like without killing any of these, or kill one or whatever. Max is reacting to my call. Bro, us streamers are out here. We're trying to, you know, we're making some content. Bro, Dorky's in here dorking, dude. Get out of here, Dorky. Battle growl on solo queue. That's what Dorky just put in fucking Max's chat. You guys, he knew I was looking over there, and he fucking puts that in his chat. Is there any benefit to the main hand and shield versus stats for Shaman? I mean, yeah, you want the armor, but besides that, no. The thing is, it just costs you nothing to get the armor, right? So, if you have a higher item level, I guess use the staff, but I'd always prefer to try and get a shield. Cooldowns on the left of frames. It's an add-on called Omni CD. If you're downloading through the Wago app, you need to grab it through somewhere else. It's not on there yet. Hey! Man. Some guy just, yeah, I saw that, Dorky. You saw that? I just added that guy. Some guy just rips that in Max's chat. I just tab out for 1 second, and I just see in Max's chat, some guy just garfs that in his chat. It's just like, bro. Bro, what are you guys doing with these robins? You gotta calm down. Where am I? Oh, right here.
5, 4.
No. Get it. Where's Captain Rogers when you need him anyway? So yesterday, Captain Rogers put a Robin in my chat, and so I banned him for, like, you know, some amount of time that he's welcome to come back later. When I see ping this, I ping this. I ban him for some amounts that he can come back later. Then immediately after he gets banned, he logs on a second account, and then he just immediately posts it like 2 minutes later. And I'm just thinking, like, all right, well, if this is gonna be a thing that you're just gonna ban, like, go through all your accounts one by one, then, like, I'm gonna start banning you longer. Like, I'm not, like, I can't be just banning a bunch of accounts every day. So I banned him for 7 days. And I'm pretty sure he got mad because the next time he came back into my stream, he just ripped like 7 Robins in a row. Just like no time between them, no anything. Just copy, paste, enter over and over again until I banned him. Alright, so I have this trinket. I guess I just am literally going to use this bell on every single healer. Because this is just what I get. Can I retell the escape room poddyc story? Max is going through my old stream right now. So the escape room poddyc story is Max told a story that he got asked by a friend of his who's a girl to come to an escape room with a group of friends. And the context was the girl agreed to go to an escape room with a guy, thinking that it was like a hangout thing. And then later on, she realizes that the guy actually, it was like a date, and it was only going to be them two. And so she's like, oh God, will you come with me? Like, come to this thingy, bring people. And so she shows up with 4 people to this escape room thing, right? And the guy was like super cringe and weird. And, well, not cringe is the right thing, but like, you know, the guy was super weird, kind of as expected, but it was like, you know, a good time, whatever. And Max was laughing the whole time, right? That was the story. And so I started talking about the intricacies of like, well, what, like, this is like, should, you know, if she doesn't, like, should she have done that? Like, was that unethical for her to bring people? Like, what was the context? And we basically came down to the conclusion, like, well, we didn't have enough information. Like, we need to figure out the situation. Like, did she just tell the guy and the guy agreed? Did she just like show up with people? Like, you know, we were talking about the dynamics of the situation. But the thing is, chat can't really have a discussion on like ethics because everyone freaks out. And so like it was wild, but it was very entertaining. And well, so then we basically decided that we didn't have enough context, so I called Max, and he answered like in his car or something on the way home, and then he was like talking about we were just talking about it and shit. It was just, you know, we were just doing great podcast react content. Ugh. The endless content loop. Oh yeah, it's great. Did we react to the new poddyc episode? We watched it earlier while I was eating. Don't forget about him shaming the bench. Well, that was the worst part, was the bench shaming at the end. Samwave's out here trying to start shit. I see a clip and I know he's trying to start shit without even knowing what is in the clip. Yo, Flexible, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Is it a WoW thing or a Twitch thing to love drama? Dude, it's a human thing. Alright, I'm in a dungeon and the first boss is dead and there's this guy here. Perfect. Drama? This warrior's name is Big Weps Small PP. Once and for all, how are the releases of Raid Dungeons and M Plus going to come out? Getting different answers from everywhere? Dude, you're talking to some dumb people if you're getting different answers from everywhere. Who the hell are you talking to that's giving you different answers? Next week, basically nothing comes out other than the Earthen campaign or whatever, like the next chapter of the story. The week after that is M0 and Heroic and Normal Raid. And then the week after that is Mythic Plus and Mythic Raid. I'll be letting my dumb people know. Alright, keep spreading the good word. Good work. How come I never get items? Max is reacting to your stream. You should go react to his reaction, bro. No, 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 no. Copyright strike him. Dude, that would be sick, actually. React to the poddy C, and then if he talks about it, copyright strike. That would be fucking sick. Bro, this guy just said, so many people in Growl's chat literally just hate you. You guys don't hate Max, right? I feel like there's like a small group of like M+ or Andes that just like hate all raiders, hate everything raid, hate race to world first. Oh no, that guy just tried to trade me. Oh no. Oh no. What dropped for him? Oh, just this. Did he get something else? Well, that was generous of him, but I don't need it. Thank you, though. You guys are like, you guys are getting shit talked in Max's chat. All I'm gonna say is, you know, I'm sorry. I hate to start drama, but you guys are getting shit talked. Your Riz is getting shit talked. People are saying, they're saying all you guys are shit. You know what's crazy? The worst part about all this is, it's probably the same people. It's probably just you guys in there. Defend us? I mean, there's nothing I can do. Playing both sides and shit talking themselves. I mean, basically. Did I make a weapon on my evoker like with my spark? No. Just save your spark for heroic week. Damn Growl's chat, yikes. Dude, that's you! You just went over to his chat and typed that. I think we had eggnog on earlier. It's gonna be RNG if it can come on again. I knew the answer to that question, Doc. I was just wondering, have you really been listening the whole time to know if the song is played? I was trying to remember if it did play, and I don't think it did, but... Yo, I've been peaked. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I think Frost will still be good after the nerfs. Honestly, no idea. We'll leave it to the DPS theory crafters. Honestly, I would have just ghosted the guy if I was the girl. Are you trying to bait talking about this again? I feel like the chat's heard enough of it. How did I gear my evoker? I mean, the only things you can do to gear are like get stuff from Renown and do dungeons and upgrade stuff. He's talking shit about you guys. Yeah, I told the chat he is. I'm like, everyone's over there talking shit. Like, I can't. They told me to just go over there and defend them, and I just said it's probably just them shit talking themselves from. Yoink. Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. When it comes down to solo queue, and when it comes down to, you know, interesting group date dynamics with escape rooms, the thing is, you know, I love you guys, and I want to have a discussion with you, right? And a lot of times in my chat, it's just like, you know, a couple guys talking about stuff, and, you know, we can just talk about, oh, you know, totemic versus farseer. We can talk about what my main is, you know, things like that. And it's just like a normal conversation. You know, we might talk about Janevy. But when it comes to, like, very contentious topics, right? All of a sudden, there's just all these different opinions from all these different people, and I get overloaded, you know? It's like sensory overload. and my brain is just reading, and all you guys are chatting, and it's hard for me, you know, it's hard for me. It's not your guys' fault, right? There's nothing wrong with chatting. I just said I love it, but like, I need to learn to like disassociate myself, you know? Like, it's like, you know, like, it's like, you know, imagine like a dog gets like sensory overload. Like, there's so much crazy shit. He's at the park, he's freaking out, like, he's barking, like, and it's just like, you know, it's just not really good for him, you know? Like, even though he's got to learn to be at the park and be happy, but... Cannot find a mana bar checklist and sell. Power text, maybe? It's probably an indicator in here, right? Somehow, every time I do this dungeon, I'm always looking at chat, and I always run into that guy. And it happens every time, and I say it every time, but I never learn. Alright, I just don't have an excuse for that one. It's in layouts. Power bar filter, something like this. Drifter, wow, thank you for the gifted subs, friend. I appreciate it. Our professions asking is a blood DK? I don't know. I think if you're into professions, they're cool, but like you really have to be into them to enjoy them. Like, it's not really something where you like click a couple buttons and make free money. You have to like do all the profession knowledge and farm them out and all that. Get on the trade chat hustle. So it depends on who you are. Oh no, there's drama chatting. Oh no. I just read something about the TGP incident. I'll be honest, they're mostly talking shit about you guys, by the way. I was a little worried. I was a little worried that they're gonna shit talk me, but they're just saying Growl's chat. They're not really saying Growl, they're saying Growl's chat. This one guy's dumb. I got Lore Master. We can finally play the game. All right, guys. Coffee's got Lore Master. Probably there. That was wait. Hold on. I'm looking at this guy's chat history. Growl played hardcore Keck W. Like, all right, whatever, whatever, guy. Chat history and then ban him no matter what it is.
The Transformatory was once the home of our sacred evolution. ISO has made a mockery of our traditions. At the Queen's tisk, tisk, tisk. Dear Nizrek, a traitor.
He seems like a normal chatter. He seems like he's only in here when I'm playing GeoGuessr.
First, your little pets will die.
Alright, never mind. He's not banned.
We'll make you speak.
My turn.
Imagine being a Growl GeoGuessr fan and having to watch him play this dog shit WoW all the time. Actually true. We're saving our Harbinger crests. Save your carved crests. Don't worry about the other crests. The like weathered ones or whatever. What in the world? Is there a way to upscale crests? You can, but it's only there's a cap on the upper ones. And you need to be fully upgraded out of heroic. So I mean, you can, but it's like super mega useless unless you're like gearing an alt way late into the season. And yeah, and it's a shitty ratio. It's not even a good ratio. Yeah, that's the big problem is they count towards the cap. So like it's not like you're gaining anything, you're just It's basically only for like really late into the season once you're like you fully have one crest but like you still have some left over somehow. Him, Sean, in my guild again? Dude, I hope not. I mean, you know, it was great raiding with him, but unfortunately he stepped and moved on to a different guild. But we, you know, was amicable split. I mean, honestly, TM Sean is whatever. Like, he just said some wild shit that did not make me feel comfortable while I was streaming. And honestly, probably when I wasn't streaming.
Assistant, for you, a reward. Witness the unparalleled wonder of transformation.
I'm now officially a Max Chat refugee. I can't stand the discussion anymore. Well, so to give you guys a spoiler, after Max so I kept yapping about content until, like, so they did the podcast. Then I yapped about it when they were done yapping about the podcast, but then I didn't have anything to say. Then Max regained his yapping ability, yapped about me yapping about what he had to say, and then once Max runs out, then there's another yap about the things that Max was yapping about me yapping about Max is yapping about. I was on his stream. Oh, wait, is it? Dude, what? Oh, my. Dude, Mythic Plus does really need to come out. Maybe Dorky's right. Maybe everybody's right. We need Mythic Plus. Drama? No. It's just a giant paragraph. These sweaty guys... Wait. These guys are the sweaty neckbeards that give WoW a poor reputation and drive casual players from the game. Streamed WoW gets no viewership because of how complicated the game is and the immense volume of different systems and content with no hand-holding. The game is completely inaccessible for newer players. For fuck's sake, give people 2 weeks to get themselves oriented with the goddamn game. What's the rush? You want to gear up quicker so you can charge people money for mythic keys? Holy, wait, based! Actually true! Actually true, bro! I can't wait to sell you guys 10s. This guy is right. Holy. Max is currently giving his chat dating advice. Oh, that's why you guys are all here. Dude, you know what the worst part is? This is the worst part about this, right? I'm sitting here and I'm like explaining advanced evoker rotational healing into how to abuse Call of Ysera interactions with Lifebind and the Chrono Ward and Capstone. You don't even have an evoker. You don't even play healer, and you're here like, yeah, maybe I'll listen to this. Maybe someday, you know, knowing this might help me. But then you go to Max's stream and Max is talking about dating. What do you guys think? Nah, this isn't for me. I'll never need this. Like, let me click back to the Waffle Cat. Oh, nice. He's talking about Totemic versus Bars here again. All right. There we go. One day my paladin will get a shield. Chat GPT prompt. Hi, this is Dorky. Can you type up a paragraph copy pasta about WoW gatekeeping? I love how Dorky greets Chat GPT. Hello. He's typing in the box. Bro, why do I always see these achievements? Does each pally suck? No, that's pretty good. Is Mistweaver worse off if we end up getting the kiting tank? Bro, you gotta stop reading Wowhead titles. Kiting tank meta that Blizzard promised us? Don't worry, if you play Mistweaver, bro, don't worry about the the kiting meta. You'll be alright, I promise. Mistweaver actually is a pretty good tank healer. And also, it can move while healing quite well. If Feline Stomp is your biggest concern, then you're living pretty well. Bro, this is out of control. I need to have an awakening. I feel like streaming War Within for 14 hours a day every day. I'm either gonna awaken and become like, oh, hold on, one moment, I'm yapping. Okay, back to being an idiot. I'm either gonna awaken and become like the greatest yapper streamer of all time, or I'm just gonna crack. Like I'm just gonna absolutely just, I'm just gonna go off the deep end and go nuts and just I'm just gonna one day log onto a mage and just never log off of it. What's the best way to get gear ready for M+ week? So here's what I would do. If I'm a random guy in the chat who listens to whatever I say, because I'm a cat with a waffle on his head. Farm heroic dungeons to get 580 in every slot, and get the 3 renown pieces. It's like renown 7 or 8. When you're bored of questing, do dungeons. When you're bored of dungeons, do questing. Then when you have all that, send all your weathered crests on your weapon and your perps that you got, and maybe your trinkets if you have extra. Then you should be like mid 580s. Save all your delve keys. Save all your carved crests. Save your spark. Then, when the season opens up, when M0 opens, go spend as many delve keys as you can. It's probably going to be 4. Get 4 pieces of loot. Then, depending on what you do, you can send everything or you can keep holding it for more items. So, for example, if you have a guild and your guild's just going to carry you and you're a stupid healer, then maybe just save all your stuff and spend it after a couple more days. Because every day that goes by, you get 4 more delve items, and possibly other stuff. And that's going to save you some resources. If you're pugging, if you're like just straight out on the streets, as soon as you send your 4 delves on Tuesday and you get your items, send your carved crests on other stuff that you want to upgrade that you didn't get lucky for on delves. And then finish spending your carved crest, sending a crafted item with a spark, like a weapon or whatever. And then get out in the streets with all your item level. And start trying to get some M0 gear to fill in your 593 slots that are still 580. And then your goal at the end of M0 week is going to be something like minimum 593 in every slot. Then potentially delve gear, as many pieces as you can get lucky, as many raid pieces as you can get lucky. Potentially some tier stuff. And a crafted item, probably a weapon, but people are saying there's a ring that's really good or whatever. I asked a girl out to a nice chill escape room date, but she brought some cringe friends. What should I do? Alright, let me just talk about this for 2.5 hours. Is M0 repeatable? It's a 1-day lockout. So it's nearly repeatable because you're not going to be target spamming the same dungeon, but like doing more than one of every dungeon per day is going to be a lot. Like doing M0 Dawnbreaker or whatever, like good luck. Good luck wanting to do more of those. Hard play, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate it.
Those who oppose the Emperor will fall.
When M0 comes out, heroics will be harder. I don't know. They haven't said anything. They just said that the loot's going to get better or something. Heroics damn seem easy right now, though. Either way, if you're keeping up with your character, after these 2 weeks, you will never go into another heroic again. Very likely. I don't know about make M0 easy because like I don't know what the tuning is gonna be, right? Like we don't know what to expect, but heroic was easier than I thought it would be. So I think maybe M0 will just be easier than I think it will be, but I'm not sure. I'm a little bit optimistic on M0 difficulty. I think they're gonna nail it. I think chat on M0 day is gonna be completely split. I think there's gonna be some people in chat that are like M0 is a good difficulty. I think there's gonna be some chat that's like, yeah, this is pretty easy. I thought it might be harder. And there's gonna be some people in chat that are like, bro, this is miserable. These pugs are the worst shit I've ever seen. I think they're gonna come close to nailing it in difficulty where it's gonna be like right there. Priory M0 need AUG. Well, luckily it won't be Priory. It'll be Season 1 dungeons, I believe, right? It'll be back to Necrotic Wake and Siege of Borealis or whatever. I think it'll be the Season 1 dungeons. I'm fairly certain M0 will be Siege, Necrotic Wake, and all that. That's part of the reason why I didn't make guides for these ones. Because they're not going to be in the M0 rotation. Yeah, oh yeah, and the Heroic dungeons will rotate. Yeah. No, I'm not going to make guides for all dungeons. Just the 4 new ones. I just don't have time to make them. Need to get working on class guides already. Mage guide, bro. I'm thinking about it. I bet I can make a sick. The problem is I don't know how to play mage. But if I was good at mage, I would make a sick mage guide. Yo, that metal guy, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Does this guy want this? Patreon only mage guide? Holy shit. See, Shred's got the right mindset. Yo, thanks, MJ. I appreciate it, friend. Make sure to check out the, Be sure to check out the FAQ in the little video if you have any problems. I got a Discord channel too. The Discord channel is like the big one. I know everybody wants instant help, but the Discord channel helps me because then when I'm off stream and I'm actually like fixing my UI, I can see the problems and like trying to adjust it. Hold on one second. I'm troubleshooting UI in the channel. Someone in chat just asked a question. I'm actually, I don't remember this. So you know how you mouse over stuff? See how there's a tooltip on the bottom right or whatever? Didn't it used to be like on your cursor or something? How do you make it on your cursor? Is that not work in game anymore? Can Tiny Tooltip do it? Try going into the options instead of edit. Tooltip. Show target tooltip. Oh. Does this work? Or was that just a coincidence? No, that doesn't work. Yeah, I think it used to be a Blizzard thing, but they removed it. Edit mode, you can bind it to the mouse. I don't think you can because it's just there's literally nothing, right? It's just this. Unless there's something I'm missing with this that we can do. Ulysses, thank for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Move it now. This is it. This is edit mode, right? All I have is it just says reset the default and revert. But we want it to be like, didn't it used to be a thing where it was like on your mouse? Yeah, I thought it was on your, that was like an old school like WoW thing. Maybe not, I don't know. Okay. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. A quest to get a shield. It does for some UI elements. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you're right, actually, right? Like this tooltip, it just this item was in. I want it right here, maybe. Okay, that's better. I used to run a script when I logged in that anchored my tooltip to cursor. Can try. What's been more fun for you amongst the melee healers? I probably enjoy Mistweaver more slightly, I guess. I don't know. I don't have a strong preference. They're both fun. Oops. Oh my god. I thought I hit okay. I must have like missed or something. Miss in the queue. What eye level are we aiming for? I mean, around like mid 580s is fine if it's your main. You're not gonna need that, but like, you also have to compete with other people to get a group. What's the best spark use? Save it for heroic. Wait and see what happens with crafting and the items you get and stuff. You don't really want to send a spark until you need it. I use my Weathered Harbinger. Yeah, just don't use your carved crest.
Well, what do we have here? New customers? Or are you looking for something a little higher? Show 'em what we got on tap, Bellfire!
X Ops Design, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Any tips for a healer who wants to try out for dungeons, who hasn't healed before and probably sucks at it? Well, here's the thing is, everybody that starts off sucks, and all these dungeons and all this leveling is at the beginning of the expansion, and sucking is okay. The main thing you need to work on is not worrying what other people think. Just go to dungeons and suck and learn, and you'll get better. Just don't worry about what other people say. Because, like, anybody who's actually, like, getting mad or upset or, like, has any problem with somebody trying to learn when a game comes out is, like, a complete fucking idiot, and they don't deserve to be listened to.
It's to be a bar fight now. Good.
Yeah, like the people that talk shit in these dungeons are not good players. Good players are not talking shit in these dungeons. They're just dying because they're tabbed out reading their chat. Oh wait, what the hell? I did some mage shit. Was there actually not one here? What in the world? Yo. What are you doing? Did I gun somebody else down by accident? Oh shit, it's Vinsod, what up? Of course we get to the meadery and you're here now. Oh yeah, we got a good sleep in. Maybe good 5 or 6 hours of sleep in. What do I think is the biggest difference between Preservation Evoker and other healers? Preservation Evokers, like, combos and spell sequencing is, like, a lot more important. Other healers, like, you want to be efficient, but, like, if you mess things up, it's more about, like, using the right thing at the right time. Whereas Evoker, like, the sequencing of spells and the combos that you use are, like, pretty important. And you can lose, like, just an absolute ton of healing if you're not doing things right. But if you do things right, it does, like, the most healing. It's insane. Sounds like Disc. I mean, Disc just doesn't do any healing no matter what. Holy, Vinsod with the 50 gifted subs. He just types, "Are you ready?" and then does it. Yo, thank you so much. Holy shit. Yo, massive pog for Vinsod. That's massive. So what is this mage doing?
Oh no, my stills! They bypassed the filters! It's running too hot. The mead will be substandard.
Trying to figure out how to save tanks who are in too deep with Jadefire Mistweaver. Well, So here's the thing, like, you can put enveloping mist. Generally speaking, you don't want to be like hard casting Vivify or even hard casting enveloping mist. Really, like if you're ever hard casting as a Mistweaver, like you fall behind very quickly and you fall behind on mana. Like in general, Mistweaver, you sort of just like do a set amount of healing. It feels like, and then if your team just takes more damage than that, they're just fucking dead. Like there's not a lot of like, you know, magic secret things you can do or like ways that you can dump a ton of like energy into one single person. Like you have life cocoon if you need it. Like it's more just about like making sure you're always staying efficient and like, I don't know, like for example, you have the chi harmony talent, which when you use renewing mist on somebody, they take increased healing for the next like 8 seconds. So like making sure that buff is like always being maintained on the tank if they're taking a lot of damage. Making sure that if you ever get an instant cast Vivify, especially with your Zen Pulse, like you're sending that. But for the most part, like you're just sort of like, you know, if a tank is sitting in 100 mobs and you're just spamming spinning crane kick and you have a renewing mist on them and everything, like, you know, there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do, rather. And yeah, like sort of the old school way with Mistweaver would be just like having Soothing Mist and just hard channeling Soothing Mist, Enveloping Mist, Vivify spam on a guy. But I mean, in general, you almost never want to do that because you're gonna fall behind a lot. And I think builds nowadays might not even take Soothing Mist. I mean, it's not about avoidable damage. Like, it's more so like there's just a limit, right? Like you can't just, you know, no matter how much damage your team is taking, there's not just a correct sequence of buttons that will get you out of the situation, right? Like, you do a set amount of healing, but, you know, actually Mistweaver is, like, pretty straightforward. And so, like, you know, if you're spamming spinning crane kick on the mob while you're keeping, you know, you use your life cocoon, you use enveloping mist, you know, you use your chi harmony, like, you know, there's only so much you can do at that point. Like, you're doing a fuckload of healing to somebody, and if they die, they die, you know? There's not like a secret spell that you have that you can pull out that'll just do like half somebody's health every time you cast it. Another thing is, like, you have other means of saving a tank, right? Like, for example, like using legs, like if a tank is just sitting in a bunch of mobs, like using leg sweep. My team just does not want to, I don't know what's happening here. Like, using leg sweep to stun a bunch of mobs can buy yourself a lot more time and, like, allow your tank stacks to reset. Like, if a tank is trying to kite, like, using Ring of Peace and, like, keeping all the mobs back. You know, like, ultimately, if a tank just wants to sit into 500 mobs and die, then they're just gonna die, right? Like, you can't always save them. But, like, usually Mistweaver is, like, doing a ton of passive healing. Generally speaking, like, keeping your tank alive isn't really the harder part. It's usually when like DPS start like standing and shit or whatever, and like the fist sweeping isn't enough. How much experience do you have with dating? I'm trying to figure out how to save men who are in too deep. I can't figure out the right answer to an escape room puzzle. Yeah, you know, I always take people to escape rooms on the first date because the main thing for me when it comes to, like, the people that I want to be involved with relationships with is their ability to solve made-up problems. So, you know, I really judge them based off of how good they can figure out escape rooms. And if they can't solve escape rooms very quickly, then it's like, you know, this relationship isn't going to get very far. The fastest way to level? I mean, if you just spam dungeons, then you'll level pretty quick. But, I mean, spamming dungeons doesn't really accomplish anything. So, if you're, like, trying to get renown or, like, anything, you may as well do that while you level, since everything is account-wide now. Is there a point in doing delves now? Not really. Am I looking forward to a future classic expansion? I don't know, Legion might be cool, but just because I've heard so many people talk about it and I like M+. But other than that, no, not really. I hear a lot of people talk about class design. Or like mop, like WAD area. But I just don't think I see classes the same way as other people. Like, to me, I just don't really, like, play a class, and I'm like, oh, this is super fun, or oh, this is terrible. Like, usually it just has to do with, like, the friends that I'm having fun with and, like, what's going on, and I don't really, you know, I could play something very, very boring, and it could be very fun to me. No shot they keep going after Mop Classic. I mean, the problem is, like, every single age of Classic is more boomers that, like, oh, they want this. Like, the thing is, I was around for when Classic, like, first started. Like, that was when I first started playing WoW, and I didn't know anything about any expansions, right? So I was kind of like a fresh brain, and everyone was like, oh, man, that'll be so cool if they do the trilogy. Like, they're definitely, like, I hope they go to Wrath of the Lich King. Like, Wrath of the Lich King is the pinnacle of WoW. The game was ruined in Cataclysm. There's no way they would, like, Cataclysm is a joke. They're going to do the classic trilogy. And then by the time Wrath of the Lich King came around, literally everybody just assumed and, like, oh yeah, they're doing classic Cata. I mean, why wouldn't they do classic Cata? Cata was when it was so great and all this was out. Cata rating was so good. And all of it, like, the narrative behind what people thought about Cata was so radically different from the time when Classic Vanilla was released to the time that Classic Cata was released. And people are already talking about Classic Mop, like, as if that's a given, right? And so I think it's just going to be the case that, like, they're just going to keep doing Classic expansions and just, I mean, why wouldn't they, right? Like, I mean, I think they're gonna go all the way to Legion, at least for sure. And then, I mean, it sounds very silly to talk about classic BFA, but I mean, by that time, like, by the time they're on classic Legion.
Hey, you're really trying to be a bee in my bonnet, ain't ya? You may have disrupted my business.
Cata Classic lost me just like OG Cata did. I mean, overall, my thoughts on Cata was, I was a little bit disappointed in Cata, to be honest. Like, to me, I kind of expected Cata rating to be, like, fucking perfect. It sounds, like, probably stupid in hindsight, but, like, the way I saw it is, I feel like current rating is just a little bit too convoluted and complicated. And then, like, classic rating is obviously, like, too easy, right? But by the time they got to Wrath and, like, ICC, like, they started doing some more complicated stuff. And, like, I don't know, I guess I expected, like, the middle era, like, you know, Cata, Mop, WAD, like that, for the bosses to be, like, actually challenging, but for them to be, like, not super convoluted and, like, more clean. But, like, the classic Cata raids, at least, like, the first tier or whatever, is just so not clean. Like, it is just so visually messy. I think maybe I'm a little bit biased because of, like, literally one spell, which is Hunter Freezing Trap, which is, like, the biggest, ugly, like, visual vomit I've ever seen in any game ever, and how that even happens, where, like, every hunter just presses Freezing Trap in their rotation and just puts this giant fucking thing on the ground all the time. Like, I don't understand it, but Like, some of the fights in Mop are just like, what the fuck is going on? Or, I mean, in Kata, just like, what the hell is going on? Yo, Shrubies, thank you for the sub, friend. I appreciate it. It's content that's been solved for a decade. But, I mean, it's not about it being hard. It's about it being fun. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like I didn't solve it a decade ago. Like, I want to learn it, you know? Like, I'm not saying I expected the world first Kata raid to be... I mean, some stuff was fun. Like, it was just very hit or miss. Like, there were some fights that were like, oh man, this is super cool. And there were other fights that were like, what the fuck are they doing? Yeah, I get it. You guys don't like Kata. As a chef, I appreciate fresh brains. You're included. I mean, look, you can say this as a chef all you want, but you're just gonna be the bartender. You can maybe make some dank bar food on the side, but it's just how I'm gonna have to see you. I'm sorry. Ugh. What are we crafting? Nothing. Just save it for Heroic Week. I also hunt badges. How many for VIP? Look, Vinzad, I'm gonna be straight with you, alright? I'm gonna be straight with you. Alright? This is an honest streamer to guy who gifts a bunch of subs one-to-one conversation, alright? I watched... Alright, we're playing hardball here. Alright, we're playing hardball here, okay? We're playing hard... Alright. We're not playing straight up is what you're saying. We're not playing straight up is what you're saying. I love honesty. Look, I'm gonna say this. You know, there becomes a time in a streamer's, you know, where people do a lot for me and they allow me to do what I do, and I try and reserve VIP. You know, it's hard for me to give a thank you back for people, and the people that have VIP in the chat, you know, it's not many, you know. I don't just give it out. You know, I try not to have a price, you know. I try not to have a price. All right, but I mean from a streamer to a guy who is gifting a lot of, you know, everybody's got a price, you know what I'm saying? Look, it just feels like it's a look, I'm just gonna say this. What is this dungeon, man? Alright, anyway. It feels bad of me for all of the people that I have given VIP to say, okay, here's the number. Alright? It feels... but, you know... Just DM me the number and I'll tell him. Yo, Boot, thank you for the big 4-year resub. And thank you again, Vinzad, for the additional 50. I feel like, you know, you're on the right path. No need to rush it. You know, you're on the right path. Let's let the rest of the chat integrate with you peacefully. You know, I know, look, I know you got a big one and you want to come in and just show everybody it and just, you know, assert dominance, but, you know, try and integrate with the chat slowly. You know, don't worry about rushing it. You know, I know you want to swing it around and let everyone see, but, you know, let's just integrate, you know, integrate it slowly. Or Dorkins or Jorkins. Something. Time-gated VIP? I mean, look, I learned from Blizzard best, okay? Blizzard, if there's one thing that Blizzard knows, it's how to make money. Alright? So this is so bad. Yeah, see, Glare knows. It was through blood, sweat, and tears. Alright? You know, it's not just about gifted subs, okay? Yeah, you're troublemaking. Yeah, we all know what you're doing. Look, you can make... Look, at this rate, you can make trouble all you want. Oh, that's what I'll say. Yo, Timothy B, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Which indicator is the top right debuffs? It's raid debuffs, I think. The top middle is debuffs, and then the top right is raid debuffs, right? This tank just said, gotta work on those mechanics, boys, but GG. I have a feeling that the bear tank wasn't talking about the mechanics that he was required to do. If I had to guess. I have a feeling he's not talking about the mechanics that he was failing. Do I have the mole arm? No, I don't. I hated the episode. I've ascended. I've ascended as a creator. I learned, first of all, I hated the episode because you guys talked mad shit at the end. All right? You guys were talking mad shit at the end. You literally said you were just going to go in my chat and ban everybody because they watch my podcast. Even though I didn't know you said that when I was doing it, you did it first. I learned a lot about my discussion on solo queue now. I'm gonna let you guys know my opinion on solo queue has changed. Go on. Yeah, I think it would be cool. And, I mean, what's more there to say? It'd be cool. Did you just bow down to the mass, or did you finally learn? I finally learned. This is what I finally learned, all right? This is what I finally learned. And I learned this before, but I didn't learn it enough. And I need to learn it more. Okay, people don't want to change their opinions. And what I try and do is, I don't even try and get them to change their opinions. I just try and get them to think. And people definitely don't want to think. They want to know, do you play Totemic or do you play Farseer? And which one and why, and which one is the best for the entire expansion. Okay, and so that's not like talking about things, debating about things isn't about thinking. It's about voting. You just say what you think, and then you don't care about the reasons. You don't care about, like, I need to stop trying to convince people to change their mind, or try and stop convincing people to try and think, because they don't want to do that. And here's the thing. Solo queue is good for me, because I'm a streamer. I do whatever I want. And it's good content. So fuck it. I support solo queue. It's not about thinking about the pros and cons of how it is, because this is why, right? This is exactly what I learned, all right? I never said I don't think there should be solo queue. I just talked about the downsides of it. But because I talked about the downsides of it, and then I read Max's chat, right? This is where I unlocked my brain. Okay? This is where I unlocked my brain. I read Max's chat. You know what people were saying in Max's chat? That Growl disagreed with you. Growl hates solo queue. He thinks solo queue is bad. I never said anything about solo queue being bad, or that I hated it, or I didn't want it. I was just exploring the idea of what are the potential downsides if they had solo queue, because to me that's interesting. But you guys don't want to do that. Well, okay, a lot of you guys do want me to do that, but also only because it gets me on this long random tangent where people are typing in chat and then everyone's dorking, and it's like you're just a bystander just laughing at everything that's going on. But no one, like, nothing actually happened after that, right? Nothing actually happened after that conversation. So I'm just going to say whatever I want and whatever's good for me, and I'm not going to care about the reasons. No, don't. No. All right, now I'm being baited. Don't. You actually changed my mind on solo queue, but I didn't realize there's so much downsides. You're baiting me with that. No, I'm not. I'm not admitting it. I'm not. Nope. What the? He needs subs to calm the F down. Oh, I mean, oh, solo queue. Fucking stupid. I hate it. I'm mad. Roar. I'm mad. Solo queue. Sorry. Yo, thank you for another 50. I'm much calmer now. Thank you. I'm calmy. Another one of the... I swear I just get the same items. You able to explain how the new blessing works? I mean, the TLDR, you basically just press on CD. You don't really worry too much about it. You just like press on CD. Sometimes you use it on other people, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, also 11-second stun. What the hell just happened to me?
This is it. Court of Candle King. Teach him a lesson.
Just asking, why ain't your streamers donating? Oh no. You know, you're setting a great example though, I will say. Do you have any videos where I talk about keybinds? I do have a keybind video from BFA. There's also a really good keybind video that we did when we were part of Golden Guardians. I don't remember what that video was called. But personally, I think you should just figure out your own keybinds, and there's not really much I can say that helps you, but... Like, sometimes people ask me questions that I don't know what they're trying to get out of it. People will be like, what is your travel form bound to? And then I just say F4. And I don't know if they just assume that I'm trolling them or like, but that's just what it's bound to, like. I mean, the thing is, keybinds are hard. It's okay to, like, you know, struggle with keybinds. Don't feel bad about, like, oh man, I can't fucking figure out anything that works good. Like, I question my keybinds and, like, think about them all the time.
No more Candle King. We can be free. But first, the darkness. Darkness can time to flee. Flee to freedom.
Holy, bro, what the fuck? Yo, Vidzod, you're going a little too ham right now. Setting a great example, but you're going a little too ham. Also, I'm gonna die. Where's the candle? I can't see, it's dark. Yo, was that like 200 over the course of the last like 30 minutes? You're out of your mind. Ham and cheese with garlic aioli. True. I feel aioli is just kind of a fancy way to say garlic mayo, isn't it? Like that's just a fancy way. Well, that's just trying to sound fancy. Look, nothing wrong with making a sandwich and putting a little garlic mayo on there. I make my aioli with caramelized onions. Okay, I'll be honest. I've been mad lazy with my sauces lately. I've been I used to like make some stuff and have it in the fridge or whatever. My roommate has like the little sauce bottles or whatever. And sometimes he does, but I just haven't been cooking enough lately, I'll be honest. Yo, thank you again, Vinzad, for the ham and the cheese.
Grab some dynamite and let's go!
Just lol, thank you for the gifted subs as well, friend.
What's for me?
Aioli these nuts. Yo, Colmoran, thank you for the sub as well. I appreciate it. How did that guy pass me? I don't understand.
Oh, my head.
How's Pal over me? It's pretty good. I mean, keep in mind heroics aren't like totally about healing, but I don't know. I like Pala. I was kind of like in between Pally or Druid for my like second ult. I feel like Pally's a lot better than Druid. Pally damage feels weird. Well, for me, Pally damage feels really weird because I've done 50 heroic dungeons and I haven't gotten one shield. Oh shit, did Viva resub and I missed it? The notification must have got drowned out. Would I recommend to play Pally or Priest? Probably Pally, but I would recommend soul searching, deep meditation, and deciding the ult that your heart wants, and then never getting invited for a whole season and then re-rolling to whatever's fought him in season 2. Ben Zorkin. Oh, I got gloves. Yo, let's go. I needed that. Let's fucking go. But I think Disc Priest is a lot better with buffs. Yeah, Disc Priest is definitely got a lot better. I think the Atonement healing is like something like 18%. I'd say it's at least in C tier now. Oh shit. Detune Neptune with the 25 gifted as well. Now we're really drowning out the subs. Finzot over here gifting 500. And then Detune with another 25. Yo, thank you guys so much. You guys are owning. Thank you, thank you. Binzod setting a great example. D-Tune following it up. This is great for me. I mean, for you guys, but for me also. All right, we got gloves. Let's upgrade these gloves now. Actually, should I look to see if there's a rare I can kill for a weapon? Also, Dave Rickson, thank you for the 42 months. I feel like... Isn't there a bunch of weapons over here? Bro. I feel like I need a drink. I mean, whatever you're doing right now is great. Whatever you're doing right now is great. Yo, thank you for another 50. You have 574 gifted subs this month. And I'm not even the main. You're a dorky main. You're making them look bad. But like in a good way. Yo, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Literal oil prince. I mean, his occupation will always be the bartender for me. But he can be an oil prince second. Just sharing the love. Bro, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Bro, everybody talking about VIP again? Oh, man. Force his hand! Jeez. Look, don't give in. I mean... Look. You're out of you guys are out of control. You guys are completely out of control. That's all I have to say. No! Where did this guy go? No, get me out of this quest. I don't want to be in this quest. Did I, like, get phased here or something? Is 588.68 doing good for eye level so far? No, you should probably delete your character and start over. You missed out on something. Bro, do I actually have to just do all these quests to have access to these rares? I don't know, whatever, who cares? We'll just keep queuing heroics and not getting any weapons. Back to the beach I go. Thoughts on the nerfs and buffs? I mean, I think they seem pretty on. I'm a little surprised that they're changing, like, AoE spells at this time, which makes me think they're tuning around heroic dungeons, which is a little bit concerning. How bad is it to craft your weapon this week? I mean, it's not really that bad, but it's like, you know, you may screw yourself later if you end up getting a good weapon on heroic week. Like it's a little bit of a case of the FOMO, you know. Like if you're crafting your weapon right now to do nothing and sit there and look at it, you know. What is going on? I don't know, I'm like lagging or something. I've been getting like these weird lag sort of spikes. Oh shit, we're doing the skip. No reason not to send a 590. I assume he's talking about making. I'm assuming he's talking about a spark. What's your opinion on Resto Shamans? They're hella good right now. Resto Shaman owns. I just nailed those guys. We're having GeoGuessr watch party? Oh hell yeah. That's the week. That's the weekend before Mythic comes out. What the hell? Anonymous gifter 10 tier 3 subs? Holy. This is like some sort of a sub train. Vinzod gifting like 700. What if that was Vinzod? I don't think it could have been, but we don't know who it could be. The only thing we have to do is speculate and thank them. I'm sure whoever it is a fan of solo queue. Bro, all this gifted subs, it's been like hundreds and hundreds of dollars of gifted subs, and my boy Deviant is just asking repeatedly about cottage cheese for the last 15 minutes. He just needs to know about cottage cheese. Finally, I am free? I mean, what are you even asking me? Thoughts on cottage cheese. Short sell cottage cheese stocks. Thoughts on cottage cheese. You will not escape my question. I will find out what your thoughts on cottage cheese are. Cottage cheese thoughts right meow. It wasn't me gifting since you donowalled my cottage cheese question. Where are we going? I'm not gonna lie, I'm just randomly walking around. What's in there? I want to say a snack that I used to do was cottage cheese, tuna, and sriracha. And then you just mix it all and eat it out of a bowl. Does that sound right? What in the fuck? Hold on, let me see. Does that sound right? I think that was a thing. I'm pretty sure that was like a high protein, like cheap snack thing that I used to do. Like mayo? No. It was like a protein like lifter bro thing. Vinzot, take away those subs. Vinzot is like, as a chef, what do you think about cottage cheese, tuna, and sriracha? I feel like it wasn't that bad. I do it? Alright. See, Vinzot is the only, you know, he approves. I used to do peanut butter and cottage cheese, bro. That's what some guy just ripped in the chat, and you guys are making fun of me? Holy, another 6 gifted subs from Detoon Neptune. Yo, thank you, friend. Detoon Neptune, Vinzod, and a completely anonymous person who gifts tier 3 subs. 10 of them. Yo, thank you so much. You guys own. This is like, it's not even really a hype train, but it's crazy. It's like a delayed but very large hype train. I'm just literally not paying attention at all. I don't think anyone in my team is, we're just all walking around. Gemini Syndrome, thanks for the gifted subs, friend. Crack 41, yo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. French, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Is that how easy streaming it is? I just say it's a hype train even if it's not? Oh, thank you guys. You know, I was a little bit bummed out after the solo queue rant. I felt like I got a little bit caught up and I was being a little bit too negative, but now that you guys gave me a bunch of money, I feel better. Oh shit, Anon, another 5 gifted subs. Top secret Anon gift. We're just walking around still, bro. I think we depleted this key. Are we at the waffle world record for subs? Look, you guys are insanely generous, and between some of you, you guys just gave me so fucking many subs that it's insane. But don't worry about the world record. Oh shit, and it's Neb too. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, Neb. Thank you so much. Look, we still have, look, guys, we still have another 3 weeks of drops. We don't need, we can pace ourselves, all right? We'll be fine. It has to be the record. It will be. We'll get there. Dragonflight for the first time ever drops and shit. That was a hell of a, that was a crazy time. What do we get again by giving you money? What a great question. So if you subscribe to the channel or you gift a subscription, which is giving someone else a subscription, and then they get these benefits, you get all these emotes that you can use, not only in this channel, but in any other channel on Twitch. On top of that, you can view the stream ad-free at all times, and it still supports me. And on top of that, you get access to my subscriber-only UI package, where you can download the Wago pack and then import any of my profiles for any of the add-ons to get my weak auras, my party frames, my nameplates that are definitely not dorkies. Oh shit, Vinzod with another 50. People getting access. Bro, my team's been running around here for so long. Bro, this is sick.
It's about time.
The worst part is you might think it's like bugged or something, but no. Yo, thank you again, Vinzod, for the 50 more. And Neb and Anonymous. Sorry, almost tried to speculate on who it might have been. And Crack and Neptune and everybody else. Thank you guys so much. Hey, it's Mew. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs as well. Thank you, friend. Happy birthday! Oh shit. It's my Jack's birthday.
Your little pets will die. Then we'll make you stink.
See, I'm glad Vinzot appreciates my desire for good protein. Oh. Like, chatters, do you guys even lift? How can I not dispel this? Bro. We just gifted like 500. Yeah, you guys are nuts. Honestly, that was like quite a bit more. That was like a G. Actually, it might have been just Vinzod with a G. It might have even been closer to 2G. You might call that a GG. Get it? Because there's like 2 Gs. Yeah, you got it. You got it. I'm only doing it because I stopped feeling dorky because I'm stirring up drama. I mean, look. Dorky's a durable tank, you know, he don't need no heals. Thoughts? Bro, if this is that same assassination rope guide or whatever you've been linking, this is worse than a Robin. Oh, my computer.
At last.
The Matrix montage. What's the last concert you went to? Jeez, this is gonna be a self-report here no matter what. I skipped? I didn't skip. YouTube instant demonetized? Yeah, I can't. Oh, wow. I didn't even think about YouTube. Am I banned on YouTube yet? No. Okay, good.
You're interesting.
I didn't even think about that. Are H-Pals back to two-handers? Man, stop making fun of me, man. I'm trying to get a shield. I've done like 50 dungeons, and I'm just still sitting here with this 541 weapon. Growl last concert, don't get distracted. I want to say I've only been to one concert in my whole life. I think. And I'm pretty sure I was like 12, and it was Aaron Carter. I think that's what it was. Sounds like we should bully you. I mean, yeah, we're self-reporting there. Refund my subs, bro. I was 12. Did I drop martyr talent? No, it's up here. You see it? I mean, I think, in my opinion, with Pally, there's no way you don't play martyr. Like, 35% healing on Holy Shock is so crazy.
For you, a reward. Witness the unparalleled power of transformation.
Kodalak, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Was it good, though? I mean, I remember being excited as shit. When I was a kid, what was that song, How I Beat Shaq or whatever? I used to play basketball when I was young. I always thought that was the coolest song ever. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. Look, if you ask the question, you can't be mad about the answer. It's also fake healing if you use Beacon or Virtue. What do you mean fake? I mean, it puts the absorb shield on you, but like in an M+ scenario, that's like, you don't care. Like, I get that it's not straight throughput, but my thoughts on the Matrix? I don't know anything about it. I was never a COD main. I don't know if that's like an OG reference, but Backy lol, thank you for the prime sub, I appreciate it. Never shield, never weapon. Holy, you're out of control, Vinzod. You're completely out of control. Got a new badge. Oh wait, it's not VIP. Bro, just gifted another 100. Yeah, dude, it's 2 subs for the pet. It's not 2,000. It's only 2. No, it's 2,000. Oh, wait, Glare, you made that mistake too? Oh, man. Bran is not OP at 60. Then it's a now clip. Alright, I'll take the bait. I'll take the bait. What's going on here? Yo, Vinzon, thank you, friend. You're absolutely fucking nuts at this point. I don't know how to convey to you that you're absolutely fucking nuts, but I think you might know that already. Thank you, though. Thank you so much. What is this? Okay, so this is Now's level 60 brand.
Guess who's back? Back again.
That's
Level
good.
60 brand's back. Tell your friends. Holy shit, he's owning, bro.
That's it? Alright, you lost clip linking privileges. What is that even supposed to be? Oops, not that. Wait, no, what is that? How do I get Brand to show up on details meters? You have to go back in time and get him to level 60 before they patch it. He is on your details meters right now, he's just all the way at the bottom. Am I doing something wrong? In Prez, I do TA into VE. Echo myself, then Spirit Bloom. I was trying to do that too, but I gave up on the self-echo Spirit Bloom thing, and I just Spirit Bloom self. I was trying to do that initially, but I just gave up on it. Also, I don't even know if that works anymore with the changes. I would just literally just VE and then Spirit Bloom. Chat, you are all welcome. Saves time via individual response. Yeah, he's got to be efficient. He's got drinks to pour. He can't just be thanking or whatever the opposite of thanking everybody. Is it worth farming Bis in these early heroics? No. Just get item level. The main reason for 99.9% of people is so that they can get into groups. So it literally doesn't matter anything except for your item level. I mean, if you want to, you can, like, try and get better stats or whatever. Like, it can depend a lot on your class, right? Like, if you're playing Shaman, you can just do whatever the fuck you want, probably. Like, Evoker, you just do whatever you want. I mean, as a Druid, you probably want to be, like, going out of your way to get haste. But it doesn't really matter that much. Like, it's not like you need perfect Bis stats or anything. $584. I mean, worth it is like, you know, the way I see it, it's a new expansion. Like, just fuck around and just mess around and do the story anyway, and then you just get them. But if it's like, you know, pure suffering for you to do the story, then no need to do it if you don't want to. There's a shield as a world quest reward now. Oh shit, and coffer key shards? Or wait, I already did this, I think. Okay, so do you, anyone who's on NA, do you have this reward for this quest? Or is it completely random? So everybody on NA has it? Because someone said they didn't have it. Okay. Maybe they were just EU or something then. Oh, I have it on EU. Alright, well. Someone said a lie. Yeah, you know, this thing that's been happening lately, I don't know. I don't know if that happens in other streams, but sometimes people come in here and they just go into the chat box and they just type something that's not true or that they don't know and they just made up. And then they press enter. And it's just weird. I don't know if, like, it's just weird sometimes. After 584 eye level, it changes from me gold to key shards. Huh? I mean, I'm only 573 on this guy. Is there a way to just get player profile? Yeah, you can, in the app, so when you get this app, all you need to do is just import one of them. You don't need to do anything else. You can also check the pins in the sub-only chat. I have a couple of the profiles linked, but they are not always updated, and those are to use at your own risk. Only there for lazy people, and lazy people are going to be shamed if it's out of date or they have problems. Can't figure out how to display Eternal Flame Hot icon on Voodoo. Okay, so anytime you're troubleshooting things, by the way, this is how you figure out basically anything. If you can't see information, there's an add-on called... I don't remember what it's called, so I'm just going to go down the list. Tooltip ID, and all it does is show the spell ID of the tooltip. And so then, okay, here's Eternal Flame. You mouse over it, it says 156322. And then now you have the spell ID, and then you add it into Voodoo. You have the buffs, debuffs, weak auras, anything that you ever don't know what it is, just put it on yourself and then look at the spell ID. I'm a poor and I play like a mole named Carl. Can I get a delve carry? I mean, technically that would be RMT, but I'll allow it, I think. I'll allow it. I mean, at this point, you're going to have... It's not even just going to be a delve carry. It's going to be like a VIP Gorky plus Growl delve adventure. You know, this is like an all expenses paid trip at this rate. Never mind. Maybe I shouldn't give you any ideas. Bro, what is this lag? What in the world? I feel like this started happening today. Memory leak? Maybe. Maybe I just restart my game. It does feel like video lag or whatever, not Let's see.
Deadpool and Wolverine is smashing record.
What is that tab? Edge. I mean, it was an edge. Oh yeah, I closed my BattleNet launcher from earlier. We'll be back up shortly, don't worry. Ceviche. Wait, my game is updating. Status bar to look at. How's HPAL? It's pretty good. I've been having a good time gearing it up. What is a better first date? A private escape room or the strip club? I feel like I probably wouldn't choose either of those options. Plain Sue, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, friend. All right, hopefully we're good now. Yeah, escape room, but only if you're really, really good at problem solving. Otherwise, she's gonna realize how poor of a problem solver you are. Will this go up to adventure tier? If I like get high enough level, will this go to adventure tier, or will it always be 567? I don't think you guys know what you're talking about. AJ might, but he also just types random messages. Try this.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be
I'm 582 and my world quest still shows at 567. Okay, well if you guys are all high level then.
I've seen things that would scare you shellless.
One of my favorite healers so far. Probably Evoker. I like Evoker. The blacksmith makes feet. It doesn't make shield. Wouldn't a blacksmith make a shield? No, I don't have a press guide yet, and it's getting delayed because they changed some shit recently.
Not everything in the ocean is as good looking or nice mannered as I am.
I mean, at this point, do I just buy random? I mean, I'm pretty sure I just buy BOEs and then move on or whatever, right? What hero spec do I recommend? Probably play Farseer, but either's fine, whatever you want. They're both good.
Go carefully.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries.
Weapon, one-handed. These items are like 0. Deep Dweller's Battle Axe. This is 0. Greens are so cheap now. Did everyone just give up on greens? Enchanting was inflating them. Oh, everyone was. Well, I don't know. There's no way people were buying them for like 5K or whatever. I'm pretty sure just everybody is geared for heroics now. It was just people getting gear. Armor. Held in offhand. Shields.
find anything exotic,
I think we're done doing dungeons on the pally. Just cannot get a weapon or a shield to save my life. So we buy these and we equip them. Blood DK rotation blows. I heard like the opener's annoying.
This world is vast and wondrous.
But I don't play too much Blood DK. Yeah, whatever. Fuck it. We'll just send all these. We'll send all these flight stones. I mean, it isn't that much. Only like 300 or whatever. We've gotten so many wordbound pieces. I felt like I have 2, but maybe I'm not paying attention. Like, I feel like I had infinite wordbound weapons on like every guy. Like, I mean, maybe I just literally have one in my evoker's inventory. I thought I had wordbound weapons for every guy, but I just don't. Everything blows because you can't get a full rotation off on anything but target dummies? Yeah. What's the tankiest tank? Well, it depends on the situation, right? But, I mean, I guess Prow Warrior? Any tank questions? I would just follow what Dorky does. Also, I don't even think this shit's, like, worth upgrading. Actually, maybe I'll send just one of these trinkets. Maybe I'll just do, like, this. Because I'm sure this is, like, fine.
Farewell.
And then... let's just do this. I think Pally's good. This will be good for M0s. Yeah. How am I? Oh, I'm 579 because of my one trinket, and then every other item is 580. Yeah, this is good. Has Dorky not been streaming lately? I mean, I don't think Dorky's doing much. He's been streaming a decent amount, but like, I don't know. I recommend Resto Shaman for a person that hasn't healed before. Yeah, I would say it's like probably the easiest healer right now. I have a video on my YouTube about like if you suck, what healer to play. Check that out. It was like maybe 2 weeks ago I came out if you want to hear what I have to say about other healers. Okay, so where did I leave my druid off? Oh, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Man, I leave for 1 minute and the YouTube chatters are going at it again. Close these. What is this? Oh. E layer and 10. What is that? Is that some rare or something? I've seen people talk about that. Ooh, theater and 10. Now we're talking. My action bars are bartender. Has an opacity option that only shows them solid when I mouse over. Hollow fall every 3 hours. Giga rare for giga mount. Check custom group finder. Oh shit, are we going? It won't spawn until 11? Wait, what does that mean? Custom? I don't see anything. Everyone is just doing bee farm. In 2 hours, not 10 minutes. You guys gotta figure it out, chat. Alright, where are we at on our druid here? We're 572. Let's clean out our inventory a little bit real quick. See where we...
I have many wares.
We have 2 haste rings. We don't need any of these rings, really. Ooh, a haste socket. Yeah. The same ring, right? You like sockets? Okay, we got 580 weapon already. 580 cape. Another ring. L. What trinkets do we have? Trinkets do not look very good, but I guess we just put those there. Waiters of the Unifying Flame. This is a sick BOE. I doubt repeatable quests give renown. I mean, I doubt they give renown, but it should tell you, right, when you look at the description or whatever, if it's a quest. You have something that hides the NPC's dialogue. Maybe it's like a weak or an add-on or something that says no talking heads, or there's like a script. I don't. I think there's like a bunch of ways to do it. Can I sell this? Oh shit. Someone wants that. I'm pretty sure just because I'm on a dead server though.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Okay, so what do we need here? Helm. We can upgrade shoulders. Do we have... Oh, we have a bunch of flight stone or valor stones. Was the same thing happening on my druid? I'm just spamming dungeons getting nothing. I have so many valor
4 hours. 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 4 hours
I think I was just autopilot spamming dungeons and just never getting the items that I needed. Alright, we got a couple levels there, so we need belt, gloves, wrists, helm.
Stay vigilant.
What do you normally do when your group pulls huge and you don't have wings off CD? I mean, you just have to use like your more intermittent cooldowns if your healing isn't enough, right? Things like lay on hands, sack, bubble, like bopping people in some cases can reduce damage, like freedoming off debuffs, Evo. You know, it's all about like using all of your in-between spells in between wings. Also, like depending on the situation, you could try running Avenging Crusader, because then you have wings on a 1 minute. Am I gonna do the Venom farm? I don't know what any of that is. Probably not, unless if it's like mount or cosmetic stuff. Probably not, unless I'm super bored. Like this stuff. It's like cloth or something, isn't it? Holy shit, Fandy blood farm. Oh, this is that mount shit, right? Yeah. Luna Sky, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. And by the way, thank you guys so much again. Benzod especially. But especially also everybody else. Neptune and Anonymous and Neb and everybody else. Thank you guys so much. You guys are absolutely wild. Especially me, not you. Everybody else, though. Right, we'll do a couple heroics on our druid. It would be nice to sort of like be done with our druid. Do we do enough gifted subs for the solo delve priest leveling? My priest is already level 80. And also I'm not gonna solo level any character in delves. I like to think the IPA Pog, Tikka Masala Pizza, Whiskey Sours, and just alcohol in general. Big fan. Maybe there's a world quest somewhere that might have something. Staff. Ring. Eat. Go again.
Thank the Titans you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted. Hurry! If we free these Storm Rooks, we can fly there and try to end this madness.
I have 3 days off. Should I buy the X pack? I feel like if you're asking that, you're already committed. It's too late. I've already decided. Welcome back to Azeroth. And the next pull is this bird.
I will distract them here. We can link up later.
The title. It should have been mine, Pilgrim. I deserve to be stalwart.
I use a Corsair Scimitar. Like an MMO mouse. Need a different sub sound. I feel like it's like broken or something. Like it feels like it's like some weird lag thing. Something about when you gift like 500 subs, it somehow broke it. I want to refresh it, but he deserves every last thing. If there's Dorkin, where is Yumin? There's not gonna be that emote. Like I love Dorkin, but you know, let's end it there and appreciate it for what it is. Brennan, Bert, Guinea, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Even if I have no idea how to pronounce your name. I don't... Okay. Oh shit, did I need these? Yo, let's go. A drop already. Trying to squeeze the excitement out of the heroic gear. Bro, I've done so many dungeons, I feel like I'd never get loot. Also, I don't care who you are, getting item level upgrades is a dopamine hit. Doesn't matter what game you're playing. Dude, I was playing Fellowship, and I would get an item upgrade, and I'd be like, oh, fuck yeah. And it was the closed alpha. Yo, thank you, Mad Killer, for the gifted subs as well. I appreciate it. Posture check. Bro, this time of the stream, my posture is doomed. I try not to shrimp too hard, but I find myself like having to readjust every single second. Is it easy to set mouse over for healing? Oh yeah, it's super easy. You can do it in game, but I use my party frame add-on cell for it. Just literally, like, it's just a drop down of every ability, and you put the button on there. More of a lean back kind of guy. I don't mind leaning back. Mac RK, thank you for the sub.
Come then, fate. I command this rookery by right. The might of my hammer. Crushed by my power.
Is Druid harder to play? Gameplay wise, it feels fine. It just feels weak. I don't know. Like, I think it's like rotationally, it's not necessarily terrible, but it just like, I just wish my buttons did more healing. A lot of your value that you bring to the group as Druid is like your damage, your utility, like, kind of rely on your team to give you a little bit of help. I mean, I'm talking about like difficult content. Obviously in heroics you'll be fine, you know, doing M0s you'll be fine, but Aquila, thank you for the sub as well, friend. Thank you, thank you.
I do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors. What is that? The lift is out. If we want to keep going,
Illuminated Dong, thank you for the sub.
to take it down.
Hit. Best of Druid versus Mistweaver. And I think Mistweaver is better at healing, and then Druid's better at everything else. Totally asked this girl on a date and she didn't reply. She must have not liked my idea of a first date escape room. Yeah. It was a wild conversation. We all got a little heated. It was pretty sick. Yo, and Dong, thank you for the gifted subs as well. Thank you, friend. Escape room date. Oh no, dude, the Blizzard dev chatter is like, that'll go down as like one of the most embarrassing things I've ever done in my life. Like that's up there. That's like in 15 years I'm gonna be thinking about that. That was some of the worst shit I've ever done. What happened? What the hell? Self-report for not listening to the Bench podcast? When you say what happened or story time, you're self-reporting that you didn't listen to the recent episode of the Bench. I'm gonna do my co-host proud, and I'm not even gonna repeat it. You're just gonna have to go find it there if you want to hear the story. Is the bench the one with Tettles? Cause you're right, I didn't and won't. Holy fuck. Yo, relax. Holy. Goddamn chatter. Yep, it should be available on all podcast platforms. Oh, true. poddyc did tell you not to listen. But heck, poddyc. Alright, well, we got an upgrade right off the bat. Now we need belt, helm, wrist. Ruler is here. Thank you for the prime. Also, I'm just batting. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Almost thought your name was I'm just dorking it.
What do you seek?
We go again. You think people will burn out from the 2 weeks of nothing and quit like Quinn? I mean, I think there's a lot of people that would prefer the content to be out, but here's the thing, right? Anybody who's like a sweat lord who like wants to do hard raids and M+ or whatever, like, you guys will just come back, right? Like, these are people who like WoW, who like endgame, like, you guys will come back. Like, did the hype die down a little bit, but you guys will come back. When it comes to, like, the casuals, like, bro, these guys, if you ruin their story or, like, do some weird shit at the beginning of the expansion that makes them feel like they have to rush, those guys will just, like, quit in 2 days and they're gone. And I think it's important that we do things nice to the casuals. Has been quit already. Well, yeah, I don't know. The weird thing about WoW is, like, WoW is such a try-hard game, you know? Alright, guys. It's time. We're in Arakara. Surely we'll get a... Surely we'll see a molarm drop now. This guy just raced on this mob out here. Yo, Zenium Kun, thank you for the 40-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hail Burrito, thank you for the 2 months. And all the side quests in each zones, collected treasures and killed rares, got achievements. It's done for casuals as well. I mean, they just need to play extra safe. I mean, I guess need to isn't the right word, but that's what they want to do, right? They just want to play extra safe. Been burning the midnight oil for a few days. You gonna crash soon? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.